Hi, guys. Good evening. Welcome or welcome back to What's the Obsession live discussion and chat. And let's just do a sound check. Can you guys hear me okay? Hi, Muffy Dragon Slayer. How are you? Welcome, sweetheart. Hi, Edward. Welcome. Hello, Fluffy Muppet. How's it going? And let's see. Hi, Tony. How are you doing, sweet Tony? Hi, Kristen. How are you doing? Just starting. Hi, MB Gal. Welcome. Always so nice to see you. I just got a notification. Okay. Let's see. Good timing though, right? Let's see. Hi, Jody is cool. How's it going? Nice to see you, my darling. How are you? All right. Let's see. Let me just make sure something here. I hope everyone's doing really awesome this evening. Okay, very good. All right, we are in the right spot. Sometimes if I schedule 2 live streams ahead of tonight, some people will go into the wrong stream. So I just wanted to make sure I was in the right one. So hi, Downtown Wonder. How are you doing? Hi, Nancy S. How's it going? Nice to see you. Let's see here. Hi, Kim. Welcome. How you doing? Awesome. All right. So I'm just going to, gosh, guys, there is so much material on this case. All right. So let me just give you this super brief 60-second background on how I have approached this case. So, when things started happening and we were hearing, seeing videos, hearing statements from all of these different people, most of them are kids, okay? So 16, 17, 18, I work with teenagers. Some of you know that about me. It doesn't really matter so much to me if they're 16, 17, or 18. They're still kids. So you might very well know this. The human brain, they say, and this is certainly not an exact science, does not even start to be considered fully developed until a human being is 26. That is because it takes the brain that full 26 years to start to really grow into itself, fill into all of its capabilities. And it could be argued that as we get older, we actually lose some of our mental or intuitive capabilities. But anyhow, that's a whole different story. One of the last parts of the brain to develop is the frontal lobe, the part of the brain that is responsible for exercising sound judgment and making good, responsible, rational, well-considered decisions. So anytime I'm looking at something and teenagers are involved, I use extra caution, right? I hope that makes sense. I don't want to be going out pointing fingers at these kids who may or may not have done anything wrong. Now, in my opinion, when someone is a grown adult, I in my mind, I treat that situation a little differently because you're a grown ass adult. Some of us are only going to learn so much in this lifetime, but when a person is a grown adult, we have to assume that each grown adult is going to accept some level of responsibility in life, in society, in their community, in their family, whatever the situation may be, right? So different for teenagers. So I've been very careful about that. But guys, I just can't continue to all but ignore what I am observing right in front of my eyes that is so clearly decodable, whether or not the people involved are teenagers or not teenagers, right? So let's just start there, okay? So I can't wait to hear what you guys think. Hi, Marlena. How are you? Welcome. Molson Man, welcome. I'm so happy you're here. I sang that loud and proud. I'm really happy to see you, Molson Man. Just stopping in to say hello. He's a Watts guy. It's going to be a Watts live stream on Friday evening. Woohoo! I can't wait. Let's see here. Awesome. Very good. All right. Let me share something here. Great to see you, Molson Man. I hope that job's going really well. If you talk to Rose, tell her I said hello. I send my love. I hope she's feeling better. Poor thing. I miss my curious Rose a lot. I'm sure you guys do too. Where are we going to start? Let's see. Hi, Justice A to Z. Oh, Justice A to Z is, you might know her from being on this channel. She's been a featured guest on this channel before. We call her Zena. She started her own channel. It's doing really great. So if someone wants to pop her link there, I don't even know if I have any moderators here. Are you a moderator, Justice A to Z? Oh, no, that's bad. Should have said that out loud, eh? I'm going to make you a moderator, Zena. So I scheduled this live stream a little bit last minute here. All right. Oh, Molson Man, maybe that'll be reason for you to, oh, pride or honesty. You never let me down, my friend. Thank you so much for being here. All right. You're the best, seriously. Hello, I'm here. All right. Let's start with this. All right. So I uploaded a video on this topic earlier today, I think it was. Gosh, I'm losing sight of days with this case. And none of the material is originally from my channel. What I'm referring to is the interview from the person called Meghan, a Truckee local. Is she also call herself 916? Isn't that the exchange there, the area code? I think those were what the numbers are. So anyhow, she called in. The first time she called into a channel was Mel, and that was on August 10th. So Kiely Rodni went missing August 5th, going into August 6th, right? So August 10th, she'd only been missing for a few days. The search for Kiely was very new. Now remember, law enforcement in their 18 or 19 agencies with 300 boots on the ground or fins in the water, accumulating 19,000 hours. 19,000 hours searching for Kiely Rodni. That went on for 12 days before it really started to slow down almost to a grinding halt. They did not make any progress, and most of us know the rest of the story. Once Adventures with Purpose arrived on the scene, within 35 minutes of being in the lake, they knew what was going on, and that vehicle was being recovered, right? So the first time this person, Meghan, called into a channel, and it was Mel, that was August 10th. So this case was really young, really new. Kiely had just gone missing. You would think that people, whether they be strangers or those close to Kiely, really just did not know what was going on. You think people would have hope that Kiely was going to return home, and that if they weren't saying anything about knowledge of her whereabouts, that they truly did not know where she was, right? So please keep in mind that the recording you're going to be hearing right now was from August 10th, just 3 or 4 days after Kiely went missing. I'm going to play just a couple minutes. I'm going to pause it. It's not that long. It's about 7 minutes in totality. And we're going to move on to some other things, okay? Great to see all of you guys. Welcome to everyone who just came into chat. The Obsession. This is Kelly bringing you the Kiely Rodni case. So the recording that you're going to hear is from Mel's channel. This is a person named Meghan who called in on August 10th. So this date is really important, August 10th. Now, remember, the dive team first went into Prosser Lake on August 9th, and then they went back in. So it's important to remember that this. Just want to say hi, Patty Ross and Misty Street, and these are the only people I can see right now. Anyone else who just joined? Yes, we're just starting, and I'm so happy you guys are here. Welcome. This call is from August 10th. This call has been out there. I haven't really known what to think about this caller. And just, I believe it was yesterday, the same person, Meghan, was on a channel behind the crimes with Michelle Sutton. I actually really like this Michelle Sutton. I'm going to, of course, leave her channel in the description box. Click the link, check it out. The same person, Meghan, was on a channel behind the crimes with Michelle Sutton. Little editing repeat there. Moving on. I actually really like this Michelle Sutton. I'm going to, of course, leave her channel in the description box. Click the link, check it out.
So here we go.
916, how you doing?
It's me, Megan.
Hi, Megan. How you doing?
Megan, it's me. Good. Okay, I want to clarify some things so you guys can figure that, so you guys can help. I talked to Sam last night, late last night, and I went over a whole bunch of things. They were going back and forth the car during the party when they told them to do everything else. They went then back to the party.
You're kind of breaking up.
Stayed there, and
it's kind of breaking up a little bit.
I'm turning subtitles on because this woman is very difficult to understand. Okay, whoops.
Okay, so Sam was at the party with Kiely. They were at the party. They were going back and forth to the car. They came back and they were going to go home. And Kiely said to Sam, "How much are you okay to drive?" Kiely said, "No, I'm not going to drive yet. And I want to stay longer." So they went back to the party and stayed for a few minutes longer, like a half an hour. That's when Sam found a friend that was completely sober and drove home with that person. But there was a person that stayed there they were camping out there. If they get too drunk, they do camp out there. That is something we do in this town.
Oh, okay. 916. Is this Megan?
Okay, I just want to pause here because I just want to notice, I mean, there are so many things we could already pull apart there, right? And as soon as I'm done with this audio, anyone that wants to come up and share your thoughts, let's do it. But, I just noticed immediately how she says, because we do that kind of thing out here, because that's how it is out here. That's what we do out here. Haven't you guys noticed when this person, Meghan, who is apparently a parent of one of the teens, doesn't sound like it to me, but I want to know what you guys think. When she talks, when Sammy talks, certainly when Lindsay, Kylie's mother, talks, and when number of other people speak, even when Mags or Magdalene, Kylie's best friend, who I feel like sometimes is the only person who's was really in the search for Kiely, they talk in this language where they are setting themselves and their community aside from the rest of the world, as though the rest of the world could not understand the trials and tribulations and honors and all, what it's like to live in frickin' Truckee. I've been to Tahoe. It's kind of like the rest of the world.
Did lose you.
Hey,
I lost you, yes. Okay, so I'll try. I am in bad cell service because that's what happens up here. But
because that's what happens up here. That happens nowhere else.
What it comes down to is that they were trying to figure out how they were going to get home. They were all talking to each other to try to figure out what they were going to say to their parents because they wanted to stay longer at the party. Some of them wanted to stay later. Some of them wanted to spend the night. It's known fact that in the town that if they get, all of their parents knew where they were and have said to them if they get too drunk to stay there. That's what we do in this town. It's been known for 20 years. So they've stayed out there many.
That's what we do in this town. Nowhere else do we protect our own lives and the lives of our young.
Times. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, I can hear you too because I'm listening to you on there. So there's a little bit of a delay in it, but that's okay. So what I was just trying to say is that they were going back and forth on who was going to stay later. They thought that Kiely stayed the night out there, but at 8:00 in the morning, when people went to go leave, her car had been gone. So and the last time that Sam saw her was at 12:30 when they texted each other.
I was the last person to see her and talk to her. Actually, she called me at 12:36 in the morning, asking if I still needed a ride home from the party, even though about 10 minutes before that, I had told her, I'm leaving. I already have another ride because I didn't want to drive home with her.
All right, listen. All right, we've got to break this down. So, all right. Oh boy. Okay, so what Sami Smith just said right there, she says something similar but different a number of times. I think I have 4 times on video that I can bring up for us to look at this evening. There's probably more out there. It's really interesting to notice when you watch different news segments, kind of where they cut off her words. There are times where they will cut off the audio, but you see that Sami Smith is still talking, and you're like, man, I wish I could read lips, because why did they cut it off there? And what is she saying, right? Now, what I want you to notice here, this is one of the first things that I noticed about Sami Smith when I was watching these videos from the perspective of a behavioral analyst analyzing nonverbal communication, okay, was the way she tells this story about her interaction with Kiely Rodni. And then I really wish we had a more, frontal camera shot of her face, because I am pretty sure we see clear indicators of contempt when she says, would she say, because I didn't want to ride with her? I can't remember. I don't want to quote it incorrectly. I played it a few times. Here, listen, watch. What do you guys think?
10 minutes before that, I had told her, like, I'm leaving. I already have another ride, because I didn't want to drive home with her.
Drive home with her. Okay. That's where we see the contempt. Just watch. What do you think? Did you guys pick that up?
And so I had told her that, but she still ended up calling me at 12:36 asking if I needed a ride, and she sounded just really drunk, I guess.
So and the last time that Sam saw her was at 12:30 when they texted each other, and they said they were coming home, that she was at the party still, and everybody was like kind of just whining, starting to leave. So the only thing that they don't know is who saw her leave. They can't find out who saw her leave. I did find out there was something that's like happened at the party, not bad on anything else, but it hasn't been very much talked about, because I asked this question and it just kind of shot from there. So if someone knows what happened later in the party, nothing bad, and just something that happened later in the party that was a small thing, and it started then, that would be helpful to know if she was where she was and who she left with after that.
So the thing that happened, you guys aren't making that public, though? You're not really talking about it? Are you able to say what happened, or?
I don't know. I guess I can say there's a fire that was started, like a bonfire that was started later in the evening. But when a lot of the people were there at the beginning of the party, there was no fire. And when I mentioned a fire, they said it started out later. So I said, did anybody see Kiely after the fire started when they were all sitting around? They said no. So they need to know who left before the fire started at the place than before.
What in God's name does all of that mean? Okay, again, there is so much to unpack here. We're probably going to have to go back and go over this a couple times just to point out all of the sort of very obvious things going on. All right. So, I'm trying to do Halloween lights. You see that? There's going to be more. Don't worry. I won't disappoint. Hi, Princess Megan Elsa. How are you? Welcome, honey. Yeah. So Pride or Honesty says, this woman's thoughts or lies are chaotic, like Nicole Kessinger from the Watts case. She doesn't perceive how strange and suspicious it appears to others, like Nicole Kessinger. I agree with that. Yeah. So now I've got a question for you, Misty Street. So Michelle After Dark, wonderful creator. Hopefully all of you guys have come across her. If you haven't, go check her out immediately. She's one of the channels I trust completely. She's like solid. Okay. Don't say that about a ton of channels. Like a lot of channels, don't talk bad about any channels, because you do your thing and I hope everyone's successful. But Michelle After Dark has really earned my respect personally. So Misty Street says, Michelle After Dark had went through the police scanner per Meghan claiming a call was made. There was no call. Go figure. Another person trying to protect Sami. The fact she thinks it's okay, shaking my head. Now, Misty Street, could you tell us a little more about what Michelle After Dark did? I actually didn't catch that video. So you're saying Michelle After Dark went and checked the police scanner because Meghan said she made this call, but there was no call. But I mean, some call was me. Oh, okay. I got you. I think I got you. So, okay. All right. We'll have to listen to that again. I think I got you there. So let's see. Welcome, Pearl. How are you doing? Let's see. Hi, Christina. How are you doing? Let's see what Christina says here. Kiely says to Sam, she didn't say that Sam asked Kiely. She said, Kiely says to Sam, are you too drunk to drive? Yes, I caught that too. These stories are getting all mixed up. Now, notice the way this person called Meghan is really driving a narrative here. She's really forcing a narrative. Now, oh, man, I really wanted to make like a little PowerPoint kind of presentation for you guys, showing you like kind of visually how she does this in the same way Sammy does this, but work got in the way. I'll try to do it for this weekend because it's really, I think, interesting. I want to see it myself in that format. Let me go back just a couple seconds here in this blabber blobber from Meghan, air quotes. I don't believe like any of these people that are calling into channels or contacting channels saying, I was in contact with, I don't believe the person that told Zav Girl they were in contact with Kate Kuno. It's so easy to spoof a person, to spoof an account. And I just don't find these people credible. Or maybe I'm not going to say, and I'm not saying like Zav Girl, the creator, I'm saying the people who are approaching the creators. I guess I wouldn't go so far as to say that I'm eliminating them as having any possibility of being credible. But for myself personally, I would need to see a whole lot more substantial evidence to believe that these people are truthful, that they exist at all, and that what they're saying is honest. You know what I mean?
And it started then. That would be helpful to know if she was where she was and who she left with after that.
So the thing that happened, you guys aren't making that public, though. You're not really talking about it.
All right, let me go back.
Say what happened?
Let's talk about because I asked this question and it just kind of.
I got to go back a few more seconds here.
At the party still, and everybody was like kind of just whining, starting to leave. So the only thing that they don't know is who saw her leave. They can't find out who saw her leave. I did find out there was something that's like happened at the party, not bad on anything else, but it hasn't been very much talked about because I asked this question and it just kind of shot from there. So if someone knows what happened later in the party, nothing bad.
See, just driving this narrative. If somebody knows what happened later in the party, but nothing big, nothing bad, guys. So here I am. I'm throwing you out that line and I'm reeling you back in. But what I'm reeling in, it better be a certain kind of fish or I'm going to be, I don't know what, does anybody know what happened later on the party? My God, if somebody I knew, somebody I loved, somebody that my child was close friends with, or, that I grew up with, or they grew up with me as an adult in my community, I wouldn't be asking for help in the form of information from others who might know something that could lead us to the person's whereabouts, possibly at this point, their safe return. Think about this. I'd say, does anybody know anything? Does anybody know anything at all about that night Kiely went missing? Did you guys see her? Like whatever the circumstances, you would not put qualifiers or parameters on the information you're willing to receive back from a person. So when somebody like this, Meghan, is saying, does anybody at all know about something that happened later that night, but, not something big. It's not bad, guys. Not something big. It's not bad, but something later that night. I mean, come on. Bullshit. Really. Oh, this is really like gotten to me. I get gotten to on this case. Let's see. Let me, and I'm sorry if I missed any of your comments. I'm going to try to get with current time here. Hi, Bella. Welcome. How are you doing? Hi, Cheyenne. Welcome. How are you doing? Cheyenne just says, hi, this is so strange. It's so strange. Hi, Esther. How are you doing? How's it going? I'm glad that you're here. I saw some of your comments earlier. Really good comments. You're very insightful. Hi, Wasted Demise. How are you doing? Yes. Wasted Demise says, everything she says, she should not know. Yes. Right. Oh, man. Oh, see. Misty Street. How does she know the car was gone at 8 a.m. when no one knew she was missing until 5:30 p.m.? How does she know? Is that timeline correct? Do I have the timeline? So how does she know the car was gone at 8 a.m. on Saturday, right? When no one knew she was missing until 5:30 p.m. Is that what the timeline is? If so, that's an excellent question. Yes. Hi, Stella. Welcome. How are you? Stella says, oops. Sammy was everywhere camera was, but not now. Why is she hiding now? People. Truckies are protecting someone. I absolutely believe they are. I have so many reasons to believe that it's exactly the case, Stella, and very few, if any, reasons to believe that's not the case. And I'm sure you guys have those reasons too. We're going to talk about them in a moment. She did it in real time on her live. Oh, thank you, Missy Street. I'm going to have to catch that. Yeah, Michelle After Dark apparently looked into the scanner to see if this Meghan, who claimed that she had called the police, if there was actually a call to the police at the time that she claimed she called the authorities. Michelle After Dark, great channel, super solid. You can bet the ranch on what she says. She's very honest, well-researched, and evidence-based, scientific, rational, all the things we like. Hi, Michelle. So definitely go check that out. So it was in a live stream, Misty Street. Awesome. Can't wait to watch it. Yeah. So Marlena says, whoever this Meghan is covering up for Sammy, in my opinion. She's not doing her any favors. She's not. They're all kind of like a train wreck, right? And then Justice A to Z, great channel, doing lots of great work on the Kiely Rodni case. Can somebody, if you get a chance, put her link in chat, or could you? I'm sorry, I would do it right now, but I don't think if I get a free hand, I will. She's doing great coverage of the Kiely Rodni case. Also my friend. So Stella says, Adventures with Purpose should get the reward money. Abso-freaking-lutely, right? My gosh. They could help other families, yes, find their loved ones, right? Families that appreciate that. Oh my gosh, and how could you not? The reports are the money is being refunded. Yeah, right. Oh, I'm going to be very interested to follow up on that. That is a cause I will speak loudly for sure. What's right is right sometimes, right? Yes. And Esther says, so freaking strange. All these recollections sound so contrived and seriously inconsistent. All terribly suspicious. You know what else is very inconsistent? Oh my gosh. In situations where we see someone like a Sami speaking, her verbal and nonverbal cues completely inconsistent. Clear indicator of deception. I'm going to show you some key ones. I've got to get to that, so I've got to keep moving here. We're going to get to that within, I don't know. This live stream won't be too long, so within an hour or so. Right. Right. So Marlena says, I'm banging on doors, demanding truthful answers. I'm searching till I literally pass out. I'm not accepting bullshit from these spoiled A55 kids. Where is my daughter and what happened? That is the only way any of us can imagine a mother reacting, right? The only way. And, you know, the people that found her, I mean, my God, a thank you at some point. I've thought really hard about this. I've gone there mentally as far as I can go, to the point where it's painful and I couldn't go any further, because your brain starts to protect yourself from imagining such terrible things happening to your own loved ones, right? But, so in trying to go there, I was thinking, well, maybe the lack of apology or expressions of gratitude is because, one of the last things that happened before, Kiely was recovered, which of course indicated to the world and to her mom, to her family, that she wasn't coming back, was that Adventures with Purpose arrived on the scene. So maybe, and Kiely's mom never saying thank you and being kind of nasty to those guys in general, maybe that was the connection that was being made. But again, I give teenagers a little bit of leeway, and I think that we should, because they are teenagers. Their brains have not developed. They make decisions in a different way than adults do. But I hold adults accountable for their behaviors, words, and actions. And I'm sorry, but in my opinion, hers leave a lot of legitimate questions. I'm going to keep playing this audio a little bit.
And just something that happened later in the party that was a small thing, and it started then. That would be helpful to know if she was where she was and who she left with after that.
So the thing that happened, you guys aren't making that public, though? You're not really talking about it? Are you able to say what happened, or?
I don't know. I guess I can say there's a fire that was started, like a bonfire that was started later in the evening. But when a lot of the people were there at the beginning of the party, there was no fire. And when I mentioned the fire, they said it started out later. So I said, did anybody see Kiely after the fire started when they were all sitting around? They said no. So they need to know who left before the fire started at the place than before.
Do you know if there's any like reportings that like anybody weird or sketchy out there, like, or anybody that stood out? Like, have you heard anything about anything like that? Amazing.
I'm hearing everything you're saying, and I'm not trying to save Sam's ass. I'm not trying to make problems. I'm trying to get the truth out. No, they don't know where I'm nervous. That's why I don't have very much service. So I only can say exactly what I have time to say before I have to call back again. No, they don't know where I'm nervous. That's why I don't have very much service. So I only can say exactly what I have to say before I have to call back again. No one is trying to save anybody Sam behind. I'm not trying to save Sam's behind. We just want to find Kiely. The party was going out of control. Yes, there were people from the Auburn, from the Bay Area, all the way to Reno and to Sacramento, the whole basin. We have short-term rentals up here that people come up and stay. If you have a short-term rental in Tahoe, call your neighbors, have them check your security cameras, have them check your garages. The car is not in the water. It's not. They've looked in the water. They've had divers. They've had everywhere else. And there's only one way in and one way out of the party. Most of the kids stayed overnight. Some of them left. The girls and guys do this all the time. They tell their parents, you're 16 years old, you get messed up, and then you stay where you land. And you get home the next morning. That's what we're trained to do. That's how we know how to do it.
Hi. Okay, I'm trying. Come on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Is it better? Maybe since you're calling me and I got it. How I know, Sam, I can hear you if I go onto your thing, but I can't hear you if I talk, you don't always come through because of the lag. So I can hear you when I go back onto your website. I can then see what's going on, but I can't necessarily hear you. I've known Sam for approximately 5 years, and she was good friends with my daughter. We've taken her camping. We've hung out with her before. She's been around my family. I know her very well. It's a small town that we live in, and so everybody does know everybody. A lot of these kids all know each other, but this was the problem, is that there is too many people that showed up. It was actually a boring party, and there was nothing going on, just drinking and lots of things that were happening at the party.
All right.
Welcome back to Watch the Session.
Okay. Does anyone want to come up on panel? We're going to have to listen to a little bit of that again. I didn't want to keep stopping it. So if any of you had not heard that section of that call in from this person who supposedly Meghan, she presented herself to be the mother of one of the teens, correct? When she called in originally on August 10th. And remember, that's a really important date because it was only August 5th to the 6th that Kiely went missing. So August 10th, this is really early in the case, early in the search. And as we continue to listen to her, just like Sami does, she seems to discourage people from searching in the Prosser Lake Reservoir area where Kiely was last known to be, her people seeing her, the phone ping, the phone call at 12:36, and ultimately where not law enforcement, but Adventures with Purpose recovered her vehicle and remains. Why in God's name is that? Oh, man. I am going to put the link to come up on panel in chat. If you would like to come up, just come up. It's all good. I'm not scared. I've already, well, knock on wood, never mind. I'm not going to finish that sentence. Yeah. Hi, Megan. Welcome. How are you? Megan says, this person sounds a lot like Sami. You know, in the videos that I posted over the last few days, a lot of people said that, and I hear the same. I don't know if it's like the vernacular up there, you know, up there in Truckee where everything's different. That's how we do up here. Maybe that's just how Truckees talk, since they're so special and different than the rest of the world, according to them. But yeah, it does. I do hear that as well. A lot of others do. A lot of other people do too. Let's see. Yeah. Misty Street says, she was definitely at the party, LOL. 16-year-old messed up. Stay wherever. WTF. Doesn't even sound right. Shaking my head. I'd be dragging my kid home if he ever attempted that. The whole thing just doesn't sound right. I mean, you know, there's liberal parents. Like, I know a lot of them. Some of my friends became very liberal parents when I was growing up. They were parents of my friends, not mine, that's for sure. Who are those very liberal, you know, kind of hippie-ish sort of, I don't know, this just kind of goes together, I guess, parenting style. But, you know, they're still responsible adults, parents who love their kids. Lines are drawn. And when they are not, it's called neglect. Seriously, though, people are ridiculous. Let's see. Right. I know this woman who's saying that she's a parent of one of the teens is like, it was actually a really boring party. Hi, Patina. Welcome. How are you? Points out, boring with 300 to 400 kids. Seriously, my God. Man. Oh, man. That's crazy. Right. Another great point. Whoops. Sami wanted to stay longer. Clearly, she wasn't bored, right?
This is Kelly bringing.
That was weird. Just make sure there's no audio. Okay. Hi, Hope. Let's see. Hope Douglas Greer. Welcome. How are you doing? Welcome to What's the Obsession Chat and Discussion. Hi, Lola Roo. How are you? And that rhymed. Great name. Hi, Huffy Gal. Welcome. How are you doing? Yeah, Huffy Gal says that she agrees with Pearl that it didn't sound boring with everything that they were doing. And, you know, there was clearly a lot that they were doing that Sami and others alluded to. I get you. I read between your lines. I was a teenager once. I know what you were doing. They weren't bored. Yeah. So Misty, this is a really good point too. Misty Street says, I find it interesting that a manner of death was determined 4 days after she was found, when a lot of stuff hadn't even come into play yet. That is very interesting, right? And the toxicology wasn't in at that time, correct? The full toxicology certainly was not. And that death certificate that is out and about, I didn't make a video including it. Death certificates, autopsies are just not something I tend to make material on for whatever reason. I kind of let the experts handle that material that I think should be handled with respect when we're talking about the ending of someone's life. I have no expertise in that area. And I mean, anyone that does material on that, it's totally your choice. I just don't feel comfortable with it, but I've examined the documents and their sources, and it's a legit certificate. Hi, Capricious TR. How are you? Hi, Anaphylaxis. So nice to see you. Thank you so much for the email. That was very kind of you to send that to me. We'll have to talk later. I'm really sorry that happened to Alan. I was actually getting teary when I was watching it this morning. I was like, that makes me so freaking sad. Hi, Jackie K. How are you doing? Welcome. Nice to see you here. Who wants to talk with slurred words? Totally. For 10 minutes longer. All right, let's see. Oh. So Edward says, Kiely's mom seems about as concerned as Cece's dad was after his family disappeared. Very kind of good point. I mean, as far as their degree of drama and their reaction or emotion, she didn't seem too shook up over this. I certainly observe that as well. Now, please understand, I am not saying that I am trying to make a connection or I think that Kiely's mom did anything to make her disappear or did anything to harm her. I don't believe that. However, her response, her reaction is abnormal. Now, I've had a lot of people comment on this channel on various videos saying, and all of you have been extremely polite, and thank you so much for, interacting that way. And I'm so sorry for your loss for those of you who I'm speaking about right now. But, people would share their experience saying, at some point, a few months ago, a few years ago, whenever it was, I lost a child. And, this is how I responded. And, I like reading those comments because it's always a good reminder that we're looking at everything, through our own filter with our own preconceptions and our own, we're looking at it with our own stuff, and people's experiences are different. Their personalities are different. Their behaviors are different. And I appreciate those comments big time. And comments like that always help me. And I'm sure other, people who are watching these videos have a more open mind about things. Still, even with those heartfelt comments, I do feel that there is a range of non-pathological emotional response to something as traumatic as your child going missing or your child dying. I don't want to go too far down that path right now. Hi, Double R. How are ya? And then I see Azine. I'm going to lay up in just 1 second, sweetheart. Glad you're coming up. My friend Double R says, what's the obsession? Here's what gets me about Sammy's bullshit. First, she says, really, no pics were taken because no one is on their phone. Then she states that her and Kiely go to Kylie's car to charge their phones. That's right. Okay. And as I've said several times, I work with teens every single day, like tons of them. So many of them, like I'm starting to feel like I'm teening. They do not put their phones down unless you physically tackle them. And when they have a choice to be holding their phone, especially when they're among peers and friends and fun things that might make for cool pictures, they're not putting their phones down. Bullshit. Let me bring Justice A through Z up on panel. They're not putting their phones down.
Hey, Kelly. Hi.
Let me bring Justice A through Z up on panel. So listen, could you please mute your
Hi. I was having an issue with
wait.
an echo or something.
Yeah. So wait, hold it. Just 1 sec. So are you guys getting an echo from me? Whoops. I'm going to mute you for a second. Don't unmute just for a sec. So without wait, I'm going to mute you again. Don't do anything. All right. Just 1 second, hon. So I'm not talking to Justice A through Z right now, but anyone else in chat, are you getting an echo when I'm talking or when I'm playing videos? Could you just let me know real quick? I want you guys to have a good audio experience. Let's see, just give me 1 second. Do me a favor and check the milk date in your fridge. What? Echo only from panelist. Okay, yeah, echo from guest. Okay, so listen, before we unmute you, so here's what you got to do, Justice A through Z. Whatever you got playing, like where you're watching this, of course you have the volume on because how else could you watch, right? Could you just either mute that screen or just shut it down altogether? Because if that's playing in the background, then we're going to get an echo. Hi, Truth Seeker. How are you? Welcome. Nice to see you. Hi, Tracy Wheeler. So,
can you hear me, Kiely?
Yes. We still have the echo. So you got to shut down.
It doesn't seem as bad.
It's you got wait. Well, I'm going to mute you again because it is kind of bad. So whatever you got playing in the background, because you're going to hear it through this now. So whatever you got playing in the background, I mean, like best practice really is to shut down all screens other than StreamYard. If you got the TV on, it's got to mute if it's playing this. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. I always hate walking people through this. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Sorry, just to say through Z, but let's see. All right, I'm going to try. Hi, Ara. How are you? Welcome, honey. Really glad to see you. Let's try again. I'm going to unmute you if I can. Oh, okay. Oh, she jumped on. Okay. She'll come back up. So she's come up before, so it's all good. Here, let me put the link back in chat. And if anyone else would like to come up, you're more than welcome. Oh, panel. How are you doing, Ara? It's great to see ya. Hi, Green Eyes. How are you? Welcome. Nice to see you also. And Billy Manic. Best practice, by the way. That's right. We like our best practices. It's an educator thing to say, isn't it? Oh my God. Blondie, I was like, what are you talking about? I read a message, in chat from Blondie. She's like, go check the date of the milk in your fridge. I was like, seriously? She's talking to her kid. That's so funny. All right, let's try to bring Justice A through Z back up. Hello. Hello.
I don't know why it's being so weird, Kiely.
Okay.
I don't have anything else on.
Okay. You're welcome. Nice to see you also. And that is so weird. Okay.
That's
yeah,
frustrating.
I know. Blondie, I was like, what are you talking about? Here, I gotta mute it because it's me talking from like 20 seconds ago. Oh man. I don't know. So see if you can figure it out. So you have to come on either, I'm sorry, your phone, your tablet, your computer. This StreamYard should maybe be the only thing open. I hate it when that happens. Yeah, because we're all clear on this end. Yeah, I'm sure of it. Okay. So please come back up if you can. Okay. So let's see. Hi, LA326, new watcher here. Welcome. I'm so glad you're here. Make yourself comfortable. Please feel at home. Hi, Prada. How are you? Says, has Sami ever stated who drove her home from the party? No, that's a great question. All right, let's get listening to some things here. So, oh, awesome. Well, good night, Cheyenne. I'm glad that you were able to stop by. I think you were asking, is it okay to say, who you think was involved? Next time you're here, let's definitely talk about that. I think I've gotten to the point where I actually would feel comfortable talking about that, which is not something I usually do. That's how strongly I feel. Man. Okay. So, let's see, what question do we have there? I want to go back to that. Yes. Yeah, Huffy Gal. We can watch that in a moment too. Here, let me start so I don't forget. She's talking about the interview. Well, let me just read it. Huffy Gal says, did anyone see the interview of mom repeatedly apologizing to Kiely over and over, saying, I'm so sorry, Kiely, please come back home. Just wondering what anyone's take is on that. I would love to tell you my take on that. I'm going to start. Let's see. Okay, so here we go. Has Sami ever stated who drove her home from the party? Let's find out. I gotta hop to a different video actually. Yes, I'm gonna go stop here. Oops. Okay. Let me start so I don't forget. Hey, how are you doing?
Hey,
Still echoing.
Is-
I don't know why.
it's still all weird. I don't understand.
I know, I don't either.
I don't think it's me, but do you know if it's you, Kelly?
It's not. You've got to have something open, girl. There's got to be something open behind.
I'm
There's got it.
gonna-
There just has to be.
Let's see.
Okay, we'll just let her keep coming back up because I'd love to hear what she has to say. It feels weird being like, no, I know it's not me. But in this case, I do because I've had to work through that problem so many times. That's the only reason why I can tell you with a degree of certainty. So, all right. Let's see. So many things to choose from. Yeah. I'll go this one. Just give me a moment here. Okay. So, you know what? It's just going to take 3 minutes to get there. I'm just going to play this through. And we're going to get to your question, Prada, about did Sami ever say who brought her home that night? So many obvious questions. We just have zip, zero, zilch answers to. It's weird.
To me, I cannot name who did, but it says the Truckee Facebook missing persons groups are on fire with speculation about what happened to Kiely. Thing is that some of it may not be speculation. It may be real clues as to what happened. The party, 200 plus, fact is there was a lot of drinking and drugging. Reported fights, some disturbing behavior between Kiely and a girl named minutes before the party suddenly breaking up. And then cars started flying out of the parking lot. Something bad happened and all the kids' parents told them not to get involved. You may want to keep in mind that there's a possibility of what happened to Kiely could be more sinister, and there was a panic. I knew, I feel the same way. A kid goes missing after attending a party of 200 to 300 people. There's always, most likely, something that happened at that party. Someone knows something. Someone possibly did something. It's an accurate and fair assessment to make. Not only one person knows, but multiple people know.
I was the last person to see her and talk to her, actually. She called me at 12:36 in the morning asking if I still needed a ride home from the party.
Okay, I'm sorry. I never looped back to this. So this is where I was saying that I believe if it was a better shot of Sami's mug, I think I'd feel pretty comfortable telling you with a high degree of certainty. You can see indicators of contempt on her face when she says I keep forgetting what the exact words were. Just here.
Even though about 10 minutes before that, I had told her, like, I'm leaving. I already have another ride because I didn't want to drive home with her.
I didn't want to drive home with her.
The ride because I didn't want to drive home with her. drive home with her at the ride because I didn't want to drive home with her.
So what I see there is contempt and disgust. I don't want to go into that super deeply right now because there's a lot in this short, like 4-minute video I want to get to. I'm going to try to circle back to it though.
And so I had told her that, but she still ended up calling me at 12:36 asking if I needed a ride, and she sounded just really drunk, I guess.
Everything you're saying. And
Good.
I'm not trying to save Sam's ass. I'm not trying to make problems. I'm trying to get the truth out. No, they don't know where I'm nervous.
Now, what's interesting about this is when you listen to the whole video, now Mel he's a great interviewer. He has a great presence. He's very steady. He's very stable. He's very in control of, the direction of whatever is going on in his channel as a rule. This is no different, right? So he didn't ask her, and hi, Jody. It's great to see you, sweetheart, by the way. He didn't ask this so-called Meghan person anything that was confrontational, anything that was accusatory towards Sami or any other Truckee teen or herself. He didn't ask her anything that would make her say, by prompting her, I'm not trying to save Sami's ass. That was like out of the sheer freaking blue sky.
That's why I don't have very much service. So I only can say exactly what I have.
Wait. And then she says, I don't have a lot of service, so I have to say exactly what I can say. And then, she basically says, hey, listen, dude, I've got an agenda. I'm going to try to be like Ninja and act like I don't have an agenda because I'm taking you for a freaking idiot, and all of your viewers and all of the public and everybody in the United States of America who has a stake in the justice system. I think you're all a bunch of freaking idiots. So I'm going to pretend like I don't have an agenda, even though it is the most obvious thing. Perhaps it's come across your plate today, right? I can't stand this woman.
I'm not trying to make problems. I'm trying to get the truth out. No, they don't know where I'm nervous. That's why I don't have very much service. So I only can say exactly what I have time to say before I have to call back again. No, they don't know where I'm nervous. That's why I don't have very much service. So I only can say exactly what I have time to say before I have to call back again.
So I can only say exactly what I have time to say. I'm kind of nervous, so I can only say exactly what I have time to say.
No one is trying to save anybody Sam behind. I'm not trying to save Sam's behind.
Nobody is trying to save anyone Sam's behind. They do this all over the place. Listen to that again.
No one is trying to save anybody Sam behind.
Nobody's trying to save anyone Sam's behind. Please, people.
I'm not trying to save Sam's behind. We just want to find Kiely.
I had talked with Kiely, and I had known she was going beforehand. We hadn't planned on going together, and we ended up not going together. She came with her best friend, Mags Larson. Magdalene, sorry, is her first name.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, and so she came with her, drove in with her, and then Mags ended up leaving about 10 minutes into the party with her boyfriend, Ross, Mags's boyfriend, and told Kiely goodbye and everything. And they were never planning on like leaving together or staying together at the party. They just went to the party together because they were hanging out earlier in the day. And then I saw her the second she got there, and from that moment on, we were pretty much seen together all around the party. We would break off for mere moments from each other to go talk to other people or to go do other things, but we would always come back to each other. We were just going around the party. We were drinking the same drinks, being teenagers, throwing glow sticks into the party, and it started to grow really big. I would say around 10 to 10:30. So then Kiely and I were going around taking shots and just drinking. We were trading drinks with each other. We were sharing drinks with each other. We would go back to her car to get some alcohol sometimes. And then,
did you guys see the video I put out yesterday about, this is one of the clips of Sami about how and when I put this out, I knew it was going to be an overgeneralization. There's going to be some like personal kind of pushback as far as I'm concerned, just because I like to be really clear about things and I don't like to put things out there that are ambiguous. But did you guys see that video? Just let me know yes or no in chat. I don't, if you didn't, that's cool. I'm not going to feel offended if you did. I don't want to repeat. Let's sorry. Call sticks the party. Oh my gosh. Yeah. It does not, you're right, truth seeker. It does not always. So, okay. So this is what it's touching upon. So truth seeker correctly says, and this is why truth seeker, I think you can probably get that, you know, this whole concept is a little nuanced for a 10-minute video. I tried. I did my best. So True Seeker says, looking up to the right is visual construct. It doesn't always indicate dishonesty. Yeah, that's right. Let's see, Ara. She said she was the last person to see or talk to Kiely. In my opinion, she just admitted her guilt. Oh, gosh. I'm sorry, Justice A through Z. I would love for you to come up. I'm sorry. Can you shut down everything and just open, oh, or what if I text you the link? Can you get on your phone? Okay, so several things going on here. So Ara says, oh, well, let's see. So LA326 was agreeing with Ara, saying that she had just admitted her guilt by saying, these are really important points here. So again, Ara says, she said she was the last person to see or talk to Kiely. In my opinion, she just admitted her guilt. You know, okay, so possibly, but you know, at the very least, we know that it is protocol with law enforcement that, you know, there's like a saying, and there's protocol that follows about the last person who saw someone who is now missing or was found out to be a murder victim. That person, along with, you know, a lover or spouse, is going to be your number one suspect. So why is she the little helper elf? Yes. Hi, Honeybee. Honeybee says, we went to the car to lie, then walked around and lied. Then I keep lying and we lied on the same drink. Then I lied to find a ride and lie. I know, I'm so with you. She may as well just be saying that. That strikes me as really funny. So this is exactly it, I think, in my opinion. So Hope Douglas Greer says, Sami is creating a narrative to avoid looking guilty of something. I absolutely think that is what is going on. And that person, Megan, who called in, tried so hard to echo her sloppy narrative, and they both fail. Justice A through Z, absolute duper delight. You can spot it several times on this person. Oh, goodness gracious. See. LA326 says, even when she explains what she would say if Kiely could see the interview, she pauses several times and stumbles on her words. Yes, she does. Let's see. Rick the Explorer, I think you're on to something. Welcome, by the way, says reckless endangerment, negligent homicide. Ding, 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 ding. True Seeker says, don't get me wrong, I detect deception in Sami's case. No, I get you. Hey, and listen, you make a really, really good point. Like, you know, as I was just mentioning, you know, detecting deception or truthfulness or evaluating verbal and nonverbal cues in a person is more nuanced and can be explained in a short video. But I do my best to explain what I know, which of course is limited. And then sometimes people become interested and they go and seek out sources that, you know, have more information. And that's just kind of how it works. So we all, but do our best. But I really appreciate what you said. And you're totally right, True Seeker. She knew they would. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm going to go back just a few seconds here. Then I'm just going to listen, guys. I'm just going to play through for a little bit. There's so much to talk about. Holy cow. Man, I just tried to leave Sammy alone. It's like she's a teenager. I don't want to get involved with speculating about teenagers, but it's there. It's just all there. It's right here.
I had talked with Kiely and I had known she was going beforehand. We hadn't planned on going together and we ended up not going together. She came with her best friend Mags Larson. Magdalene, sorry, is her first name.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, and so she came with her, drove in with her, and then Mags ended up leaving about 10 minutes into the party with her boyfriend Ross, Mags's boyfriend, and told Kiely goodbye and everything. And they were never planning on like leaving together or staying together at the party. They just went to the party together because they were hanging out earlier in the day. And then I saw her the second she got there, and from that moment on, we were pretty much seen together all around the party. We would break off for mere moments from each other to go talk to other people.
All right, I'm going to make a liar out of myself. I'm sorry. I've got to do it. So the way that she phrases a lot of things is not natural. It's not natural, you know, in the way that people converse or speak or, you know, answer questions in an interview. And it's also not natural to the special dialect of the special people of Truckee or what we can gather of Sammy's baseline. For example, when she says,
they're all around the party. We would break off for mere moments from each other to go talk to other people or to go do other things, you know, but we would always come back to each other. We were just going around the party. We were drinking the same drinks, being teenagers, throwing glow sticks into the party. And it started to grow really big, I would say around.
There's a lot there, but I had to go back a little further.
Go talk to other people or to go do other things, you know, but we would always come back to each other. We were just going around the party. We were drinking the same drinks out there. And from that moment on, we were pretty much seen together all around the party.
Okay. And she repeats this time and time again. We were pretty much seen together all around the party. So her recollection of, you know, this party and spending time with Kiely and, you know, being with Kiely for a lot of that party and her explaining it is done so in an extremely contrived, not natural, conversational way. When you're talking about spending time with somebody, you know, oh yeah, Zena and I, we were at the party together. We spent a whole lot of the night together. Like, you know, wherever I went, like there she was, you know, and we popped a squat together and I was wearing my my bodysuit. So spaghetti straps and snappy thing, whatever, all that whole thing. But anyway, but you don't say this.
Moment on, we were pretty much seen together all around the party.
We were seen together all around the party. Now, from my estimate, this is her main characterization of the time that she spends with Kiely at this party as she's telling it to, you know, news sources, media, and we don't know what she says really to investigators, but definitely this pervy dude. From that point on, we were seen together all around the party. She's not talking about an experience of spending time with somebody. She's talking about the experience of creating a narrative and or an alibi.
Would break off for mere moments from each other to go talk to other people or to go do other things, you know, but we would.
So read. Although people might tell you there were moments when we were not seen right next to one another, I assure you it was just for mere moments, very short time. And then we were right back together where we were seen together all night long. See what she's doing?
We would always come back to each other. We were just going around the party. We were drinking the same drinks, being teenagers, throwing glow sticks into the party. and it started to grow really big.
So I want to know what you guys think about her repeating that they were drinking the same drinks. They were sharing drinks. She says this also time and time again. I'm going to keep playing it. I have some thoughts. I want to know what you guys think first before I poison your minds.
I would say around 10 to 10:30. So then Kiely and I were going around taking shots and just drinking. We were trading drinks with each other. We were sharing drinks with each other. We would go back to her car to get some alcohol sometimes, and then we went to her car to charge her phone, and we were talking about just random stuff, and then it's kind of hard to remember. And so, or no, we were talking about her texting her mom and her charging her phone and stuff, and just about the party in general. And then we had a few other friends in the car, and then we all decided to go back to the party, and we were around in there for a bit. I had asked her for a ride home when we were in the car because my ride was leaving and I wanted to stay at the party longer. And so then we ended up splitting up in the party because I went to go find another ride when we got back into the party after leaving the car, so that we could sorry, my mind is in a moment.
No, that's okay. Noah in the chat wants to ask you.
Covered in cameras. There's not a lot of cameras out there.
Shady Jones wants to ask you, on your last call, did she let you know who the quote unquote friend was that was?
Okay. So, well, I don't know, Prada, I don't think this was actually exactly your question. So what he asked was, on that last call, did Kiely let you know who quote unquote that friend was that was taking her home, right?
Driving her home?
Yeah, so this is a common misconception. She was not being driven home, and she was not.
Well, for the love of God, set us straight, Sammy. You are the epitome of truth, obviously.
Not driving. So, okay. At the end of the party, when I saw her, she was supposed to give me a ride home because I had asked her to give me a ride home because I wanted to stay later. I then realized later in the party that I believe she was drunk, and I knew she was drunk, and so I did not want her to be driving me home, because I know about drunk drivers and all that, and so
well, you know what? I've just got to say right here. So I'm just going to get my soapbox for a second. Please excuse me. Well, you know what, Sammy? Then at the very least, you are an absolute selfish bitch because she's too drunk to drive you home. Then why aren't you looking out for your friend? For the love of God, what is wrong with these people?
Smart.
Yeah, and
it's not smart, and you're a perv. Whatever. Sorry. I don't like this guy.
Figured she would be staying there, or she would find a ride home because she's a smart girl. She's smart enough to know. She's smart, and so then I found her as I was leaving the party. I was making sure to find her to tell her that I had another ride home, and that I loved her and I wanted to say bye and for her to have fun at the party. And then when I left the party, we were pretty much on 89 with my ride, and she called me as I was in the car in the passenger seat, and she was like, "Hey."
Wait a minute. So listen very carefully here, okay? So everyone tune in. It's going to be about 20 to 25 seconds, okay?
And she called me as I was in the car in the passenger seat, and she was like, "Hey, where are you?" And she called me as I was in the car in the passenger seat, and she was like, "Hey, where are you? Do you still need a ride home?" And I was like, "No, I'm okay. Like, I'm in the car right now. I'm getting driven home now."
Oh, I kind of gave it away because I repeated that. So she says, in the car, I was in the passenger seat. Who the hell includes that in the story? Someone calls me. So envision this. You're on your way home, going home from somewhere. Somebody's giving you a ride. You get a phone call. You're explaining to somebody, yeah, I picked up that call. And are you going to say, yeah, and I was in the passenger seat? And then, oops, slip up Sammy, slips up.
I'm in the car right now. I'm getting driven home now.
I'm in the car. I'm getting driven home. She nearly said 2 syllables of the word driving. What do you think of this?
Do you still need a ride home? And I was like, "No, I'm okay. Like, I'm in the car right now. I'm getting driven."
Oh. What do you guys think of that? Let me see if I can bring Zena up. Oh, she's not there anymore. Let's see. If anyone would like to come up, there is a link to panel. Hi, Morning Dove. Welcome. How are you doing? Hi, Kitty Witty. How's it going? Yeah, Billy Maniac, I saw your comment about lawyer. Crappy lawyer. Well, her mom's a lawyer, right? Yeah, probably. But I think the lawyer probably had more faith in her than she proved that he or she should, right? Oh, gosh. Hi, Jamie. Welcome. How are you doing? Yeah, Sami is an absolutely god-awful, freaking horrendous friend who's going to hell. I don't know. She's a terrible friend, terrible friend. Let's see. Well, let me keep playing this actually.
Driven home now. In the car right now. I'm getting driven home now. In the car right now. I'm getting driven home now. But Kiely did not have a set ride home, and I was under the impression that she would either sleep there or find another ride home. And it was not known that anybody was going to give her a ride home. She was not, when she called me, she was not in a car. I could hear the party and many people talking in the background.
Yeah, so this, guy goes on to say, oh, your parents should be very proud of you, Sami. Yeah, your parents should be proud of you that you left your inebriated friend at a party of 300 to 400 people, mostly strangers, lots of them older, with drugs that you don't normally do, out in the middle of the woods with no known ride home. I hope mommy and daddy are very proud of Sami.
Oh, wow. If there's anything you could say to Sami right now, what would you say to her?
It's Kiely, just by the way, but if Kylie's out there watching
I'm
this,
sorry, Kiely, I apologize.
Don't worry.
My mind's going 1,000 miles an hour. It's just, this is very emotional,
Yeah.
but no, I'm sorry, Kiely.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's totally fine. If Kiely were out here watching this, I would just want to know, we are doing everything to try and find her. We are making this go worldwide. We will find her. We will find what is happening, and we just want her home. We don't want to get anybody in trouble. We just want her home. We love her, and we would do anything to see her again. I just want to drink a boba with her again and laugh and tell the story. And when I see her, I'm going to absolutely tackle her to the ground, but I'm going to give her the most love that she's ever felt. And I hope she knows she's loved. This whole community is looking for her. The whole world at this point is looking for Kiely. Kiely, if you're out there and you can hear this, please fight. Keep fighting. Don't give up. We are coming. We are working. We will not stop working. I will stay up day and night. I have her completely. We want you home. We just want you home.
I personally think I see when she says, we want you home, I think I see some negating head shaking as in the universal head movement for no, but we can go into that another day. I don't know, man. This is crazy stuff. Let's see. That's right. Never leave behind a friend. Let's see. Zav Girl said, hi, Chris. Welcome. How are you? Excuse me. Chris says, Zav Girl said she actually contacted the camper. She didn't contact Zav. Are you speaking of this Meghan person? I'm picking up kind of in a conversation I wasn't able to follow along on, but I'm just curious. Yes, Tracy Wheeler. He reminds me of another perv I know too. I know exactly who you're talking about. Yeah. All right, let me get down to current times. Yes, you guys are catching so many good things. So Edward asks, has anyone come forward to state that they were the one that drove Sami home? Not that we know of, Edward. You think these would just be facts that would be, I don't know. Man. Hi, Ocean's daughter. Welcome, my friend. I'm so happy to see you here. It's been a while. Aw, welcome. Yeah, right, Marlena. Kiely didn't have a set ride home, so I'm just going to leave her behind because I love her so much. Yeah, no, doesn't work for us. Might work for Kiely's mom, might work for your mommy, might work for law enforcement, but not us here at Watts the Obsession and a lot of other true crime YouTubers. No, we don't believe you. We know better. Oh my gosh. Great point, Misty. Misty Shree says, that goes back to Lindsay saying from the start, Kiely doesn't get drunk and they have a relationship where Kiely knew her mom would pick her up if necessary. Yeah, well, we definitely know of all of the words that these seemingly dishonest, deceptive people are saying, that some of them certainly are true because they all don't fit together nicely. Unless maybe we just don't understand because we're not from Truckee, remember, you know? Oh, man. Tammy says, what do you guys think about the mother being so mad at AWP? We're talking, this came up on a recent live stream on this channel, and let's see, DC Primetime was up on panel. She's such a sweetheart. She had a cold. She was under the influence of cold medication, her and her whole family. She was very tired, she was feeling very sweet, and I think she wanted to go snuggle her with the kids. They were all sick. And she was suggesting that perhaps and I've heard this from others, so sorry, DC Primetime, I'm thinking of you as I'm remembering this, that, perhaps Lindsay, Kiely's mother, was upset because there's this thing that said that some of the footage, the underwater footage that was taken, somebody or some bodies was able to unblur. And in doing so, the image that could be seen would be very difficult for Kiely's loved ones to look at, right? Now, I've also heard that Michelle After Dark, who I said I respect and I'd always bet the ranch on her, said something like she had seen that video. Okay, this might be the only time I doubt Michelle After Dark. There's some things that really truly cannot be unblurred. And I just find it really hard to believe that Adventures with Purpose would be so careless in this regard. So anyway, the reason that Kiely's mom was mad at Adventures with Purpose was because she saw something terrible when some other creator chose to unblur their footage. I don't think that's the case. So I was thinking about that after the fact, and I remembered that I had a post from Kiely's mom right after Kiely had been found. In fact, I had saved it. It said Lindsay. I didn't even know who Lindsay was at the time. It's on my other computer, which I'm going to boot up because I had a couple of them, and one of them I haven't seen around very much. Let me just go grab it real quick. It's right here. Boop, 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 up, boop, up. Computer. There we go. Okay. And it did say something to the effect that she said that Adventures with Purpose did not contact her, after they found the vehicle and Kiely, which wasn't really the case at all. They contacted the people they had the contact information for, and one of the people they contacted the mother. So nobody really knows why. That was a really long-winded answer that didn't say much. Sorry about that. Right. Ara, excellent point. So what Ara is saying here would be an example of a behavior or a statement or a reaction that, you know, could possibly come from Sami that at this point would, you know, fall into the range of something that would be expected, that wouldn't raise those waving red flags, you know, that would just be kind of, I hate to use the word normal, but here I'm going to use it normal. She never says, Kiely, I miss you. I'm sorry for leaving you at the party. I miss my best friend, right? No, nothing like that. In fact, when she does say something about Kiely that has, emotion on the bill of sale, at least, like, you know, and I just want to tell her I love her, you know, it, to me, it comes off as being very forced and disingenuous. What do you guys think? Honeybee says she gets nervous when speaking about Kiely because she knows that she's speaking about someone who is dead. Let's see what Tony Rose asked. So Tracy Wheeler says to Tammy Watts' question that she posed a little while ago, says to Tammy Watts, I think the mom was mad because Adventures with Purpose took her hope of her girl still being alive. I think that that's possible. Let's see. Hi, Ellen. How are you? So Ellen says, it gets very interesting when you realize law enforcement who his son was there, and Kate's dad is a sheriff also. Project Veritas did a whole thing on corruption in Truckee law enforcement. Sami is up to her eyes in this. And then they have the coroner, who's also the sheriff, who's also the county clerk or something. And I understand they really, truly are all administrative positions. I live in a very small community, and I know that in my small community, that would not happen. I think that would, I live in New York State too, where I think laws are, you know, we stick to them. I don't know. I was thinking this was in Denver, who's very loosey-goosey. I don't really know about California too much these days, but I don't know. Megan probably drove her home. Oh, goodness. All right, I'm going to get up to current comments here. Wait, I saw a good one I want to read. Hi, Sarah. How are you? So Sarah says, I just caught a little bit of this, but I think so. Sami is such a freaking narcissist. That wasn't the part I read, but maybe. She's guilty of something and everyone knows it. What was she jealous of Kiely being smart, graduating with honors, as opposed to the party queen herself? I think she was jealous of Kiely. I think that we see disgust, contempt, and jealousy from her personally. And it's not to say that she is a murderer or, but it certainly speaks to something. Hi, Stephen. How are you? Misty Street says, with how quickly the death certificate was issued, she believes it's possible that the manner of death is an accident, because that was the manner. Oh my gosh, I'm getting tired. I just had a moment. Due to an overdose. There has been a lot of speculation about that. You know, people have said, you know, fentanyl is a huge problem in that area. Fentanyl is a huge problem a block away, a mile away, 10 miles away. You know, fentanyl is a really big problem. Please, parents, tell your children to never, ever, ever. My son is turning 14 next week. This terrifies me, to never take a pill, anything from anyone else. I'm always telling my son and his friends, I'm like, do you know that 3 grains of fentanyl can kill you? You know, like, or I'm sorry, like as much fentanyl as 3 like grains of salt or whatever they're called. It's terrifying. It's possible. Unfortunately, it's always possible. It's terrifying. Yes, there was a lot of twitches too. Tony, I noticed that as well. Has anyone listened to any of the ITC videos of Kiely Rodni? ITC, what is that? It's fine. You can mention, I like to support other channels. You can mention whatever channel you want. It's okay. Is that a channel? I don't even know. Hi, Aaron on the side of caution. This sounds in line with me, with what I'm gathering from Sami, from her verbal and nonverbal communication with the world. Aaron says, I heard that Sami planned to embarrass Kiely. I'm looking more into this. Aaron, it's funny that you say that, because I didn't hear that that was a plan, but I have that story in my head as being a strong possibility. And I can't remember specifically what triggered that, but I bet it's in my notebook. I'm going to look in that and let's compare notes, because maybe there's something there. Hi, Julie. Welcome. How are you? Julie says, why do you think her mom protects her friends? They're good kids. Stop harassing them type stuff. That is a really good question. It doesn't make any sense to me. You know, at first, when I saw this behavior, I thought it could make sense. I related this mom to the mother of a friend of mine whose brother passed away when he was 16. And she became very attached to the friends and still is. About 25, 30 years later. But then when I kind of looked at the difference between the behavior in the 2 women, my friend's mom and this mom, there's a distinct difference in the behavior. One is like, oh, that's so sad. And one is like, that's so weird, right? Oh, can you hear now? Let's see. Aaron said you can't hear. Can everyone hear? You got audio? Okay. I think this is very possible. Welcome. I think Sami was jealous of her getting more attention from the boys. Sami does come off as being that type of a person. Yeah, this is a good point. So, hi, Tennessee Sweetheart. Welcome. Tennessee Sweetheart says, I'm the mother of 2. Unless mine snuck out to a party, that would be the only way. I would never allow it. And if I knew one of my kids were out at a party, I would go get them. Yeah. 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 And I don't know. The mom fell asleep. I mean, you know, that's not a crime. Can't blame her for that. But, you know, you think about these things. If I just feel like if my child was at a party and it was this big, you know, end of the year senior send off, and, you know, all these people are saying, you know, us Truckee people, us Truckee moms, us Truckee families, this is how we roll. We get drunk and we pass out in the woods and we wake up to the stars and trees. And if you knew that's what was going on and your kid was going to get wasted, especially knowing that there are things like the immense danger of fentanyl out there, somebody could not even have the intention of taking a drug and overdose from fentanyl. It's a huge, huge, huge public health issue right now, public safety issue. It's just like, you fell asleep, man. You fell asleep, really? I don't know. Guess it's not a crime, right? Oh, yeah. Sorry about that, Aaron. Hope the audio gets fixed. Okay, let's see. Hi, Cindy. Welcome. How are you doing? Hi, Tony. Oh, wait. I already said hi to him, but hi again, Tony. Cindy says, hey, Truckee. I hope you all like worldwide attention because you got it. You reap what you sow. Yeah, Truckee. And by the way, the attention you're getting is we really kind of think you suck. I'm going to speak for myself. I'm not impressed with these people at all. Oh, okay. So Dorothy clarified a question I asked earlier saying ITC is how spirits can communicate with the living. Oh, gotcha. Oh my gosh. Does anyone watch Meghan C? Holy cow. Meghan C is, I guess he's the only creator that I watch that does, kind of a paranormal thing. I've had paranormal experiences myself, very profound ones. Some I've talked about on this channel in relation to working on the Watts case that were probably some of the scariest I've experienced. But I just don't really watch it a lot on TV or on YouTube. But Meghan C, I absolutely love. I give him a lot of credibility. I think he's for realza, like Michelle After Dark. And I don't know what I was doing the other day. I think I was actually taking a nap. I had a really bad cold. I think I was taking a nap, which is rare. And it just came on YouTube and I like perked up right away. He did a spirit box session on the Kiely Rodni case. And guys, if you haven't seen it yet, unless you're just like, I don't do that kind of thing, watch it. It was pretty, I thought it was intense. Oh, okay, Aaron. Awesome. Glad you're back. Let's see, I got to read that out loud. Fluffy Muppet says, I think if drugs are serious, teen drinking were normal, serious substance abuse was rampant with the adults. Like in a lot of places, that skews people's emotions, reactions, and priorities. That is such a good point, Fluffy Muppet. I'm sorry, it's getting a little late. It was a puppet, but I know it's Muppet. That's such a good point. Drug use, drug abuse, and drug addiction absolutely changes the way people perceive things, their pain tolerance, both, physical and emotional, and their actual and perceived reaction to the world around them. That's a really good point. Yeah. Tony Rowe says, homeschooled both my boys, one in college, congratulations. Now and one grown, congratulations, you did good. And a big hell no to the no on that one as well. No way, no how, no ma'am. We want to take care of our babies. Oh, I know something I do want to say. Oh, this drives me insane. This is like kind of hurting my ear. I gotta take these out for a minute. So the bracelet. Some people have made a big to-do about these bracelets that, and it's true, you can see a similar bracelet on similar or same style bracelet on Kiely, on Sami, on Meg. Sorry, my ears and my nose, everything just started itching. And, I've heard a lot of people say different things about this. Oh, does that mean something? Does it mean they were, I've heard all kinds of things. Guys, let me tell you something. Did I tell you I work with teens all day, all teens, everything? Probably about half of the girls have the exact same bracelet. It's just like a fad. Like way back when I was a little kid, it was the jelly bracelets. You guys remember those? Is anyone old enough to remember those? So it's just a fad. Everyone wears the bracelets. Teens wear those bracelets. It means nothing. I assure you. Nothing. The bracelets mean nothing. Stop talking about it. I think this is true as well. So Justice A through Z says, I think that the Lake Tahoe communities distance themselves from Truckee. So yeah, I have been to Lake Tahoe a couple times. I haven't gone in the past, well, since COVID for sure. And I think the year before, but I used to take a trip out west to go skiing and snowboarding both, like every 2 years or so with my boyfriend that I had been with for a long time. We used to do it like every 2 years. So Tahoe was a place we ended up in a couple times. And I do recall going to some smaller, I guess it would be like towns around Tahoe. And I remember Truckee being there, and we never went there. And we spent a decent amount of time there on I think 3 trips. How do I say this without sounding like a jerk? If there was anything to see in Truckee, I would have gone there when I was right next door and traveling around and going to different mountains and doing different things. You know, that's what we were doing. We were traveling in that area. So yeah, I think that sounds right. Oh, cool. Tony says Mexi is the first YouTuber I started watching. That's awesome. Billy says, parties in the woods are normal for high school kids there. Yeah. See, I live in upstate New York. Same here. Yeah. They're not so special. You watched the Mexi? What'd you think of it, Green Eyes? Oh, okay. So Peggy says that the bracelet thing became a big deal after a psychics revealed someone took Kylie's jewelry. Oh, the bracelet's not a big deal though, but maybe that's not. So cute. Okay, you know what? Here. Actually, if anyone does want to come up, let me share that again. Guess what, guys? What's the Obsession started. First video, I think, went up. I think it was May 26th of 2021. So under a year and a half old. We just hit 20,000 subscribers today. Thank you guys so much for supporting the channel and being part of it. Well, you guys are the channel, so thank you so much. That was kind of awesome. I didn't even know it was coming, so I was like, cool.
What she means when she says certain things like, I was the last person to talk. So she declined. What does she mean when she says she's maybe the last person to have seen Kiely? Now, Kiely Rodni case, I want to know what's up with Sami Smith. I want to know what she means when she says certain things like, I was the last person to talk to Kiely. Okay. That Kiely offered her a ride home. She had another ride. She didn't want to drive with her drunk friend, so she declined. What does she mean when she says she's maybe the last person to have seen Kiely? Now, tell me if I'm wrong, but usually the last person to have seen someone who ends up being deceased is the number one suspect in the investigation that follows an unattended death. Why isn't Sami being investigated? Or is she being investigated and we just don't all know about it? My other concern with this news clip is the reporter says Kiely's mother makes a tearful plea. I don't see any tears. I know while covering the Watts case, an investigator said, an FBI profiler said in a special that was created, that there's a saying in law enforcement. And basically it's like, if there's not snot, then something's off. So if somebody is making the sounds of crying, if they're contorting their face like they're crying, but you do not see any fluid, then something is not right, because that person is not crying. Not only do we not see tears or snot on Lindsay Newman, Kiely's mother, her eyes are not red and swollen.
I think I got her last name wrong there. It's Neiman, right? Sorry.
And listen, I'm not saying that she did anything to harm her daughter, but this is just very strange, guys. It's very, very strange. Please listen to this and leave a comment letting me know what you think. We definitely want to hear what you think.
We all are just praying that she's okay and that she knows that everybody is looking for her. So this one says a $10,000 reward. I'll show it to you a little bit more clear.
Her friend Sami Smith is the last person to talk to her at a senior farewell party at Prosser Reservoir Campground.
We were both at the party together. We were going around together. We were like a little pair. Everybody kind of saw us together. We would split off for moments.
Photos show Rodni in a graduation dress. She had recently graduated early from Forest Charter School. Rodni's mother released this tearful plea through the Placer County Sheriff's Office.
If you know anything about where she might be, if you have any ideas or thoughts, please come forward and share them.
Okay, now listen. I really don't want a dog on the mom here. I really don't, okay? But I just need to bring attention to this and then we can move on if you'd like. So the reporter says mom made a tearful plea, but what I observe prominently is the absence of tears or any other body fluid, but yet still the contorted face.
Dress. She had recently graduated early from Forest Charter School. Rodni's mother released this tearful plea through the Placer County Sheriff's Office.
If you know anything about where she might be, if you have any ideas or thoughts, please come forward and share them.
I have the last call to her. And
guys, hold it. Wait a minute. Let me bring Liardi up. Liardi, my friend, my genius, my friend. I'm good. How are you doing? Welcome.
Good. Well, I came up. Well, first I wanted to say thank you for having me up.
Of course. Look at your beautiful picture this time. Aw.
Yeah, my picture came up. Anyway, I have a boy and a girl. They're both educated, successful, married. But they were teenagers at one time. And my son, when he was in high school, a very close friend of his used to hang out at our house all the time in the pool. He would go with us away on the weekends, like we'd ride horses and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And this one time he says, nah, I'm going to stay and hang with, the other kids, So, of course, my son had to come with us.
Wait, Liardi, I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry about this, but I just blocked that person. So I have no idea who would come into my chat and write such a horrific word.
What they write? I wasn't reading.
The N word all stretched out down the chat.
What? Why would that
Yeah.
happen?
So I know. So I don't know why.
Anyway,
Anyway, just
yeah,
obviously, guys, just let's
terrible.
see.
You
It
have
is
such a nice
terrible.
channel. I don't know why people have to be mean like that.
I
But anyway,
know.
I'm making a long story short. My
No,
son,
no, I'm
he
sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just want to let people know
was,
I was taken care of.
yeah, TJ was murdered. His name was TJ. That's what
Your
we called
son?
him. No, my son's very close friend.
Oh.
And this kid was very popular in school, very well liked. This was devastation with the high school. Social workers came in, therapy. When I see, I'm not saying Sammy did anything. I'm not. But I know how my son reacted, how all the kids in school reacted, how the social workers came in,
Right.
therapy had to be given. You know, my son was 14, 15 at the time, or 16 in high school. Sophomore or junior, I believe he was. And I just don't see the devastation of the loss of this child.
Right.
And I don't
No,
understand
I don't see it
how
either.
so many of the kids were on the news. Everybody's crying, vigils, the whole shebang. I mean, so I'm looking at this young girl and I just don't see, I don't think they were close friends based on what I'm seeing at all.
No,
That's
I don't
all.
think so either. I don't think so either. Yeah.
And
No,
another
I don't.
thing, there's no way in heck. I mean, I was total mama bear. No way in heck am I going to sleep. If my daughter was out and says, "Mom, I'm on my way home," I'm outside waiting.
I
If my
know. I'm
daughter's
glad.
not
I'm
there
glad
at
you
that
said
minute,
that. I know.
I'm in my car. I'm in my car looking.
I know. I agree.
I could not sleep unless my kids are home, snug in bed.
I agree. And
I'm not knocking the mother. Every mother's different. I'm just saying me, how I am. If my child is in the woods, first of all, that wouldn't happen. My daughter would not have even asked if she could go to a party. She knows mommy's saying no. Have a few friends over here, and you can have a party right here at home.
Oh, that's
17 with that big car and go into the woods. She wasn't even dressed for the weather. I just don't get this whole thing.
Yeah, no, I know. It was I know. It was strange. And I'm gonna be, I'm feeling a little like I just want to say what's on my mind. So no, I'm not gonna say what's on my mind in that regard. But yeah, I would never,
I'll say what's on my mind, and I hope I'm not
Go
offending
ahead.
any
No,
other
please do.
mothers.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just talking about me as a mom. I have two kids here. I have a daughter and
Oh
a
my
son.
God, no, I know. Okay, well now I am gonna say what's on my mind. The parents that I do know, and mostly they're parents I work with, who are the kind of parents who are going to, fall asleep in a situation like that, are parents with substance abuse problems. And hey, it happens to everybody. Not everybody, but it can happen to any person. But I just don't find that to be like super typical.
Yeah, I mean, my son is 41 now, right? He just had a birthday party not long ago. So, Mom, come on over. So he had all his friends, the pool, 3 grandchildren, everybody's having, and all he's doing is making jokes about me. Oh, my mom was the best, but she had her eyes around her head. I tried to sneak out of the window. I did it once. I broke the glass. My mother was up I don't know how my mother did it, working all day, and she was everywhere, knew everything. I couldn't get away with it.
That's what you do, man. I know. It's just what you do.
And then my daughter, when she reached a certain age, they go through that situation where they get mad at mom, and she got mad at me once. My daughter and I she calls me now 3-4 times a day. She's 37.
Aww.
Every day. And she always, I appreciate it. Now I get it. I'm so grateful because she doesn't even, all the friends she went to high school with, and even half in college, you're talking the drugs, wrong crowd, wrong this, wrong, people think when their kids reach a certain age, you're done. No, when you have children, it's forever.
Yeah.
You got to be there forever, watch on them. I'm not saying butt into their business when they're adults, but
yeah.
You're never finished once you're a mother or a father. It's forever when you have kids. All I'm saying is, no way in heck, my daughter's in a car in the woods. Well, that would never happen anyhow, that I'm going to fall asleep. No.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, yeah. And Dorothy just says, I'd be looking out the window all night till she came home. Anaphylaxis and Aaron on the side of caution. I just added you as moderators. Just it can just be for this live if you want. I hope that's okay, just because there's some things. So yeah, I know.
Another thing I wanted to say real quick, because I don't want to change
Yeah.
your subject on your stream, but I never got back up because when I went up on your panel that last time, I was like, I was just like a wreck. You know, when I get like a wreck, I get crazy.
Oh my God, you
Yeah,
were awesome. You were
I
epic.
was
You were
just
like, you
you
were
know.
watts changing.
Yeah. But I wanted to say was, you know, I wanted to finish with this theory. I don't want to change the subject because we're on the Kiely case.
Yeah.
But see, here's the whole thing. You remember, we know that her phone beeped in Frederick, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. That morning. Okay. Well,
Yes.
I didn't finish what my theory was.
Oh no, please finish. Do
Yeah, I
tell.
didn't finish it. My theory was that, you know, that she knew where he was going to be that morning. She knew he was going to be at Survey 13, right?
Right.
Nice early in the
Right.
morning, quiet. So she was just following to go see him and maybe a little rendezvous at Survey 13. And I believe when she got there, she saw what happened. She knew what happened. And that's why so quickly she got in the protection program.
Wait. So walk me through this again. So you think that she knew he was going to be at Survey 319, but not to the capacity like he was, not like going to.
Right. She got there and saw all that madness.
Okay.
She was witness to the aftermath, potentially.
Potentially, yeah. I mean that
And
that
so
is
that
possible.
explains, right? You pulled up, well, right? You know the day of the murders, right? What day was
Yeah.
that? What day was
August
that?
13th, Monday, August 13th,
And
2018.
what? And you pulled up the witness protection.
That's right.
And what date was that?
The date where it said protected identity, Tuesday, August 15th, 2018, 5:36 p.m.
Right. And that was, yeah. And that was what? Was that the day of the first interrogation in the park?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, there you go.
Yep.
And don't
David,
forget,
yep.
in the park, he doesn't have to press record it. He could, you know,
That's right.
Yeah, so that's
right. And he had convenient helicopters and dogs and motorcycles and wind and, you know, a lot of things obscuring the audio.
Right. So I believe everything was told off the record. And she immediately went into witness protection because they didn't know.
It's interesting.
They didn't know.
Because, you know, the timelines like this, you know, the 13th, the murders occurred. You know, the 14th, the 14th is nothing here. The 15th is her first interview in the park. It's also the date,
the same day of the witness protection.
The document. Exactly. And then it was later that night, not till like 11 p.m., that he finally gave that first partial incomplete confession.
And the idea is,
right? Yeah.
He knew that they knew about her.
Right.
And he didn't want, and so he knew she was there and spilled the beans. Therefore, boom, no trial, and he confessed.
Wow. Yeah. We're going to talk about that Friday night if you can be there. Some of the points you just brought up now. Yeah. It's kind of, wow. Yeah. I'm going to have to piece that into the timeline. This is, I don't know. It's good, man. It's good. Anaphylaxis, I don't know if you were in the live stream when Lear D was on.
I came up like a crazy fireball.
An amazing fireball. She's like, listen, girl, this is what's up. She's like, you know how no one's seen that NK in like so long? Like, oh yeah, that's crazy. How could somebody just like go off the grid? It's like 2022. She's like, yeah, I can tell you what's up. She's like, she's in federal prison. I was like, oh my gosh, you might tell me more.
That have to do that. So they call in the marshals to go to put her. But the idea is, you remember when she said in one of the interviews, you know, like she was so scared and she was a wreck.
Yeah.
And she didn't say anything she didn't say anything of any kind of help because she already told what she knew in the park without the recording being pushed.
Maybe I just don't give her this much credit, but maybe part of it, maybe I just need to get, I don't know. Maybe this makes sense though. And guys, we just jumped over to the Watts family murder, the Chris Watts case. I'm sorry, we digress. We've got a little history there. Lee R.D. came up with some
session, so
well, it is, right? Yeah, I know. Should be no surprise.
But no, I mean, there's certain another thing too. That what's that detective's name? Rock or something like that. He turned around and said on the news that he had Blockbuster, something like that.
Oh yeah, Rourke, the DA. Yeah, she gave Blockbuster information. Bombshell.
I have bombshell information. Well, that's the information, Kelly.
I mean, it could be that. It could be that.
Okay, that's all I have to say. So please.
Would that mean that she's like innocent though of committing crimes?
I believe. Well, the idea is you have to realize if you see 3 people being murdered and buried and you don't go to the police right away, you're in trouble.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can't wait till like the next 2 days later. It's not good.
And then she said, "Hock the rings." What woman tells a man to hock the rings when she's only gone not even 5-6 hours or 24, not even 24 hours? So she knew she wasn't. You don't say hock the rings.
That's right.
Well, that's another tip.
Right. That's right. Pawn them. Pawn them, dude. Pawn it, dude. She's such a man. I know. Yeah, that was weird. That is a weird response.
Yeah, so that's another signal. I've been a true crime buff.
No, you're good.
Full of paperbacks of true crime.
You're good. You don't need to provide the credentials. I can tell that.
Now my kids, they watch the ID channel and all that. My kids got into true crime as well. And they used to go, "Mommy, why do you like true crime so much?" I go, "Why? Because it lets you know what people are capable of. You have to be careful."
Right. Yes.
Why do people do the things they do? And it all comes down when they got older, I told them. Usually it comes down to sex and money.
Yeah. That's right. It's like those primal drives, really, and I mean, not the money is a primal drive, but we believe that it funds a lot of the primal drives that we think we have. And that's, yes. And there's always going to be a fascination with true crime, and whether it's happened on YouTube or PBS or ABC or Cinemax, or it's just going to be happening.
Beautiful Kiely, 17 years old.
Yeah, I know. She is such a beautiful girl. And gosh, I pray that this, all works out where they're like, all right, listen, here's our official statement, here's the facts, here's, what happened, what we're going to do. And it all makes sense. And I don't want to not allow in my own mind or whatever for that possibility, but I just feel like the way we're witnessing things play out has a little bit of a familiar tone to it. And what do you think, true crime buff?
What do I think? I think definitely it was nefarious.
Yeah.
The other option is like when people drink and then, like, I know people that they can drink and then there's that one drink and it flips them over.
Mm-hmm.
It's that one more drink and all of a sudden they can't even walk. I mean,
right.
It just bam, That's never that's never happened to me. I have a click in my brain of if I do have a few drinks, I have like a switch that says, that's it,
Yeah.
Some people don't have that switch, and especially teenagers.
Right.
Teenagers don't have that switch yet. They're not fully developed. So I believe that she thought she was fine. And then she got in her car, perhaps got all dizzy and everything else. And she knew the area very well. She may have just gone to that spot just to lay down and sober up a bit.
Right.
Before she decided to take off. Maybe she kind of fell asleep in the back seat or whatever, to try and probably nodded out from being so high. And then maybe nobody could see her in it. Maybe they thought it was empty.
Yeah,
But
I
the
really, in my
idea
heart of
is
hearts, feel like it's something like that. Yeah.
right, the car was in neutral.
Yeah.
So you're not driving in neutral, but you can roll a
No,
car in neutral.
that's right. That's absolutely right.
So you can push a car down a hill in neutral, not so she could have been sleeping. Maybe nobody knew she was in there, or maybe it was like a prank that the water would
That's
wake her
right.
up. That's why the window was open. Figured,
Oh
oh, he'll get
gosh.
out.
You know what? These are
Something
all
like
like
that. Some
really,
kind
really
of
good thoughts. Yeah.
because nobody's talking. There's a bunch of
No.
kids there. Nobody's saying anything.
No, that's right. That's totally right. It's very, very strange. And here, what I'm trying to pull up here. Hold on, let me just
Why was that driver's side window broken?
well, okay, so apparently the driver's side window being broken hasn't, I thought that it was becoming kind of like agreed upon that happened when law enforcement carelessly flipped the car without netting the windows or really taking much care of anything. Well, at least that's what Nick from Adventures with Purpose said. He ended up, his last statement that I know of is that he said that the window was not broken when he did his dive. In fact, I have a video where he says this. So therefore, basically the video, or I'm sorry, the window must have broken when they were.
Well, one thing I don't like is Adventures with Purpose. Find it. Knew how to pull it out intact the way it was.
Exactly. That's what they do.
That was terrible.
It was
that
awful.
Stuff coming out of the car.
Awful.
And then a YouTuber going there and finding the laptop and everything else. What's going on here?
I know. And still, they don't have her phone still.
And that new case is really bugging the heck out of me. Collier?
Yeah, I know. I've been following that. Yep. I
Bugging the
know.
heck out of me. They left all kind of crime stuff right there.
I know.
What is going on?
I know. It's crazy. And this is why, like, in my opinion, we need to keep an eye on these things. What's that, honey?
Yeah, it's like, I mean, this doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense at all. It's just, it's not excusable. I mean, if like, if we were to compare, like anyone's job, my job to their job, if that was my job performance, I wouldn't have a job for very long. Like you can't like, no, I just.
That's extremely sloppy police work.
Yes, it is.
That I've never seen. This is that bad.
I don't know. What do you think is the sloppiest part about it?
They left her cell phone laying on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, they picked up the cell phone, but again, a YouTuber, I believe, went there, and the stuff was there that she had purchased.
Yeah, right, exactly.
They didn't take everything as evidence. They left a lot of the stuff there. How does that make sense?
I don't know. I feel like that happened to the Watts case too.
Yeah.
I feel like that happens just way too often, right? I mean, I guess that's kind of the thing. It's just, it's not excusable. But that is why, just somehow often ends up back at, anybody who wants to, silence any person on YouTube talking about any true crime case. No. It's not only that people have the right to discuss what they would like to discuss, as long as they're not, harming another person in a criminal, negligent, or, civilly malicious way. It's also our responsibility to continue to, talk about justice amongst ourselves so we can agree on what justice looks like, and so we can agree upon the standard to which we need to uphold our public officials, our servants of the law, and others, because sometimes we've observed they just don't cut it on their own.
No. And another thing too, the fact of true crime is it helps people be aware and on their toes that these kind of things can happen to anyone.
Absolutely. Yes.
I mean, this
Yeah.
woman looked very nice with her little red shirt and shorts. And she was 40, 59. She looked fabulous.
Yeah. Yeah.
And,
That's
you know,
right.
going to the dollar store and, you know, she rented a nice vehicle. Her car was in the shop. Why'd she pull
know.
over to the side of that road? Why did she do a Venmo in her car to her daughter and say they
Yeah.
won't let me leave or they won't let me go? Why wouldn't
I
her daughter
know.
text back and say, Mom, what are you talking about? Is there a
I
response
know.
to that text?
I don't think so. Yeah. I don't think so. I don't think there is.
My
I
heart breaks
know.
for that lady. She was at the prime, you know, your kids are raised. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. It's freaking crazy.
And burned.
I know. I know. None of it makes sense. None of
And
it makes
everything
sense.
she bought at the dollar store was with her
Mm-hmm.
in the area. Why would she take that stuff out of her car and go walk down in that woods? Plus,
I know.
her daughter said she had a very bad back. She wouldn't walk to a place like that.
Yeah, I know. You know what? I've got to get back to the Kiely Rodni case. I'm watching people starting to pop
Yes,
out and they're still chatting on Kiely. But thank you. And we definitely
Thank you for having me up.
No,
Yes.
wait. Thank you so much. I absolutely always love hearing what you have to say. We have
Thank
to
you.
talk Watts on Friday if you can come. And I am hoping to. I've been following the case that you're talking about now. And I want to see what like law enforcement's next move on this is. And I just can't even predict what that's going to be because they've made such a slop of it.
Well, I'll keep my ears out. And what time Friday Eastern?
We're going to shoot for 9 p.m.
Yeah, because I'm not getting notifications. But thank you
You're
for having me
not. A
up.
lot of people. Thank you so much for coming up. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
I'll
I
go
really
back and
appreciate
chat and
your
back to the
contribution.
Thank you. My pleasure. My pleasure. You're a
Awesome.
doll.
We love.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks, honey. We love
Thank you.
VRD. She's
Thank you.
smashing. Smashingly smart. She came up with the most epic Chris Watts theory that I had ever heard on my channel. It was pretty crazy. So if some of you lost your place there, that's what we were talking about. Now, Double R, what's going on? Come on up if you want to, Double R. I don't know what's going on with chat. Come on, guys. Don't, let's just seriously, let's all get along here. There's a link if anyone would like to come up. So here, let me share. Oops. Okay. So now what was Lee just saying? Here we go. There we are. All right.
And it helped you guys, them.
Oh,
right?
This is Zav Girl. Okay.
You know.
That's how'd I get there? Okay, that's fine. This is Zav Girl. We love Zav Girl. She's covering this case like cray.
I feel like the teen to teen.
Let's see here.
What do you guys think?
This is what I want to catch.
What do you guys think?
I think it's towards the end of this.
The more you get,
I'm sorry, Zav. I love you, but I want to hear these guys talk.
The more you get, the more you could control.
To attend these meetings as it is crucial to this, and we will do anything. We offer food, we offer snacks. Every interviewer is comfortable and a safe person to go to, and we're not trying to get anybody in trouble. We're just trying to get more.
Now, how many times does Sami say we're not trying to get any money in trouble? Now, I know sometimes when terrible accidents happen, people are worried about getting in trouble because there might be some criminal culpability, negligence, or liability associated with that horrific crime, right? But, in this case, I don't feel like many other people, if any other people, are really concerned about that or are talking about it. But Sami Smith is constantly saying, we're not interested in getting anybody else in trouble. We're not trying to get anybody else in trouble. Well, Sami, darling, I don't think anyone else is really fixated on that aside from you.
And with the help of the community, we're going to find her, and everybody has been incredibly supportive.
I'm sorry, it's not with the help of your community. It's with the help of people from outside your community, but that's cool.
And that we are going to find Kiely with the help of our community.
But say it again, please.
And only with the help of our community.
And only with the help of our community. I don't think I've heard that third, only with the help of our community. Hold up. Wait a minute. What is wrong with these people? Dude, your best friend, your like lifelong best friend, apparently in Mag's case, or your supposed best bullshit friend in Sami's case, or your daughter, or, you know, whomever in your community is missing, is likely in grave danger. Remember, their number one theory is that somebody kidnapped her, essentially. Somebody offered to give her a ride home and they did not take her home. Oh my God, that is horrifying. She is in the grips of danger right now and could be literally tortured on a daily basis. Horrible things could be happening to this person. Imagine what would be running through your head, okay? Again, if any of us puts ourselves in that situation, if we even try to the degree our protective minds will allow us to go there, we're going to know, or if you've been in that situation, we're going to know that we are going to do whatever is necessary to get whatever information is needed or put into action, whatever needs to take place to get our loved ones back, hopefully safe. Because guys, the clock is ticking, and we all know in this true crime day and age that every day, every hour that passes decreases the likelihood that your loved one is going to come home well, right? So if that's the case, are we going to say not once, not twice, but thrice that it's going to be our community and our community only that's going to bring her home? Are you fucking kidding me? Listen to this.
Food, we offer snacks.
We offer snacks.
Interviewer is comfortable and a safe person to go to, and we're not trying to get anybody in trouble. We're just trying to get more information. And with the help of the community, we're going to find her, and everybody has been incredibly supportive, and that we are going to find Kiely with the help of our community. But only with the help of our community.
Thank you all today for coming out.
Oh my God, hold
really
it. I'm just I know I've heard that before,
Okay.
but I've never just like really hit me that she said that 3 times. I just gotta listen to it one more time. This shocks me. There's something so messed up about this. Every single time I watch this crap, I am more and more convinced of it for legitimate reasons.
We're not trying to get anybody in trouble. We're just
Again, she's the only person that says that. She's the only person concerned with getting people in trouble.
trying to get more information. And with the help of the community, we're going to find her, and everybody has been incredibly supportive.
With the help of the community, we're going to find her, and everybody has been incredibly supportive.
And that we are going to find Kiely with the help of our community.
But we are going to find Kiely with the help of our community.
And only with the help of our community.
And only with the help of our community. What the hell?
Thank you all today for coming out. We really appreciate it. And we know that when Kiely comes back, we're going to share all the memories of being here together. And it's just going to warm her heart knowing how many of you guys are here and trying to support her. Is that my fault? No. Kiely just she's just such a fabulous girl. Like, that was her favorite word. She was going around everywhere. This is fabulous. This is fabulous. Kylie's fabulous. You know, we all love Kiely so much, and we miss her. Please take pictures today too. Post them, #Kiely, wherever, just so that when she comes back, she can really see all the wonderful memories that we're making, even through the hard times. She'd love to know that we're having fun right now. Find Kiely, Team Kiely, all that. Oh, also there's going to be a book passed around for you guys to sign. Just like write little notes for her to read when she comes back. Just like tell her how much you love her and how much we're all rooting for her. We can't be losing hope. You know, we all just need to keep looking. This is supposed to be an event to re-energize us and help us, give us hope, and just know that we're all still here for her. So that's all.
I just don't even want to. Okay, hold it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just got lost thinking about how screwed up that is. All right. All right. So this is the contempt statement, as I call it.
I was the last person to see her and talk to her, actually. She called me at 12:36 in the morning asking if I still needed a ride home from the party, even though about 10 minutes before that I had told her, like, I'm leaving. I already have another ride because I didn't want to drive home with her. And so I had told her that, but she still ended up calling me at 12:36 asking if I needed a ride, and she sounded just really drunk, I guess.
Kiely's best friend Magdalene determined to find her.
I'm just really scared for her. I just want her to know that I love her and that I'm gonna find her. And this will be the search group over here.
Like I pointed out in a prior video, there's that guy sitting there in the truck watching Sammy. I think it might be Nate, not 100%, but it looks like him.
His friend Sami Smith was with her at the party and is one of the last people who saw her.
It's really hard right now.
Now, a family's calls for more clues to find Kiely.
So we have a team. We have a team. Say that, tongue twister. Team. There are 5 significant.
Okay, wait, hold it. Here's
teams that have been
something
working
there.
on
No.
this.
There's something significant here. Okay, so watch this. So here's, maybe some of you picked up on this. So this woman is introducing Sammy, and Sammy's there. Watch her just kind of like soaking up the audience attention or whatever, right? Now, as she sees Kiely's odd mother entering stage, what would that be? Right. She has to like turn her demeanor around. I think, well, you guys watch. Tell me what you think. Please watch carefully. Let me know what you think.
The last people who saw her.
It's really hard right now.
Now, a family's calls for more clues to find Kiely.
So we have a team. We have a team. Say that, tongue twister. Team. There are 5 significant teams that have been working on this case. They have been doing the social media. They have been part of the powerhouses of what we're doing. We also have an adult team. So let's not think that we are leaving our teams on their own to be able to figure out how we find Kiely. We are all here. We are all working, right? So Kiely's going to share what is happening next for the teens for tomorrow night. So, hi. Here, give me a second. As she said, I'm Sammy. I am one of the leaders of the team. It's a tongue twister, yes. We have had a great output. Yesterday when we had the Tahoe Teen to Teen. What a teen to teen talk is no parents, no media, no cops, no adults. It's just kids talking to kids. Your kids have best friends that are their ages. Your kids are comfortable talking to their friends. And hopefully what we're trying to do is that they can come to us and they can talk to us. They can tell us what they saw.
They can tell us everything. Oh my God, what a freaking, it's this train wreck, man. All right. Oh gosh. Just going back to the very beginning of that. So what I wanted you guys to notice was how screwed up everything is. But when she's like, Sammy's laughing and then she sees Kiely's mom coming up towards her, she kind of puts her hand up to her face. She completely, she has to like do this kind of like little like block self-containing movement, in my opinion, to turn her demeanor around, because she's kind of like, like joyful, laughing, joking, big smile. And here comes Kiely's mom, and she's going to go drape herself over me. And now we need to be all mournful, but just for a moment. And as soon as she has a chance, she's back to not that.
The last people who saw her.
It's really hard right now.
Now, a family's calls for more clues to find Kiely.
So we have a team. We have a team. Say that, tongue twister. Team. There are 5 significant teams that have been working on this case. They have been doing the social media. They have been part of the powerhouses of what we're doing. We also have an adult team. So let's not think that we are leaving our teens on their own to be able to figure out how we
Did you guys
find
catch
Kylie. We are
that?
all here. We are all working, right? So Kylie's going to share what is happening next for the teens for tomorrow night.
That's interesting, crosshatch.
So, hi. Here, give me a second.
Give me a second to compose myself because I wasn't expecting that. Oh my gosh, it's killing me. Anna, oops, hold it. Anna, welcome. Anna Jackson says, maybe, just maybe, Kylie's mom is setting Sami up, in my opinion. I'm interested to know more about that. How so, Anna? I know. I feel the same way, actually. Esther says, truly, I'm getting nauseous as I watch this clip. I feel that it makes me nauseous. Literally makes me feel sick. I agree. So let's see. I want to read what Aaron said in reply. Go to Kathleen. Miss Kathleen. Oh gosh. Okay, I want to read some of these comments. Oh, so many good comments. All right, some of you have never seen that before. Let me just play that little 15 nauseating seconds. If you feel like you can't handle the nausea, go stretch your legs for a moment and come back. Oh gosh, it's really bizarre.
The last people who saw her.
And I tend to be a physically affectionate person. I'm not, ever since this whole COVID thing happened, I'm kind of okay, well, it puts everyone on the same playing field, because I'd always be the person who would try to hug people. And I know it would make people feel uncomfortable sometimes. It's just kind of my comfort zone. I naturally, I don't feel uncomfortable with being physically close to people, right? But this makes me feel uncomfortable.
It's really hard right now.
Now, a family's calls for more clues to find Kylie.
So we have a team. We have a team. Say that, tongue twister, team. There are 5 significant teams that have been working on this case. They have been doing the social media. They have been part of the powerhouses of what we're doing. We also have an adult team. So let's
just pause there. Weird. So yeah, Esther says, so mom's comforting the teen who left her daughter behind drunk at a party. Right? Exactly. Right? This is not normal. Hi, Kathleen. Kathleen says, this Meghan lady is a terrible liar. They shouldn't have let her call. She is sketchier than Sami, as if that was even possible. I totally agree with you. In my opinion, she's in cahoots with Sami. She's totally driving Sami's narrative. They're trying to, they're trying to hit home the same points, and they're doing a really bad job of it. Let's see. So Misty says, Plunder, another amazing channel, as I'm sure many of you know. Plunder found that it's illegal to withhold a reward. So we're talking about the reward that was put out for, finding Kylie. I think it was $75,000 that many of us, many people, including myself, believe should be going to Adventures with Purpose. Absolutely, positively, hands down, without question. Why it hasn't is unbelievable. I digress. Misty Street again says, Plunder found that it's illegal to withhold reward, and technically they can be sued. We all know that Adventures with Purpose won't sue, but they have that right. A platformed reward is a legal contract. What an excellent point that you and Plunder bring to the table. Man, screwed up. Whatever happened to the, now here's a detail about this case that I'm not totally clear on. I think some of these details went down when I was deep in the throes of ear infection, a few days ago, a week ago, whatever, something like that. And I literally was just in silence for about 2 days because anything else hurt my ears. There was a GoFundMe. Proceeds were going to, of course, finding Kylie. then there was word out, and I looked into this a little bit. I found some evidence of this, but it wasn't clear to me that money then actually was just like taken by the mom. Is that true? I don't think that's true. Is that true? Does anyone know anything about that? Edward says, I think that Kylie's mom is whispering something into Sammy's ear. I think she is too. I agree with you here. Great point. Mags has to say what happened to Kiely. You know, Mags, it's going to be up to you. Mags, I believe you that you were looking for Kiely. I believe you that she was your best friend. I believe you that you are heartbroken, that you care about her, that you would have done anything to bring her home safely. But honey, listen, the truth is that didn't happen. And to all of us out here, Mags, it appears that you might be the only one who was sincerely fighting for your friend's life. So, Mags, you should know that it is now up to you to let the world know what happened to Kiely so we can find justice for your best friend. It's a big deal. Oh, I'm sorry your comments aren't noticed, Kathleen. I'm so sorry. I'll try to catch them. They are accomplices. They were cheering it on. So are you talking about the friends? Like, let's see, let me see what time it was. That's about 10 minutes ago. It's probably it. Okay. Okay. I did read this actually, but then I think we started watching a video. I think her friends jumped her, accidentally killed her, then covered it up. No one stopped it, so they can't come forward. Yeah, I mean, I think a scenario very much like that, Kathleen, is possible. Like, in my opinion, it's either something like you just described or some kind of an OD situation. Gosh. Crazy. Oh gosh. Aaron on the side of caution says, yeah, I think about this kind of stuff a lot too, Aaron. Look at what was done with the reward money. And to me, this Country for Kiely concert felt like they already knew she was gone. So this is such a good point, Aaron. And others of you have made comments that have indicated something similar. It was shocking to me when Kiely was still missing to see, you know, whether it was the mother or the friends, you know, in these community events where they have a microphone, where they have the platform, where they know they have the attention not only of people in their community, but also their region, their state, the country. And at some point, they were aware that this was indeed making international news. When you have that platform and your daughter is missing, your best friend is missing, your loved one is missing, a beloved member of your community is missing, are you going to use that platform to talk about, you know, pitching some kind of, you know, initiative for some new legislation that really doesn't mean a damn thing to you, according to everybody that knows you, rather than to look for your daughter, your best friend, your loved one, your community member? Like, it really is as though we're looking in on the Twilight Zone. Like, is this for real? It can't be. See, I'm just trying to gather up a group of comments here to read. Oh gosh. Kathleen, let's see. Kathleen says, I'm from Cicero. I know shady effers. These kids think they got away with this. Their parents let them party after this. No lesson learned. You know they know. Yeah, they're going to grow up to be not very good people. Oh. Wow, LRD, you've never seen that? I know, right? Yeah, it's weird stuff. All right, we're going to go there. So I've been having this thought. I'm going to now spill because you're prompting it out of me here. So I think this is a great comment. So I feel like I'm not going to pronounce your name correctly, so I'm very sorry. I'm going to call you YS. And if it was an accident, why didn't Samantha just say what happened? That seems like a plot to kill someone, because Samantha kept lying and lying. When someone lies, it's because they drugged people. Okay. The only reason I can figure out for Sami to say over and over and over again in different interviews on different days across time and settings, if anyone watched the behavior video, is that there's some issue of intentional drugging here, okay? Because you know what? Let's refer to that. I think I can hit them pretty close. Let's see. All right, this is just so, this is not okay. None of this is okay.
Uploaded a part of it on the 7th, and then
Oh, that's right. This is Zav Girl's video.
We
Thank
were
you, Zav
both
Girl.
at the party together. We were going around together. We were like a little pair. Everybody kind of saw us together. We would split off for moments. I have the last call to her, and I was the last person pretty much who knows what was happening.
Smith got a ride home from the party at the end of the night. She says Rodni was planning to spend the night at the campground.
I know that she was not in the right mindset or state to drive, and if she were to have driven, she wouldn't have made it far. So my concern is that somebody may have offered to drive her home and then didn't take her home.
Last seen celebrating with her fellow seniors. Where is Kiely Rodni now?
I hope she knows that we all just love her and we just want her to be safe. That somebody else was involved is my main concern, and I think a lot of the people of Truckee and Tahoe feel this.
Because that's a narrative she is pushing. That's a narrative she is pushing. And really, given that, I mean, was that ever truly a likely scenario?
Same way, just that there was somebody else involved, because they haven't found a car yet. They've done helicopter searches over Prosser and all of Truckee. Everybody's looking everywhere constantly for her and her car. That somebody else was involved is my main concern, and I think a lot of the people of Truckee and Tahoe feel the same way, just that there was somebody else involved, because they haven't found a car yet. They've done helicopter searches over Prosser and all of Truckee. Everybody's looking everywhere constantly for her and her car.
This will be the search group over here.
Sami Smith was at the party with Kiely and is one of the search coordinators. What time did you last see her?
The last time I saw Kiely was around 12:25 in the morning of the party. I was leaving and I gave her a hug, telling her I loved her and goodbye, and for her to get home safe or be safe.
Do you think that your friend was abducted?
I think there's a definite chance of it.
Mags Larson is another of Kylie's.
It was around 12:25 in the morning.
What time did you last see her?
The last time I saw Kiely was around 12:25 in the morning of the party. I was leaving and I gave her a hug, telling her I loved her and goodbye, and for her to get home safe or be safe.
Do you think that your friend was abducted?
I think there's a definite chance of it.
Mags Larson is another of Kylie's friends.
So once again, I notice here when she says, I told her to be safe, she does that contemptuous blink.
A chance of it.
Mags Larson is another.
Gosh damn. This, I'm sorry. This is not good.
It was around 12:25 in the morning of the party. I was leaving and I gave her a hug, telling her I loved her and goodbye, and for her to get home safe or be safe.
Do you think that your friend was abducted?
I think there's a definite chance of it.
Mags Larson is another of Kiely's
Yeah, this is what normal behavior looks like given the situation.
friends who was at the party.
I need her to come home, and I need us to find her.
You to the executive director of the Truckee Downtown Merchants Association, Cassie Hamlin.
Hi, everyone. I come to you tonight not as the executive director of Truckee Downtown Merchants Association, but as a friend to the family of Kiely Rodni.
Hi, Sis Vicious. How you doing,
We
girl?
have been working tirelessly in this community to find Kiely. She went missing Friday night at 12:30 from Prosser. Our small community is devastated. We are scared, and we want Kiely home. I want to honor the teens right next to me, and I'm going to say this first. Kiely loves music. She is a musician. Wherever you are, the band, unbelievable. She would have loved to have been here and dancing with her friends. Enjoy that she is home.
Ugh. Seriously disgusting. Yeah, so hi, Sis Vicious. Welcome, darling. How are you? So Just Me JP says it is almost as if Sami is now replacing Kiely by her family. Sami and others left Kiely out there. Oh, Kiely. And in their own words, she was too drunk to drive. Ugh. How is her mom not seeing that? This is such a good point. It's almost like a really freaking creepy ass movie, right? I feel like this is a really bad movie plot of a movie that is like, you know, it comes out, people are like, oh, it sounds like kind of a cool movie. And then you go to watch it, you're like, God damn, I wish I never watched that movie. That was awful. That was horrifying. Does anyone understand what I'm saying? Exactly. And how does her mom not see this? It's hard for me to understand that a mother does not see this. See. So, hey, Sis Vicious girl, I replied to a comment of yours today. And this isn't just for you. I know you understand. I've had, I owe a lot of people emails right now. My, new job started, like, I don't know, say September 1st when this new school year started. And it's a pretty big job, very big responsibility, highly time consuming. I want to do a good job at it. So, you know, I always work more hours than I should be or need to than are required. Let's say like that. My son's getting back to school. Then I'm doing other back to school things, activities, getting him back into sports, teaching some extra classes, And then we got the back to school sicknesses, the ear infections, all this stuff like going on. Please, if I owe you an email, please know it's not personal. And if, you know, I was going to get you something, like I offered out some Watts material to certain people. If I haven't gotten it to you yet, I didn't pass you up, but I'm not moving along to the next person. Please, please, please just know that. Be patient with me. Thank you all. Okay. So Sis Vicious says, what's up with the, oh yeah. So what Photoshop pictures? I think I've seen a few. Which ones are you talking about, girl? Let's see. Wow. Oh, wow. Wait, I see that, Aaron. I got to read that again. Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, no, I know you get it, sis. Just seeing you made me think of that because I got some emails from people who are, they think it's like personal or something, but it's totally not, of course. Yes, exactly, Maggie. I'm glad that you got what I was saying there. Yeah. And Truth Seeker, he has such disrespect for Kiely. That is really, yes. So embarrassing. That is, yes. That's the thing I think that is making us all nauseous. Yes, Peggy. They're all laughing. Like,
But she's not home.
No.
Our longtime local girl who was raised in our community is not home. Hundreds and hundreds of volunteers community members and people.
When she's like stomping her foot like a freaking like horse, what's she doing? You can like hear that over the mic. This person really needs to learn some lessons in life. She's kind of like a waste. Like, I can't even believe this behavior.
People from the area have met over at the Truckee Donner Rec Department. They have signed up, they have flyered, and they have searched, and they have worked hard to rescue her.
Ooh, they flyered.
Law enforcement agencies with
Woohoo!
Placer County, Nevada County, CHP, FBI, Truckee PD have been helping in the search and doing a wonderful job.
No, okay. You know what? This is why I came to this video. No, they have not been doing a wonderful job because where's Kiely? Where's any evidence of Kiely being found? Where's any evidence of what happened to Kiely? Where's any evidence of what is going on with Kiely right now? Is she in danger? Is she suffering? Is she being tortured? Is she dead? Is she alive? Is she happy? Does she have a new identity? Is she crying out for her mother? You know? No. They're not doing a terrific job. What is wrong with you people?
The family is very thankful for our community's help.
Oh my God.
And we hope to continue the movement because we have hope that Kiely is going to come home.
Continue the movement to what? Doing absolutely fucking nothing when your daughter, best friend, community member is missing? I really like, I can't stand these people. This is crazy, right?
Home. I'm here in front of you tonight just to give silence and time for all the energies to our locals that are here and our visitors.
Silence, time, and energies? Silence, time, and energies?
That are here and the people that I know are here tonight that have been helping. So let's do about a 5-second silence. If you would close your eyes, you can bow your head, you can raise your head high to the sky.
I'm going to zoom in. And that's Sami talking to him. Huh. You guys recognize either of them? Do you recognize either of them?
Looking out for Kiely and Kylie's car.
Right now.
Is anybody willing to go to Reno and maybe Midtown? Yeah.
And I know we've pointed this bruise out multiple times, but I just wanted to point it out again.
That's right. I forgot my Zap Girls video.
Along with her bracelets.
Wait, stop
Sami
with the
Smith, one of
please.
Kylie's good friends, is organizing crews of community members who are looking for the teen across the Tahoe region. These flyers are posted in neighborhoods, downtown Truckee, and at campsites.
So this is where everybody's hanging out. Kiely and I were meeting up right here a lot.
Local young people call this open area near the Prosser family campground the sanctuary.
Ding, ding, ding,
it's
ding,
a common
ding.
place for...
Yes, she does. Sami acts like Casey Anthony. She acts exactly like Casey Anthony in many situations, doesn't she? Good call.
Party.
I have no idea how I got on Zap Girls video, but I'm going
So
with it
is
for a
that
couple
Steve
minutes.
Ross in the back with the glasses? And the guy driving, is that the guy we just was
I
looking
can't even
at?
with all
at the
these extra
flag shoot?
people. It's too much for me right now.
Around this place.
So this is from August 10th.
Tomorrow, like, I love you. Like,
Yeah, August 10th.
I went up to her and I said, involved, like drugs that we don't typically have.
Lights were hung up.
A friend showed us the area where an estimated 200 to 300 young partiers had gathered.
There were cars all up in here and all back in there.
A lot of older people started showing up that people didn't know. Like, a lot of drugs were involved, like drugs that we don't typically have just in parties. And our parties also just aren't normally that big. I went up to her and I said, hey, I got another ride home, because she was meant to be my ride home, but I knew she was too intoxicated to get me home. So I said, hey, I found another ride home. Like, I hope you stay safe. Like, I'll see you tomorrow. Like, I love you. Like, have fun and stuff. I think it's totally possible that somebody could have taken her and maybe offered to drive her home. And they've searched into the forest.
I'm
They've searched
sorry.
into
This
the
is
water.
so
They've
troubling
searched
to me. All right, I'm sorry. We're gonna look at this. This is so troubling.
also just aren't normally that big. I went up to her and I said, hey, I got another ride home, because she was meant to be my ride home, but I knew she was too intoxicated to get me home. So I said, hey, I found another.
All right. Oh my God. I can't even. All right. Okay. So regardless of whether Sami is looking up to the right or up to the left, now, again, this is on August 10th, all right? Up until a certain point here, this is so disturbing. Up until a certain point, Sami, I assure you, is creating information. She's literally pulling crap out of the sky. She's gathering ideas. She's turning them into like images or a situation, and she's presenting it verbally. Sometimes we call this lying out of our ass. Now, there's a point where she stops doing this.
I went up to her and I said, hey, I got another ride home, because she was meant to be my ride home, but I knew she was too intoxicated to get me home. So
we're
I
gonna,
said, hey,
it's getting kind of late. I'm going to have to, I don't know, we're gonna do a live stream about this. We have to talk about all the instances of contempt and disgust that we see from Sami Smith, clear indicators. I'm going to run this by some people I work with tomorrow. I am like so certain they're going to agree with me. And the times when we see these indicators of contempt and disgust are always when she's referencing Kiely from that evening. So let's watch the whole thing together. This is so disturbing.
Also just aren't normally that big. I went up to her and I said, hey, I got another ride home, because she was meant to be my ride home, but I knew she was too intoxicated to get me home. So I said, hey, I found another ride home. Like, I hope you stay safe. Like, I'll see you tomorrow. Like, I love you. Like, have fun and stuff. I think it's totally possible that somebody could have taken her and maybe offered to drive her home. They've searched into the forest. They've searched into the water. They've searched in every single place, and there's no tire tracks or anything from what I know.
She was just like, she's just a beautiful soul. You know, she's so sweet and so vibrant.
What'd she say? She was just like a beautiful soul.
We caught that
instead of
too,
she
Zav.
is? I'll replay it.
She was just like,
Hey,
it's
thanks
almost
for
like she corrects
becoming
herself.
thanks for becoming a member, Josh H. Welcome. I appreciate your support for the channel. Welcome. Oops, Zav.
She's just like a beautiful soul.
Yeah, I caught that.
So she
too.
corrects herself mid-sentence. And remember,
We all
this was
caught
only
that.
August 10th. That's
not
when the
good.
news uploaded this video. August 10th. It's only 4 days after
not
she was
good.
missing.
she was just like, she's just a beautiful soul. You know, she's so sweet and so vibrant.
That is really not
Sami
appropriate.
Smith says she was the
past
last
tense
person to speak
usage.
with her at the party. Sami Smith says.
So I think this is that one guy that was holding his water bottle real tight and just always has his hand over his mouth, real nervous. He was hanging out with Philip, or he was beside Philip and Sami. They were talking before the first press conference. Okay, so I want to read you something one of the locals that was actually at the search party the second day, what she wrote to me, okay, with her experience at the search party. So she says, first of all, law enforcement in our area is extremely corrupt. I have firsthand proof and experience of this. I'll attach my timeline from Google so you can see with proof that I was there searching. I'm also in some news coverage with my boyfriend. We live about 30 minutes from Prosser and go there weekly to play with our dog. So when we heard about Kiely, we quickly gathered some supplies, grabbed the truck, and went up there. We went to the community center and found a group of people gathers around Sami listening. We joined and started to split ourselves up into different groups to search. I was a little thrown off by her because it was day 2 of the search, really day 1 for most of the public. And Sami said, you don't need to go
You're
to
so
Prosser.
funny,
Prosser has been
suspicious.
searched over and over again. I thought this was so weird because Prosser is a huge area. There's zero way it was already searched, but insisted not to worry about Prosser. I kind of mingled for a second and observed. I watched an officer with red hair and a black and blue tie tell a girl in workout shorts to help him filter through tips. I was shocked. I literally almost interrupted him and said, did you just tell a child to filter through evidence? I'm 100% sure I heard this, and it wasn't until several days later that they went back on this because they saw how much chaos it caused. Anyways, I also saw 3 young males standing off to the side, staring and watching everyone. It was the weirdest thing. It was almost like they were trying to figure out what people saw. I totally agree with you thinking that they were very nervous. I've lived in Nevada County for over 25 years. I want to believe this was an accident. I'm 30 and I've been lost out at Prosser at night. I got so lost once, I was crying my eyes out and had a panic attack. Everything looks the same out there at night. I want to believe no one did anything to her, but I can't get over the fact that it looks so bad. It doesn't make any sense for no one to have seen the crash or even heard it. Our sheriff is an absolute waste and she does not care about anything but covering her behind. I'm so scared she would do anything to cover this up if it wasn't an accident. If you have any questions, please let me know. Okay, so I just wanted to share that with you.
She was
Jeez,
the
hold it,
last.
hold it. Oh, LRD, sweetheart, thank you so much for the super chat. You're a sweetheart. Thank you for supporting the channel and for being an important part of the channel as well. Forever in the history books is the person who revealed that Nicole Kessinger is really in federal prison, eating croissants and yogurt and sleeping on a kind of comfortable mattress. Thank you so much, LRD. You're awesome. Oh, wait, hold up. Oh, I know. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little tired. Lost my train of thought there. So Zav Girl, I think, was talking about, I don't think I've ever watched this video.
Okay, so I want to read you something one of the locals that was actually at the search party the second day, what she wrote to me, okay, with her experience at the
So this is a local that wrote to Zav Girl. Okay, so, I've heard accounts like this, and I think some of these accounts are very well legitimate, but then we also have these sources like the Megans that are obviously full of horseshit. So it's like, how do you, it's hard to sort all of this out, right? It's like, that there's some truth in there, there's some good stuff in there, but if the source itself is not, given their identity or some other means to at least loosely vet them, then, I kind of just try to discard that, because if it's not real information, it's going to eventually influence my thinking if I don't discard it. Just a little look inside my brain, but let your brain work however your brain would like to work. But this gets kind of problematic for me when we start just talking about all these anonymous sources. I just don't like it. I also don't like the bracelets. Now, let's see. A little cranky tonight, huh? I just really want this to go right for Kiely. I'm getting really disgusted. Like, I know many of you already are or are becoming, and this is not, it's just not good. It's, let's see. I think for myself, I'm noticing in greater detail and obviously in greater number and volume and frequency, the things that law enforcement did not pick up on, didn't catch, looked over, chose to look over. It's just not good. Also, hi, Just Me, JB. Somebody gave you credit for something cool, and I think I forgot to star it. What did Just Me JB do that was awesome? I want to know about this. So Just Me JB says, also in the interview with the guy in the car, Sami kind of smirks when she says there was no doubt who won that fight that night, and laughs. Now, are you talking about the guy that interviews Sami? When she says, okay, because I'd like to hear that again. Yeah, definitely, for sure. Oh my goodness gracious.
search party. So she says, first of
No,
all,
no, I don't want to
law
hear
enforcement in
about
our
the
area is
fictitious possible
extremely corrupt.
people.
Control every.
That when she comes back, she can.
Like that could be what could be leading them to not sharing information. I mean,
They have been doing the social
Ugh,
for sure.
I'm not even gonna right now.
I would take.
I loved her through this and
Oh wait. Let's see. God, there's so much material. I honestly, I came to this video initially to show you something specific.
so that
we got
they
to.
feel more comfortable talking with another we've had.
Oh.
Turned in helped.
They all, everybody helped us. All the information that we got was good. And
No. Okay, this is what I was looking for. All right, guys, I have a real problem with this too. Just like the woman talking about, oh, law enforcement,
been doing this terrific job. This is terrific. They've done this terrific job. And look at, it's a music festival, Country
All the
Kylie.
information that we got.
Yeah, we've got food and barbecue and money and fundraising and woo, community. No, man, like, don't they realize what's going on? Like, what law enforcement is doing was not terrific on any level. It was a total shit show, snafu all over the place. They didn't do anything. And when someone finally did something for them, they screwed it up. Like, now, let's take this to a different level. Not in the level of law enforcement, but just the teens and their teen talks. Let's see what their success is looking like.
Trying to move to get closer to the areas where the other teenagers that were at the party have been for these teen talks. And the one that we just had in Tahoe City was by far like the biggest showing of kids that we've had. We probably had somewhere between like 50 and 70 kids show up. And they all, like, everybody helped us. All the information that we got was good. And it helped us move further. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Hold it. I'm sorry. I need to question this. Let's listen to that one more time. I have a serious, serious problem with this. Oops.
Talk to us as facilitators and just able to be there without the pressure of parents, the pressure of media, the pressure of adults and police, so that they feel more comfortable talking with another teen to come forward and maybe share some information that they were scared to before this. Yeah, so we've been trying to move to get closer to the areas where the other teenagers that were at the party have been for these teen talks. And the one that we just had in Tahoe City was by far like the biggest showing of kids that we've had. We probably had somewhere between like 50 and 70 kids show up. And they all, like, everybody helped us. All the information that we got was good. And it helped us move further. Yeah,
Okay. Oh my God. All right, let's start from the end. It helped us move further. Helped you move further towards what goal? And then Megs, the BFF here, says, you know, this meeting, this teen talk we had in Tahoe was the most successful by far. The most people showed up. There were 50 to 70 people. You know, it's not a freaking like, you know, it's not like a party. It's not like it's not like a party out in the woods where you're trying to see how many people you can get there because that's going to prove how popular you are. You know, like, I feel like they're just missing the point altogether. So it was the biggest one so far. There are 57 people there. You know, everybody had information for us. All of the information was good. It was really productive. It helped us move forward. It was productive in what sense? The information was good towards what goal? For what reason? It helped you move forward. How? Because it certainly doesn't have anything to do with finding Kiely. So what does it have to do with? This is such a big problem. Hi, Marilyn. Welcome. Yeah, so let's go back to the tow truck driver too, because that's a big piece of the puzzle that hasn't even been addressed in a long time. Goodness gracious. Yes, crosshatch. Smile on their faces are just plain strange. Not just one of them, but a few of them at inappropriate times, in conjunction with things coming out of their mouth that are completely incongruent with the facial expressions and nonverbal communications. These people are aliens. So
So let's see. You said Lakeview has dug up some strange things on that Truckee town. Is that a channel, Lakeview? I'd like to know because I'd like to watch. What do you think's going on, Muck Boys? Oh, I didn't see your comment back. I'm sorry, sweetie. Could you comment again? So what are you what Photoshop pictures are you talking about? Sorry about that. Yeah, so Aaron on the side of caution is talking about the Lost Trail Lodge, which is a lodge owned by Kylie's family that is for sale. And yeah, you're right. They are trying to do a cash sale. So in trying to do a cash sale, they're not going to, the buyer's not going to be financing privately through a bank, or I don't think they'd be able to offer them financing. But yeah, they're definitely trying to do a cash deal. That is true. There could be a lot of reasons, and I'm just trying to think about that. I don't know. We need to know more about that. Ew, Muck Boys. Ew, ew, ew. We can't even joke about Casey Anthony and NK being dream women. They're murderers. They're baby murderers. Let's see. Yeah, totally Casey Anthony vibes. I know you're just joking. I'm all on a mission right now. All right, I'm going to come back to current times. Hi, Gregory Worth. How are you? Nice to see you here, my friend. So this is always like a reassuring thought. Thank you for bringing this up, Crosshatch. Whenever I get all really fired up about this stuff, I hope you guys relate, so or else I am appearing to be a totally crazy person. Adventures with Purpose are sitting on something. You just know by the way they talked about the edited video. Oh, they absolutely are. I mean, the way they've really been ramping up their talking too, They've been using, we've only, discussed or even commented on 10% of the information we have. 90% we haven't even commented on because they are absolutely sitting on a lot. And I'm just gonna, I really hope, if law enforcement does not come through for Kiely, I hope they're able to make it happen along with us. Our support, I should say. What is that annoying click through the entire video? Is it this video, like this live stream, or was it the one I was just playing? So I can fix it if I can. But if I can't, then I can't. Yeah, I know. I agree. Muckboy says, I'm shocked that Sammy, a teenager, is a spokesperson for this case. Very bizarre. Okay, so my girl sis says the picture published of her mom and the missing poster. I know nothing about that. I want to know about that though. Sorry, I'm reading some of these comments. Yeah, I kind of agree with you, Crosshatch. Okay, so Sis says it's the same picture of Kiely, but the background is cropped different and difficult to tell which is the original. But what would be the point of changing the background for the missing poster? Odd. Do you know where I could find this? Like, so we can take a look at it? That's really weird. And is the mom in this picture too? I hadn't even heard about this. This is crazy. I've got to look into this now. Ah, Aaron, where can we find a copy of this? You're resourceful too. Sis with the Hawaiian, like, okay. Oh, you know what you might be hearing? I just noticed it. My bunnies are like kind of being, I have some of my baby bunnies are being really noisy right now. Yeah, I just realized you guys can hear that. Sorry about that. It's just part of what's the obsession. Peggy says the photo you have up right now is chopped. Look around her hairline. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Okay. Let's take a look and let's go down the rabbit hole. Okay. Okay. So you're talking about the picture of Sammy to look around Sammy's hairline? Oh, yeah. The bunnies are getting really crazy. Sorry. Kiely. Oh, Kylie's. Oh, so Kiely like in the background, kind of, you mean? Okay, I'm going to go with Sis Fish's advice here so I can try to find this. All right, I'm going to do that right now. Okay. So, okay. Oh. Here. Okay, hold it. I'm trying to see if I can figure this out without any further guidance, but I think I'm going to need your help. Okay, so missing poster. Oh, that's super weird. Okay. All right. Gotcha. All right. Let's pull these up side by side. What is up with that? Oh, man. Why does this keep getting weirder? Here, I'm going to play this for like a minute or two. I have to just go get some water.
We've really made progress. With
You
the
did.
information
You did not make
we've
progress. That was my point. That was what I was saying. Back to my point. No progress. Lies.
But where was the progress? I mean, it's.
Thank you, Zav girl.
Seemed like nobody turned anything in. I mean, there was a few things, but nothing that was turned in helped.
No, that's right. Okay, so listen. This is when people who are watching true crime on YouTube creators who are focusing on, well, this case in particular, I noticed this with a couple other cases when people start, when it gets to the point where It's like, oh my God, these people are so frustrating. Everything they're doing is so screwed up. Nothing makes sense. You know, they're obviously not. It seems like these people are not truly trying to do what they obviously should be doing, which is to find their loved one. And we're all making these certain conclusions. We need to figure out how to, as a community, come together to compare these findings, because when people start to see the exact same things and agree on the exact same things, as ranging as our opinions tend to be in the true crime community, that means there is something significant there to look at, and we need to look at it. So, study group, just kidding. I just pulled that from AD. We have to figure out a way to do that.
Nobody could find her, so it just didn't seem like they got anything valuable.
Exactly.
So maybe it was something that helped you guys, them, right? To, cover it up, possibly get the information and delete it, cover it up. I don't know. I don't know what happened at those teen and teen meetings, but it doesn't seem like anything that they did it helped. I feel like it probably just hid more stuff, right?
Yeah.
I believe, like I said, it's just my opinion, but in my opinion, I feel like the teen to teen meetings really were to get all the information and decide what to turn in and what not to
Well,
cover their tracks. So it probably was a good.
Well, how about that? I didn't quite go that far, but how about that? What do you guys think about that? Man, it makes perfect sense. I'm trying to catch up on what you guys are saying in chat. Oh, wait, we have to look at that missing poster, but Kevin Neese, retired officer, did a video asking AWP to release their second video so that law enforcement are unable to declare this an accident. Wow. Imagine the situation they would be put in. And I am going to speculate as far as they probably feel pretty confident based on what all of the members of AWP have said, that AWP is going to be deferential to law enforcement the way they have been, almost to a fault. Imagine if, wow. Wow, I don't know. That would be really interesting. Could you imagine if they followed that advice? Wow. Jeez, this is crazy. You guys have really good ideas. Now, whose channel, True Seeker? Are you talking about that Kevin, who I just referenced? Kevin Neese. I would like to be part of that if that all happens. Hey, Ara, how are ya? Okay, cool. Awesome. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's look at these pictures now. All right. So this is just craziness. I'm so glad you pointed this out, sis vicious. You're so funny. Oh my gosh, I just happened to hear the live stream part of it. And I was at home. It just started, random things started playing on YouTube. And you made such good points. You were an asset to that stream. Let's see here. Sorry, I got an ad. I'm dealing with an ad. Obviously, this is not YouTube Premium. I just clicked into. Wow. All right. Okay. That's so weird. Okay. Let me see if I can get a side by side. I don't know if I can. Oh, yes, I can. Okay, hold it. Like I said, I'm going to play a little more of this video. It's going to take me about 60 seconds to get you guys a side by side.
Good night for them because maybe they were able to get a lot of videos and pictures or whatever they had deleted and controlled and deleted off of everybody's phone. It's a possibility. What do you guys think?
Yeah, so we're planning on having as many of these as it takes to get in contact with anybody who may have been at the party.
Of course you are. The more you get, the more you could control everything that goes out. Like you could tell everybody, hey, don't say this. Let me see this. Hush on this. Like I said, it's just an opinion. It's just a theory, but it makes you wonder, does it not? Like what happened at these teen to teen meetings? Because it seems like the cops had nothing to go with. So if they're getting all this information, where'd it go?
Whether that means we have to travel to Reno, to Incline, to South Tahoe. And so
Yeah.
is one of my close friends. We met through mutual friends. Not been confirmed. If it has not been posted on our Find Kiely Rodni Instagram page or on the website or on the Placer County Sheriff's Office Facebook or anything, then it is not true and it is not something that people should be following on or trusting. The information will be posted and will be coming from us when it is confirmed. So to let people know what to look out for, if a changed shirt or something. So to let people know what to look out for, if a changed shirt or something. So yeah, that has not been confirmed.
Okay.
I had talked with Kiely and I had known she was going beforehand. We hadn't planned on going together and we ended up not going together. She came with her best friend Mags Larson. Magdalene, sorry, is her first name.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, and so she came with her, drove in with her, and then Mags ended up leaving about 10 minutes into the party with her boyfriend Ross, Mags's boyfriend, and told Kiely goodbye and everything. And they were never planning on like leaving together or staying together at the party. They just went to the party together because they were hanging out earlier in the day. And then I saw her the second she got there, and from that moment on, we were pretty much seen together all around the party. We would break off for mere moments from each other to go talk to other people or to go do other things, you know. But we would always come back to each other. We were just going around the party. We were drinking the same drinks, being teenagers, throwing glow sticks into the party, and it started to grow really big. I would say around 10 to 10:30. So then Kiely and I were going around taking shots and just drinking. We were trading drinks with each other. We were sharing drinks with each other. We would go back to her car to get some alcohol sometimes. And then we went to her car to charge her phone. And we were talking about just random stuff. And then...
Yeah, listen to what they were talking about.
It's kind of hard to remember. And so... Or no, we were talking about her texting her mom and her charging her phone and stuff, and just about the party.
Yeah, we went to her car to get more drinks, and while we were there charging her phone, we were talking about her mom, or we were talking about her texting her mom and charging her phone. But like, this is what I have to do to recall that information, you see?
Just random stuff, and then it's kind of hard to remember. And so, or no, we were talking about her texting her mom and her charging her phone and stuff, and just about the party in general. And then
you're messing up, Sammy.
We had a few other friends in the car, and then we all decided to go back to the party, and we were around in there for a bit. I had asked her for a ride home when we were in the car because my ride was leaving and I wanted to stay at the party longer. And so then we ended up splitting up in the party because I went to go find another ride when we got back into the party after leaving the car, so that we could sorry, my mind is in a moment.
No, that's okay. Noah in the chat wants to ask you, who was fighting at the party? The girl and guy. Look into them. Was there a fight at the party?
Yeah, so there were some friendly fights that were going on. There was like, we had boxing gloves. People were like trying to instigate. It wasn't anybody who had really any drama or they weren't enemies or anything. It was more just friendly fights to keep entertainment going. This happens at a lot of our parties. We just do it to have fun. If somebody gets hurt, like we have people on them, but
So it wasn't like a fight out of anger. It was just kind of a just a fun competition type of fighting.
Yeah, just see who wins and who goes home with the title, which I will randomly admit people do end up getting in fights over who won, but not this time.
Taylor wants to ask you, did Kiely have her boyfriend or an ex-boyfriend with her at the party?
No, there was no ex-boyfriend there. Her ex-boyfriend lived in Napa. He was in Napa at the time, and I think he lives in Napa. And he actually drove up the next day, the second he heard that she was missing. He's very close with her family and her. There was no anything. And she does not currently have a boyfriend. She was rocking the single life, like we used to say. She just wanted to be open and single and just have fun as a kid.
I get it. She's only 16. She's just a baby. I don't know. But the phone, what about the phone? Can you tell us about her cell phone? Is there anything specific you can tell us? Go ahead.
So it has we're having trouble remembering what color. Like my cell phone is a green phone, but I have an orange case on it. But we do know that her phone.
I don't care about your phone. All right, so there, I dropped the link. Just that sometimes I'm just doing things. There's a lot going on behind the scenes. All right, come on up, Ara. I'd love to talk to you. Okay, so we've got the side by side here. I just pop this in paint real quick. Oops. All right, so oops, hold it. How do I do that actually? Just once. Okay, got it. Okay. Let me take that down. Okay, so I'm assuming, sis, this is what we were talking about. So, okay. All right. And also, everybody, welcome Ara. How you doing, honey?
Hey, Miss Ma'am, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. What's up?
Well, I wasn't like yelling at you. I was like, drop the link. I was just.
No, I'm just kidding.
I was just being a you know how it is.
I know. I always love having you on panel. You know that. What's going on?
You're the coolest to talk to. Well, it's like in this part, it was right there, Kelly, where the interview asked her, did she have any boyfriends or ex-boyfriends at the party, whatever? And notice how she said she thinks she's like, no, her ex-boyfriend, and she only talks about the ex-boyfriend, part of the question.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Right. Gotcha. Yeah. Let's select it.
You know how my brain works. It takes a second. How I see these things. And then she's like, oh no, her ex-boyfriend wasn't there. He was in Reno the day. So she knows all these things about him, right? Already. But I mean, why would she know that much about him unless they're probably communicating? they're all friends or whatever. She does address the boyfriend or being single, and even that part of the question, the answer to that question is odd because she says we're rocking the single life. To me, Sami is making it seem like Kylie's being a loosey goosey, and she's just she's just like making out with whoever or like being a
He portrays her as loosey goosey, a strong,
yes.
irresponsible. She's a smart girl. She qualifies and she goes, well, she's smart enough. She does not like Kylie. I'm telling you that right now. That's clear.
Yeah. Yes, little funky chick, exactly.
Yeah.
So she says, oh, so basically in this entire interview, Sami just told us that Kylie was super drunk, that Kylie was doing other things, that Kylie was probably enjoying the single life. Like she made sure Kylie was seen in the worst light ever.
That's right. That's absolutely right. That's right. And who was it that was saying earlier that Sami was, like setting like Kylie up, and there have been so many things that have just come up in passing. I know I wrote something down in my notebook that's at work right now today when I can't remember. I just had a thought. Something really, we're going to look further into that. She really did not like Kylie. She had it out for her. Everything that I've seen and heard from her, when you look at the actual core meaning of her words and her body language and her nonverbal communication, she don't like Kylie not one bit.
Well, let me drop something else on you, Miss Kelly. Think
Yeah.
about this. So the lodge, the Lost Trail Lodge, it's because it's such a small town, and really it was the lodging and the skiing that really is what funds this town. Kylie's grandpa owns one of the most popular and oldest lodges in the area. Okay, so I see Kylie as almost like town royalty.
Yeah, that's the impression I got. Yeah, with what I know.
Yeah. So she's smart. She has these music lessons at home. She lives on this lodge that everybody knows, that goes in and out of. They assume that her family has money. I mean, she is, and I feel like she is almost a town royalty, along with any other kid that whose parent owns businesses there or whatever makes the community money. So that's what makes this, I think, deeper than we even think. Probably through on the jealousy side from the other kids, and from the community keeping so hush hush about it at the same time.
Yep. These are all such good points. Oh my goodness. Oh man.
What do you think about that though?
Which part?
Well, about the lodge and her being somewhat of town royalty.
Oh yeah, no. I think that you're spot on. I think you're spot on there. I definitely think you're spot on. I mean, it's clear. So what do we know about Sami? Sami really likes to be the center of attention. I mean, it seems like she thrives on it. She, is someone who we definitely know that she has a part in organizing these parties, and she's almost like this promoter type of personality, right? And I think that she finds a lot of her like self-worth and identifying qualities in that role. I think things are probably very forced for her in that way, and they're probably not for Kylie. Like you said, she's considered, that like small town royalty. She's, I remember one of her teachers, referred to her as being a savant. Like she has qualities that Sami ain't just ever gonna have. And she's she does not like Kylie. I am so certain of that. I've been like reserving judgment on that. It's just really today, after watching these things so many times, I am 100% clear. She does not even like Kylie. She doesn't.
And the fact that, but to me, I feel like she uses Kylie's name to be relevant, because she says, me and Kylie were at the party the whole time. Me and Kylie, like she attaches herself to that name, thinking that she's going to get something off of what Kylie was, that people are going to love her the same. Like she wants to be seen with Kylie. I bet Kylie was not really into Sami. Period.
She probably wasn't, but I don't know. I'm not sure if you were on here. I mean, that could be like exactly what you just said. Another way I was looking at that was when, you know, Sami is talking about Kiely and the language that she uses, it's not normal. It's like not conversational by any means. And when she says things like, you know, and we were seen, you know, together at the party all night, or we could be seen together everywhere at the party. Like and a lot of the language around it, I feel like what she was doing was really, you know, creating that and then she would say, and, you know, and when we weren't together, it was only for like moments at a time. Like, hey, everybody, for those of you that saw us not being together because I'm creating an alibi that I'm putting into your head, just know that it was only for a second or two. And then we were right back together. Like that little pairsy twinsy that you saw running around before. Don't you worry. So that alibi is still good. I think she thinks that she is like savvy enough and smart enough and powerful enough to kind of like drive that narrative for everyone else. And she's going to find out sooner or later that that is not the case. And it is going to be one ugly ass day for her.
I get what you're saying too. But, and so think about this as well. She wants to say that she was seen with her at the party the entire time because maybe that was her goal when the party started. That was something that she wanted, because remember, she was with her from the very moment she stepped out of the car with Max. She said as soon as Kiely got to the party, me and her were inseparable.
Here, wait, let's listen here. Let's listen to exactly what she said here. I just pulled it up.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Oh, that's right. See, everybody saw us together. That's not normal language. I think that her intention is that she wanted to make sure that the memory everyone has is of seeing Sami and Kiely together, whether they did or not. And she's being the bully that she is and shoving it down their throats.
Are you gonna?
What's that?
I thought you were gonna play it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't bring it into the stream. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sitting here watching it.
Yeah, I'm like trying to stay quiet.
All right, here we go. Let me just, yep. Yeah, so what I just said was in reference to me just watching that all by my lonesome. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Oops. Okay. Is it up now?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let me go back a little bit.
Uploaded a part of it on the 7th and then a part of it on the 8th.
We were both at the party together. We were going around together. We were like a little pair. Everybody kind of saw us together.
Everybody kind of saw us together. See, it's not normal language. That's what I was saying. I think that's what she wants people to believe they remember, you know?
We would split off. Okay. And I have the last call to her, and I was the last person pretty much who knows what was happening.
Smith got a ride home from the party at the end of the night. She says Rodni was planning to spend the night at the campground.
I know.
Yeah. Well, see.
Was that you? Okay.
The interview that I was referring to was the one where she was in the other one in the other car.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting there.
Yeah, where she talks about it, where she talks about how when she arrived with Mag, Sami was
she was not in the right mindset or state to drive. And if she were to have driven, she wouldn't have made it far. So my concern is that somebody may have offered to drive her home and then didn't take her home.
Last seen.
Bitch.
Shit.
There we go.
Find Kiely Rodni Instagram page or on the website or on the Placer County Sheriff's Office, Facebook or anything.
Then it's official because I've approved it.
Then
right?
It is not true, and it is not something that people should be following on or trusting. The information will be posted and will be coming from us when it is confirmed. So to let people know what to look out for, if a changed shirt or something. So to let people know what to look out for, if a changed shirt or something. So yeah, that has not been confirmed.
Okay.
I had talked with Kiely, and I had known she was going beforehand. We hadn't planned on going together, and we ended up not going together. She came with her best friend Mags Larson. Magdalene, sorry, is her first name.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, and so she came with her, drove in with her, and then
Mags ended up leaving about 10 minutes into the party with her boyfriend, Ross, Mags's boyfriend, and told Kiely goodbye and everything. And they were never planning on like leaving together or staying together at the party. They just went to the party together because they were hanging out earlier in the day. And then I saw her the second she got there, and from that moment on, we were pretty much seen together all around the party.
Pretty much seen together all around the party. Very abnormal language, you know?
But
We would-
I think she planned it. I think she wanted to be seen with Kiely at the party. Like that was her plan.
Yeah.
Because she wanted to be, because everyone loved Kiely, and it would just make Sammy look cooler if she was with Kiely. And then she didn't realize that at the end it was probably gonna backfire on her. All this language she's using.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. No, I think, well, maybe that could definitely be the case, but I'm leaning towards this language that she's using, whether she's like, you know, saying like Kessinger style, like, okay, here's my script, I'm going to write it out, this is exactly what I have to say. I think at this point, I think she's trying to cover something up, and I think she's driving a narrative.
I agree. But like, remember, Kessinger didn't say, yeah, we went out on all these dates. We did it, like it had to be found out slowly. And then she confessed.
I think Kessinger was smarter than her, this bitch.
You think so?
Yes.
Oh, man, I think they're
like really and truly
the same kind of mean girl, I guess, is how I see
them.
I
think they are. I just think that Nicole Kessinger is actually a little smarter.
Probably,
I can't believe I'm saying that.
Well, she was more manipulative. She had more years on this child.
That's true.
She had more practice.
Okay, let's listen to Lamar.
Yes. Would break off for mere moments from each other to go talk to other people or to go do other things, you know. But we would always come
to go snort lines of cocaine.
Back to each other.
Damn.
We were just going around the party. We were drinking the same drinks,
drinking the same drinks. I just think that she has we drank the same drinks, we shared the same cup, we took some of our drinks and poured it into each other's cups and then poured the remainder of the drink in the other person's cup back into our cup. I just think this has to do something with intentionally drugging. This is what I am just feeling like.
I agree completely because he never asked her about that. She just volunteered that information.
No one ever asked her about it any of the time. She volunteers it over and over and over again.
Exactly.
Let's continue to listen.
Teenagers throwing glow sticks into the party, and it started to grow really big. I would say around 10 to 10:30. So then Kiely and I were going around taking shots and just drinking. We were trading drinks with each other. We were sharing drinks with each other.
Look, she's almost forgot that. Oh yeah, I gotta remember to say we were trading drinks, we were sharing drinks, we were trading those drinks, and we were sharing those drinks, and we were spinning each other's drinks, and we were
each other. We would go back to her car to get some alcohol sometimes, and then we went to her car to charge her phone, and we were talking.
So what'd you talk about, huh?
About just random stuff, and then it's kind of hard to remember. And so, or no, we were talking about her texting her mom and her charging her phone and stuff, and just
interesting party conversation, eh?
Just about the party in general. And then we had a few other friends in the car, and then we all decided to go back to the party, and we were around in there for a bit. I had asked her for a ride home when we were in the car because my ride was leaving, and I wanted to stay at the party longer. And so then we ended up splitting up in the party because I went to go find another ride when we got back into the party after leaving the car. So
doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't, because that would be approximately a time spread of about 20 to 30 minutes. So when you asked her for a ride home, you didn't realize that she was inebriated, but 20 minutes later, you realized she was inebriated to the point where you don't want to ride with her with contempt and disgust on your face.
And wouldn't you be inebriated the same type of way because you shared literally everything?
That's right, because you were spinning each other's cups.
Yep.
So that we could, sorry, my mind is in a moment.
No, that's okay.
I'm sure.
Noah in the chat wants to ask you, who was fighting at the party? The girl and guy. Look into them. Was there a fight at the party?
Yeah, so there were some friendly fights that were going on. There was like we had boxing gloves leaving the car so that we could sorry, my mind is in a moment.
No, that's okay. Noah in the chat wants to ask you, who was fighting at the party? The girl and guy. Look into them. Was there a fight at the party?
Yeah, so there were some friendly fights that were going on. There was like we had boxing gloves. People were like trying to instigate. It wasn't anybody who had really any drama or they weren't enemies or anything. It was more just friendly fights to keep entertainment going. This happens at a lot of our parties. We just do it to have fun. If somebody gets hurt, like we have people on them. But
So it wasn't like a fight out of anger. It was just kind of a just a fun competition type of fighting.
Yeah, just see who wins and who goes home with the title. Which I will randomly admit, people do end up getting in fights over who won. But
I bet those aren't friendly. I bet those aren't friendly. I bet those aren't friendly when you're fighting over who won the title. I don't think those are friendly. That's just anger fighting. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I feel like I feel like she was almost setting Kiely up. Like she almost like had her there to get involved in this fight at the end of the night with her to like, I don't know.
I don't know. That's weird. The fighting stuff has always been weird to me. I'm sorry.
Did she like drug her so she couldn't, actually beat her in the fight? So she'd look like the champion since Kiely was the smarter, prettier, better, I don't know.
Well, remember she said, like, what would you tell Kiely? Oh, well, to keep on fighting.
Mm-hmm. Here, I think there's a short.
Did Kiely have her boyfriend or an ex-boyfriend with her at the party?
No, there was no ex-boyfriend there. Her ex-boyfriend lived in Napa. He was in Napa at the time, and I think he lives in Napa. And he actually drove up the next day, the second he heard that she was missing. He's very close with her family and her. There was no anything, and she does not currently have a boyfriend. She was rocking the single life, like we used to say. She just wanted to be.
She was gonna say, like I used to say.
That's
she was gonna say, I used to say.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Jeez. Here, wait. Sis Vicious is let's bring Sis Vicious on. She's backstage. You stay right there.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, girl, how's it going? Sis Vicious in his house or in the car?
Hello, hello.
Hello. You may surprise her. She may have been back there for a while.
Oops.
Sis Vicious. Here, I'll keep playing this. She'll come up when she's ready.
Cool.
Single and
have
fun as a kid.
I get it. She's only 16. She's just a baby. I don't know. But the phone. What about the phone? Can you tell us about her cell phone? Is there anything specific you can tell us? Go ahead.
So it has we're having trouble remembering what color. Like my cell phone is a green phone, but I have an orange case on it. But we do know that her phone has a black case on it with a sticker on the very middle back that says sex wax on it. And it's an iPhone, not the Samsung that was found. It's an iPhone.
So it's an iPhone.
I forget which generation and which number, but I can post about that or something or get in contact with you.
Okay. Real quickly, Laura Truman wants to ask you, what about pictures and social media posts? There has to be evidence this party went down. I'm sure there's people taking photos or TikToks. I'm sure there's got to be a TikTok video of the fight or something, right? There's got to be something out there.
Yeah. So there's hundreds of videos. We have videos of people taking videos.
Oh, wow.
We have
very good. Very good.
Hundreds of videos, hundreds of pictures. We've asked everybody to send us any videos and any pictures that they have, even if it's a picture that looks exactly like something else sent us. It could have different angles. We are looking at an app called Be Real, which is where a lot of kids waited because the Be Real, it's an app where you can post a picture and there's 2 minutes at random points in the day. There's only one a day. And it comes as a notification will pop up on your phone that says, you have 2 minutes left to post your Be Real. Like everybody you can post it later in the time, but you're supposed to post in that time. We're looking at everybody's Be Reals because we know a lot of people waited until they were at that party to post their Be Reals.
Okay. Hey, Sis Vicious, you there, girl?
I'm here.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. And you're up here with Miss Ara R and Sis Vicious, two of my favorite girls.
Well, I wanted to say first because I was listening to you, and it's so cute. I don't know if you raise rabbits, But I think
I
we're
do.
kindred spirits. Okay,
Oh!
so funny story really quickly that has nothing to do with anything, my usual. But when I was in college, I used to volunteer at this pet store, and they had Holland Lops.
Those are
And
the
you know
rabbits
how
I raise.
Well, you know how
I have
they'll get
31 resident Holland Lops. I kid you not. Oh my God, that's
well,
crazy.
you know how social they are, and like
Yes.
some will get ostracized for whatever
Yes.
reason. Okay, so I would
Yes.
foster because they'll stop eating, they'll just like starve
Yes.
themselves to death, right?
Yes.
So I would foster
Yes.
them.
That's why I have so many of them.
I
Take
nearly
care of
got kicked
them.
out of my first apartment in
Aw.
college because I wouldn't stop fostering the rabbits.
Oh
And
my
finally I was
God.
like, okay, like I can't, but whatever. My landlords hated it at the time. It was just so funny because I would volunteer there and I would just feel bad for them. I would bring them home. But,
That is
they're
so
the cutest,
crazy.
most lovable little things in the world.
You have to ask R knows all about this. That's like my whole thing. That's why I have so many damn bunnies, because I'm always like, an SPCA will take a dog or a cat, but they don't take bunnies. So then I started fostering them.
Yeah, she has the biggest heart ever, honestly.
And then all of a sudden I have an overgrowth of bunnies, and we know what bunnies do. Bunnies make more bunnies. So then I actually started breeding them here.
They're
And
the
then-
sweetest things in the
Oh, you
world.
baby.
They're the most
And then,
vulnerable.
whoopsie, come here,
They
little
are.
babies.
They're literally
And they got
prey.
these cute little. Aw,
Their
see
job
that?
is to be prey.
I wanted
know.
one really
Do you
bad.
see?
But
See? I
ended
got
up taking
camera.
in, this giant dog that nobody cared about, and he's like
What
100
kind of dog
Oh
is
my
it?
God, he's a Great Pyrenees and Shepherd mix.
I ended up getting these bunnies after I had a giant schnauzer, which was 90 pounds of hell.
Dude,
I'll take the 3-pound bunny. Can you see?
Yeah.
Can you see the bunny?
Yes, he's so cute. Oh my gosh. Oh, I miss that. Now oh my God, I can't.
Dude, you want bunnies? Come pick out a few. I'm always trying to get rid of some of these bunnies.
Oh my gosh, I would love to. But I think it's interesting too because rabbits and cats can get along and cohabitate so well relative to cats and dogs. I think that cats and but I also end up taking in cats because everyone loves dogs. No one ever likes cats either. So I'm just
Everybody wants to eat the bunny, and no one wants to take home the bunny. So then I take all the bunnies.
I thought that was adorable when you were talking about that. I didn't know you did that, and it just reminded me. So I just have such a soft heart.
Central
for
Hop Rabbitry. Everyone go pick yourself out a rabbit.
I will look at that.
Every time I love this. I'm gonna start calling it the bunny breaks because things can get real heavy in the chat sometimes. And then we'll have bunny talk, and it kind of like levels everybody out.
It does.
So, and I don't know if the chat.
How crazy is that? Though?
I love it. So I'm gonna just like as mods, we're just gonna do like, okay, bunny break, y'all. Just FYI, and take this time. Take this time to like and subscribe while we take a bunny break.
Yes, yes.
I love how
and
lovable
everybody
they are,
pick out and everybody go click like and pick out your damn bunny.
Bunny break.
So did you foster to rehome, or do you just end up like? I mean, you breed them now. You said, right? Actually, I forgot.
So I fostered to rehome them, and then I ended up having this great idea that I would breed them. So we breed the little Vienna marked one, so they'll be like any number of colors and have these beautiful blue eyes. And so so that can be actually profitable. They're little designer pets, but then here's me. I can't just like give somebody a living thing and take a check. So I'm like, I need your vet references. And maybe I'm going to need to do a home inspection actually, because I don't know if you're prepared to have because I just feel bad. So then I'm not a good breeder like that. So then I still foster them. And then I have a program where I have put a ton of them into special education programs and nursing homes as emotional therapy pets.
Oh, that's adorable. That's so sweet. They
Yeah.
are. Those little ones, I'm telling you, sometimes you have one like real depressed and you have to give so much attention, but they would just sit like in the little crick of my neck and I would it's so relaxing. So cute. But that's very kind of you. I know I always I've rehomed so many pets, or I've taken pets out of bad situations and fostered temporarily. But if you don't check the next person you're giving it to, you might as well have left them where they were, in my opinion.
I know. Well, that's exactly it. So it's like, people are like, oh, well, they sell for like a lot per, but that must be very profitable. I'm like, not really. Not like if you're humane about it. Because, 300 poops per bunny per day.
Yeah, minimum.
It's a lot. I know, it's a lot.
We had
So that's
rabbits when I
wow.
was a kid too, and I just remember that they're just not the. It's not bad though. People think it's like, you know, just it's not hard to clean up, but it is constant 24/7. I don't think a lot of people realize that, which is why they get relinquished, you know. But anyway, that's I didn't.
Yeah, no.
Take
I mean,
over with
I'm like,
Bunny talk,
I constantly clean. Yeah, constantly clean. They're all like litter box trained and stuff for the most part, but still.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, that's
Yep.
adorable.
Yep.
Anyway,
I basically live in bunny poop, true crime, and behavioral analysis. That's all I do. Weird life. Anyway, go ahead. Yes.
No. I was just listening to the chat and you and Ari going back and forth on Sami, and I know you said before that you think that there was an intentional, drugging. I don't know if I'm there yet. I definitely believe that. I believe that she did ingest something. Now I can see being an adolescent, someone overdosing. I don't know if you've ever seen or experienced that. I did once. And it was terrifying. And the person literally, you've got a short window, but they're not dead. They look it. And,
That's right.
And I can see a teenager absolutely just in a panic, not knowing what to do or not knowing how to handle a situation like that. Absolutely. And I can see cover up to follow. Now, whether it was intentional, the reason I can't get there is because I don't know what would they be benefiting, because they're all going off to college. They were seniors. They're going in different locations and stuff, and so I don't see
not getting in trouble. That's what they would benefit.
But she's saying intentional.
Intentional.
You know, I don't know if I wholeheartedly believe there's intentional drugging. I can't figure out. I get maybe I don't really totally mean that. I'm toying around with it, but I don't understand why she repeatedly mentions the sharing of the cups, the spitting in the cup, all these things we were just joking about.
I think it's Freudian slips is what I think. I think because when someone's trying to cover their ass, and I know this from several relationships.
Covering your ass.
But you tend to give details. You give details that no one's asking for. You answer questions that no one's inquired about. And it's because you're painting a story in your own mind of what happened because you're not telling the truth. And it's those little filler details that I think the liar thinks is selling the lie, but it sparks conversations like the one we're having right now, where you just look more guilty, because why are you giving these details that absolutely don't matter? There's a missing girl. No one cares what cup you drank out of.
But they do matter. It matters enough for her to talk about it.
Exactly, but my point is, then why?
Because
you know what I'm saying? That's why
she
I think
knows
it was an accident.
She knows something we don't know, and it also might be that she's intentionally not telling the truth.
Well, and right. That's why I tend to think it's a Freudian slip. I don't think she's straight up lying about it. I think she's providing details like, oh, well, we were all drinking out of the same cup, or we were all drinking out of, whatever. Yes, that's true, but what was in the cup? Nobody knows. But why would you provide that detail if it wasn't relevant in some way? But the reason she's just saying it out there, there's no relevance behind it. So I think you're right, and I think we're saying the same thing just in a different way. There is relevance, but we don't know what it is. But I don't think just throwing that in the conversation when no one was asking for that information is just the face value. Does that make sense?
Your voice sounds so familiar to me. That's so crazy.
I know. I felt
really
the same way when
does.
I talked to her before too. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
I don't know. Maybe I ramble on other people's panels sometimes. Maybe you heard I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
so I feel like
she's
I feel like she and that Meghan person, I really feel like they are pushing a pre-planned narrative that has some specific talking points.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree 100%. I just don't know that I believe intent. And here's where I'm at. I straight up don't like any of these people. And it's pretty rare in a case where something so tragic has happened, where the friends, the family, I don't like any of them. They all give me weird vibes. I've said that from day one. There's just something that's not right. And I said this even in a comment earlier. I don't like the mom, and I don't think that I have to. But you
It's
know,
weird, though, you feel like guilty about it almost. Yeah, I do.
The final tipping point for me was the sheer ungratefulness
Yes.
that these people have shown, especially to AWP. These people came across the country on their own dime, donating their time and resources to help you find your loved one. And the disrespect was just, it was just gross to me.
And they're such clearly like humble and just good men. They're just good people. They just are. You see it. They are. you
and
know?
even if you didn't like them necessarily as individuals, there are families that have to wait decades, if ever, to find out what happened to their family member. And the ungratefulness that you have shown. First of all, too, I didn't the upset that no one called you. Well, the sheriff department should have contacted you the second they've been the second that they were notified. It really wasn't AWP's job to start calling the family.
Exactly. And by the way, your local law enforcement should have done a better job and recovered your daughter's car and your daughter's remains. So AWP should have never even been involved, but your community failed you time and time and time again.
AWP shouldn't even have had to call the sheriff's department, because they should have been there. And as a mother, do you have any idea the army that it would take to get my ass off that beach while they were searching for my daughter? I would follow them around.
Oh my God.
Like a bloodhound. There's no way you could have kept me away from there. I would have been on site. If they made me keep a distance, I'll keep a distance. I'm not leaving.
Absolutely.
I want to be where you're at while you're looking.
I feel that way too.
I
feel that way too.
The nerve to say, well, they didn't call me directly. What were you doing that was more important that day?
Where were you? Because I see that your father and Kylie's father both showed up real quick.
Well, she didn't like cameras. She didn't like being around cameras, remember? So I don't think she would want to be on a YouTube video. She probably had to sign.
She likes him just fine now.
She probably had to sign some release at some. No, I'm talking about Kylie's mom.
Right.
I know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure that as the mother of the missing person, or the victim victim of tragedy, I say, not necessarily foul play, but victim of tragedies, parents don't want to be in your YouTube video. I'm fairly certain they could have edited that out. But it's not like AWP would have been disrespectful
think about
to her not wanting to be in their video.
Think about it. Well, yeah, true. So maybe she was there and we don't see it.
She wasn't, though, because she was upset.
She made a big deal about it.
I'm just I'm playing devil's advocate at this point.
And you know what? And you know what? And even if you don't like cameras, even if you don't want to be on video, I'm sorry. I return to the fact that you are looking for your missing child, and this might turn into recovering your missing child. Who the fuck cares?
Well, remember
Nothing
Dad
else
drove
should
away.
matter.
Remember Dad drove away.
Yeah, I know, but to initially be there to just know what's going on, she doesn't have her pulse on anything. It's like she's blaming the rest of the world without doing anything herself. It's like everyone else's fault, but all she does is sit there and overpronounce the last syllable.
Yeah, and she yes, and
sorry, I had to.
She seems to care more about the community than her daughter, because in that community meeting, she hugged every freaking officer there.
Yep. Here's my issue, and I think this is what I think in my mind. This is my suspicion, allegedly, whatever. I think that someone drove Kylie's car out of there. I don't think it was her. I think that Sami was in that car. I think someone else was driving, yet to be determined. Because if you notice, like we were just talking about why are you providing these details? When she says that in that interview with Toad or whoever, what's that? Tony.
Pervy.
Yeah, you just call him Toad, whatever. But she said that she was getting a ride with her friend and she was sitting in the front seat. Well, why are you giving that? Who was in the back? Who were you riding with? We've never been told who she was riding with.
No.
We've never been told who she left with. We never have been told. So I think whoever that was, I think that she was in the front seat in Kylie's car. I think someone else was driving. I think that is it Megs or Mag? Is it Megs or Mags? Okay, Mags. And I know that her mom, I don't know that Sami has too much to do with it directly. I think she knows something. I think she could be covering for someone that she's better friends with than Kiely. I think that might be why she inserted herself, like protecting her friend, and she just made herself look super suspicious. I don't think that she had any malfeasance necessarily, but I think that the Mags girl was either directly or indirectly involved in what happened. And I can see, just because the mom gives me weird vibes, if Mags' mom and Kylie's mom are as close as we've been made to believe that they are, the fear of losing your best friend, losing her daughter too, you can't fix the tragedy that happened to Kiely, but I can possibly see
Wow, that's a really good point.
her not, wanting to gamble or risk something happening to her best friend's daughter and then
and therefore all of the pounding on the drum about the fucking community.
Yeah, she cares more about the community than her own child.
Wow.
Well, I don't know that I would say the community, but if it's her, I have friends.
Right.
It doesn't matter.
Sister.
I'm sorry. No.
I think I see what you're saying. You're like, it's like she doesn't want to risk the Mags and the relationship with Mag's mom.
I think that it's that, and I think if Mags was involved, I think that coming out, yeah, I crashed this car. Yeah, we covered up a potential crime. It's possible, and I say lose her daughter too.
Right.
She could go to prison.
That's what I mean.
If she was driving, yeah. So her best friend could lose her daughter. She absolutely should.
And she should. It's the law.
But if your friend is family to you, if you've also raised this child, I have a best friend.
Exactly.
Her daughter's almost like my own.
Yeah.
And so
you excuse them from breaking the law?
Oh, hell yeah. Please, the law. Come on now. I've excused my best friend from breaking the law a bazillion times.
Well, I say it because your child is dead and these people are lying, is what I'm saying.
But if it was an accident, if something happened that was unintentional, they couldn't save my daughter, I believe that they know what happened. And if it was an accident, these girls are best friends, you're best friends with the mom. Something happened to Kiely. I can see the mom believing you didn't do this on purpose, and it's not going to bring my daughter back.
Okay, but
I could see her protecting Mags like you would protect.
I don't think
your own
Mags had
daughter.
anything to do with it, though. Honestly, I don't think she did.
Yeah.
She's the only one the only friend that showed remorse.
I think that could. I agree with you, but I also think that could be
anguish from. Yeah. Okay. All right. I haven't gone down that road. But I can see that. I mean, it's like what we know is consistent with what you're saying,
And there's just only a few people she could have left with. There's only a few people that I think, unless it was just someone completely random, but there's no evidence of that.
No.
And
we don't have evidence of much at this point, really.
Well, and I think that could be why. Why aren't these people talking more? Why aren't these people saying more? I think the people that know are keeping a tight lip. And again, just the weird suspicions with the mom and the family and stuff. Well, what is the reason for that?
Well, there's an open investigation.
The only thing that makes sense to me is
Is your what?
There's
But
an open
she's
investigation.
but she's basically telling people to back off. Oh, we got this. Do you really? Because this investigation has been a shit show. What do you got? What do you have under control? And that's what made me think
Got
she was
nothing.
protecting the way things are going. The only reason you would do that, in my opinion, is for a reason. What would the reason be? The only person I can think of that she would want to protect is either Sami, if there's a relationship there we're not aware of between Sami's family, Sami and Kiely's mom, or Mags.
Yeah. No, I think that, all makes like logical sense.
I don't know. It's just, but then again, think about who they were in the community. They weren't just some people that lived there. I mean, they owned land, they owned lodging. They were like, again, Truckee royalty, like kind of people. So of course, whatever happened, we'll stay hush hush. Nobody's ever going to come forward. And that's why Dad in the community meeting said, you guys need to come forward. These are your kids too. Your kids were at the party. It's interesting to see the dynamic between the mother and the father, the biological parents, and how they approach this case.
Yes. Yeah, totally. You can see how that was a marriage or whatever, conception made in heaven.
Yeah.
So let's listen to the mom overpronounced since we're talking about her.
Oh gosh, I can't.
Comment. Let everyone know what you think. We want to know.
Difficult
and
to
if this is something
I know. It's awful.
We're today with our friends, family, and community in Kiely's name. Though we gather together, grief and healing is such a personal and individual thing. Today we will honor Kiely in honoring each other and holding each other up as we grieve in our own ways. We'll laugh, dance, share stories, songs, and poetry, or maybe we'll cry in a corner or at the podium. It's all okay. We'll remember and we'll create new memories as we all learn how to move forward in a world where we miss her. We are so blessed to be able to miss her together and to walk together into tomorrow. The way that she has brought everyone together, even in death, is a legacy that I will cherish forever. I'm hearing stories about people wanting to be nicer to each other in her memory. Kiely's dear friend recently told her mom that before all of this happened, she thought the word community had no real meaning, that it didn't really exist. But after Kiely went missing, the way our community showed up in full force showed her that it in fact is so very real and so, so powerful. That kind of impact on our teens gives me hope.
Wait, hold it.
The demonstration.
What's that?
Did she say, what did she just say? Like 15 seconds? It showed her that what?
Let's try.
Friend recently told her mom that before all of this happened, she thought the word community had no real meaning, that it didn't really exist. But after Kiely went missing, the way our community showed up in full force showed her that it in fact is so very real and so, so powerful. That kind of impact on our teens gives me hope. The demonstration of strength and togetherness and the way that they have an army of supporters standing behind them will carry them far as they enter adulthood. We would like to thank everyone who has come together to support us in what we hope will be the most difficult time of our lives. There's no way that we'll be able to ever return the kindness, generosity, and compassion that has been extended to us over.
Oh, never mind.
And think that all the time when she's saying this, she is excluding AWP, who are like the most generous, selfless, giving, heroic people, like kind of that like I've ever witnessed, like in this human life form, but definitely that have been involved in her life recently.
For the last
Miss
month.
Kiely,
yeah,
I apologize. I didn't want to interrupt you, but I just want to stay true to your chat as I'm still a mod in there right now.
Oh, thank you so much.
Miss Meghan C, she knows Sami apparently. She's in your chat, and there are people that want to hear her speak.
Of course.
They've been asking for the link to drop, but I wouldn't do that without your permission. But I just want to let you know.
Yes, of course. Absolutely. Yes, let's drop that link. All righty. So drop in the link. All right, here we go. Here you go, darling. Oh man, Holland Lops.
I know.
I can't believe that was the bunnies you mentioned. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Do you think she's talking about the mom of someone she knows right here, sis?
I don't know what she's talking about. Another thing, going back to what I was saying, and just listening to her, and I'm not trying to read between the lines with my tinfoil hat on, but I do think that, another thing, if I'm trying to imagine myself, I'm in my 30s, okay? Me and my mom talk every single morning on the way to work. If she's not getting a hold of, if I haven't called her back, text her by 1 o'clock, she's texting me, calling my sister, asking if my sister's talked to me. And if it's 3, she's on the way to my house. I live an hour away. You know what I mean? And so I think that, and that's just the relationship that we have. But, I imagine myself and a teenager, if I knew that they were at a party drinking, she texted me, said she'd be home by this time. If she's not home in the morning, I'm making calls. And I think it's weird that it took until 5 o'clock that following day before, a missing persons was filed. And just the window of time, going back to my point before, I think that also makes me believe that there was something else done or said, or they knew of something, possibly an incident, possibly who was there, and trying to figure out a game plan from there. Because again, and I'm not saying the mom was involved in any of this. I'm just saying, why else would you wait?
Well, because
for your little 5 o'clock the next day, she was going to be late.
Well,
I would be driving out to the reservoir that morning. If I didn't see her car there, I'm calling the cops.
See, their relationship was probably different. She says it in interviews that she trusted Kiely. These parties were frequent. And so I think that when Kiely did not show up to something that was scheduled, that's when she panicked, because mom maybe understands the phone's going to die or whatever. But I don't think that her first thought was, oh, something's wrong. It's just, okay, she didn't show up to this meeting that we had. Okay, now something's wrong.
Yeah.
But if your teenager's out all night, I know that she trusted her. I know they had that relationship where they talked about, but if your teenager's up all night, you haven't seen them in the morning. She said she would be coming home in another 45 minutes. So Kiely asked permission to stay longer. It's not like me when I was that age, I just didn't come home. I didn't, you know what I mean? I hate to say that, but that's the person that I was. I did whatever. I was a hell.
So did I. I hear you. I was there too.
Wait, hold it. Let me just break in for a second. So, so Megan, if you want to come up, I just dropped the link in chat. Let's see here. Let's see. Those info I found out tonight. Need to decide if I check family. Wait, this info. Let's see. Oh, okay. I think I'm trying to understand. I think I'm understanding what you're saying. Well, it's up to you, my darling. If you'd like to come up, you are welcome to come up. And let's see, are you able to private chat with me? Let's see.
Yeah, if she comes up, Miss Kelly's in charge. We all know that.
Yeah. Let's see this info. Is she able to do private chat when she's like,
yes.
Are you? Okay.
Because I can see it on mine.
Let's see. Oh, so I'm really bad at using private chat.
But I mean, Megan, I've seen, if you're that same Megan, I've seen you on that other lady's chat. I mean, it's okay. This place is like that. It's a safe place.
Yeah.
It's cool. Like, it's all good.
We are cool.
Actually, I think I spoke to Miss Megan also in that other panel.
On Michelle's channel?
I think
it
was on Michelle's. Something like Crime with Michelle or whatever. But
I like her, I think.
Yeah, no, she's cool. It's just I stepped down because I was apparently asking questions that had already been answered. And I got embarrassed. So I jumped out.
Gosh, that was like a really, really long live.
Yes. I was like, my bad. I was at work. Oops. Bye.
That's so funny.
Megan, it's all good. You should come up. Kelly's.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Sis Vicious, sorry about that.
Sorry, girl. Sorry.
Oh no, you gotta cut me off because I'll keep. I've said that before. Interrupt me.
Oh my gosh. Let's see. Truth, RT. Oh, hi, RT. How are you doing? I've seen RT in some other chats. Can't think of who. Hi, Carly Ray Savage. Thanks for being here. Sorry, I'm just catching up on some chats too. All right, EVG70. They do feel comfortable. Absolutely. Society is rude. Oh, I know. Big societal statements. I know. It's crazy. Hi, Just Michael. Welcome. How are you doing? And Gregory Worth R says, thanks for asking the tough questions. Hi, Mitch. How are you, sweetheart? Welcome. Nice to see you. Because they are not even caring, I hear at the moment. Let's see, Meg. I'm trying to follow what she's saying. So Megan says, because they are not even caring, I hear at the moment. Do you mean about
come up,
like
Megan?
what you're saying? Yeah, here. I believe you're not fake.
Yeah.
By the way. There's a link if you like. Trying to think.
It's all good. I think let's give her some space to think. We don't want to put her on the spot either.
I was trying to figure out how to use my own private chat. I never use it though. Every now and then I'll be like doing a live stream. I'll be like, oh, look, there's some private chats. I hope that like
it's a lot to keep track of.
Oh, it is a lot to keep track of. My goodness. Yeesh. Yeah. Let's see. Oops. That's so funny. Oh, you're so welcome, Carly Ray Savage. Welcome. Glad you subscribed. Oh, Truth Seeker says Meghan C is real. Thank you, Truth Seeker. I wasn't doubting her.
Yeah.
We are important though, Kathleen. We are important. In our own little world. Aw, thanks, Esther. You're such a sweetheart.
I do wonder though, it's in the back of my mind that what does AWP have that they say, depending on the direction of how this goes, we're gonna release certain videos. That's weird.
I know. I mean, it's got to be something because I don't think that they could. I mean, this is just, man, listen. So I have always really, now knowing that I can at times be a little naive, but not always. I'm getting better. You know, I really have, I guess they are, I mean, I'll just be honest about it, people that I've really taken them very much for their word. So just imagine if it turned out like, there really wasn't anything there. I think my whole world like view would be like I'd have to question everything. You know?
Well, yeah.
Like,
I mean,
oh my goodness.
It's a double-edged sword here, really.
It is, yeah.
Because we're given all these random facts or half truths. And then they say, okay, world, do what you want with it. It's like, why? Remember, I don't know if you were in that live that I was hosting, but it's like, you make us care about these people, and then you go quiet, and then we don't know details. So F you. You're telling us, please help find this person. These are the details, and then we know nothing. So you just messed with us.
Right.
Keep it to yourselves then.
Yeah, I know. Oh my God. And then that's just, and that's just messing with so many people's, that's going way too far.
And so we're going to talk about it on the internet. Sorry.
I just can't fathom. And this is why I just tend to stay away so much from the random person factor. Because where this happened, the reward money, for example, it wouldn't just be necessarily the people that are involved. It would be the people that were involved that called for. You would have to call for a ride depending on where you lived or where you were going. You'd be soaking wet. It'd be morning if you were walking. By the time you got you were going, you see soaking wet people just walking down the road. Someone would see something. Someone would say something. Who gave you a ride out of there? And with the reward money, I can't fathom, especially if it's a young kid, a teenager, even college age kids that were, or people in their 20s that were at this party allegedly. I can't imagine someone not, if it was a random factor, it wouldn't just be the people that were involved based on that. There would have to be someone else that knew something, or at the very least suspected something based on this set of circumstances. And in an effort to, for nothing else, collect the reward money, if they themselves weren't directly involved, I just can't see it going this long without some viable tip, which leads me, which is what leads me to think it's a little closer to home. And again, there's just only so many directions that can go from what we've been told. So
Right.
I don't know. I don't believe anything was intentional. But I don't believe that it was just some total random act of violence either.
Truckee seems like a party town. I'm gonna say it. It's a party town.
Yeah, it does seem like a party town.
Because I remember listening to that lady that knows Sami when she was talking. She said that we don't have bowling alleys here, so these kids party. And if you look at the history of Truckee,
every town needs a bowling alley.
Yeah. So I mean, they're like used to it. These people are used to it. They probably went to those parties when they were younger too. The people that are at that celebration of life gathering, probably.
Yeah. I mean, that's where up here in upstate New York, I mean, this is, I mean, people through the generations have partied like that as well. I know it's all the way across the country, but in some ways, I definitely kind of get it,
And then that lady was saying that their kids are different from other kids. They're tougher. They know how to change tires. They know how to do all this and this and this. Okay, well.
They think they're very different for sure.
Yeah.
Well,
that's what I got from that interview.
Yeah. What were you gonna say, sis?
I think so. I was just gonna say, I think sometimes regionally, I used to work more in like Northern California, but I didn't live there permanently. I would travel like back and forth. And the vibe is very different up there. Like people, but it was further north than where Truckee is, but people are a little rough around the edges. You have kind of a mix of people. You have a mix of people from larger areas that still kind of have that like city vibe mentality that just want to be in the country, more left alone. And then you have people that are just sort of like born and bred there that are again sometimes a little more rough and tumble, like you were just describing. So you kind of have this mix. But you are right. I mean, from my experience, again, not that area or even anywhere near it specifically, but generally that is the case. And I mean, I kind of even experienced that here where I'm at. You have kind of a little rougher way of life. It doesn't breed tender sensibilities.
Right. Yeah. So, that's really well stated.
You know what I mean? It's like no one's reading their etiquette books, I guess, at night. So,
and I think that comment was made to just defend the fact that they have parties and that have fights, and it's not weird. Like, sorry, we don't play Monopoly, we fight.
I think it speaks to the mentality though too, and defending. I know the interview that you're talking about, and I think it speaks to the mentality of the people in the area, because again, it's something everyone accepts. Like, we don't have bowling alleys here. It's a fact of life. People party. That's how I grew up too. There was nothing to do.
Yeah.
And so what that breeds, what do they say? Idle hands are the devil's workshop.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
It's true. When there's nothing else to do, you find something to do. And when there's nothing productive,
Yeah.
It goes the other way sometimes, straight up. A lot of people where I grew up, you look, what are they doing now? It's there's not that many people that are doing good. I left, I moved away, and thank God, because even a lot of my friends that I had are just not in good places. But again, when you live in a small area where there's not a lot going on, but
Yeah.
there is.
And I don't think that everybody was partaking in these fighting parties. I think there was just like a specific social circle, just like a specific social circle, and maybe a small town partakes in one activity that not everyone's invited to because it's probably illegal if someone reports it.
I mean, if I had to guess, I would say fighting is probably like the most minimum part of what was happening.
Well, that's dangerous, especially if
Yeah.
you're drinking and you have people on them in case they get hurt.
Yeah, what did she mean by that? I understand that.
Yeah, well, that I think you do understand that people have gotten they hurt,
Gotcha.
and
Okay.
they have to have someone there.
Okay.
They already had that prepared,
Oh, wow.
Did I
Okay.
sound rude? I didn't mean that. I didn't mean to sound
No,
rude.
no,
I'm
no,
like,
no,
you
no.
know
It
what
didn't
that
sound
means,
rude.
Miss Kelly.
Yeah, no. I know. I was like, well, I'm like kind of like, is that I don't I know what I think something would mean, but is that what they mean? I don't know. It's like, I'm not from Truckee. I do know that. So
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
I don't know. I don't think that. I don't know that I think that had anything to do with. I don't know if you guys have ever been in a fight, but most people that I don't know. It's
That's new to me.
most
Fights are new to me at parties.
Well, I've seen people. I don't know if you've ever seen like people. I don't like sparring, like kickboxing,
Mosh
but even
pitting
like
is different.
sparring. Like if people haven't really been hit before, like you get hit once or twice, like you're kind of done. Especially like bare knuckle fighting. Like that's kind of a.
Yeah.
I don't think it.
Right.
I think they probably had someone like looking out just to make sure things didn't get too crazy or could help if need be, but. You're
Gotcha,
not.
yeah.
They're not professional fight. It's like they're not taking just hit after hit after hit to the face, like until someone just permanently goes out. Is what I'm trying to say.
Well, I'm
I
learning
don't know
from you guys. I'm learning from you guys because I've never seen that.
Well, I'm just saying, even like sparring. Like I don't know if you ever like kickbox or like been to or like sparring practice and stuff. Like the first time you get hit in the face, the first time you get hit, it's like, okay, I'm not glass, but it's not like you want to do it all night. You know what I mean? No one's just gonna stay in a ring and just fight themselves stupid is what I'm trying to say. It's just not a thing. I could see a fight happening or this or that. It might be a couple punches or something. But I said that to say I don't think that had anything to do with anything. It's probably something in the area, something they like to do, like amateur fighting. People probably bet on it and to some extent, but
do you think that girls did that to each other then?
Probably. I mean, I've been in fights before when I was that age. I mean, that
guy, who was it? Doug says that he was, we watched, he read that text message where he said that she supposedly from some source had gotten in a fight with whoever. They bleeped out the name. I just want to respond to this super quick. Hi, Ellie. Welcome. How are you doing? So you were asking this to RT, but you said like ski, snowboard, tourist spot, extreme sports people, like mountain town in Colorado. I'm from Denver. That's what it seems like. Vail or Aspen, kind of. So actually the last trip I went skiing and snowboarding out west, I went to Breckenridge and I hit Vail and Aspen too, along with a couple other places. So I do know that I've never been to Truckee. I've been to Tahoe, but I've never been to Truckee. I was talking about that earlier, but I do know that I think it's at the Lindsay's mom, that lodge place that the family owns. There's some like bumper sticker or something that they have there. I've seen a picture of that says fuck Vail. So I guess they consider themselves competition, but cooler in that sort of smug, small kind of way.
Yeah.
Just want to answer that question.
Well, Vail is very I don't know if you guys have been to Vail is like very like by comparison, and again, I've never been to Truckee, but that general area. Yes,
and it's
Vail is very posh. Yes, very pinky in the air, best behavior. Everything you wear better be brand new, or people are gonna be looking at you wondering why you're breathing the same air as them. So by comparison, fuck Vale, I can totally see that because the vibe is so completely opposite, polar different, not posh, down to earth, down home, like more, less about what you have, more about who you are type of person.
Yeah.
So I do think
exactly.
that, even maybe competition business wise or whatever, like, touristy stuff possibly, but probably more speaking to fuck those kind of people, that's what I get from that. But Vale's gorgeous.
Vale is
but
gorgeous.
If anyone's from
Gorgeous.
Vale,
It's
I
very
wasn't saying
if ever anyone's from Vale, I would like to rent a permanent closet in here.
We'll work for
yes, we'll work for ski lift tickets. I don't know. Peg says someone said the majority of the population are listed as millionaires. Are you talking about the Truckee area? I know Tahoe area is for, pretty wealthy, affluent. I think a lot of those mountain areas are. There's a lot of money with the ski resorts and whatnot. But I will do some research on that because I don't like to rely on what other people said. And that's no diss against you, Peg. You just gave me something to think about. So I'm going to check into that. It sounds like that could possibly be accurate.
Well, I think it kind of goes more back to the thing, like being a little more rough on the edges, or like, we can change a tire, like we can do this, like, we go to the lake, we go, we take the kayak, like whatever. Then you have people that, driving $100,000 vehicles plus, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just completely polar opposite worlds. So,
yes, I think so too. But I think Honeybee comments, she says, what is Truckee, a Hunger Games town? Kind of sounds like it.
Sounds like it, right? Probably could describe like where I live currently too. It's hilarious. But you know how people say like, oh, like city slickers or whatever. Like I could see them saying that sort of in terms of like, Vale or those types of people versus who they think they're kind of more, country, down home, whatever. Is this Megan person coming up? Because I'm trying not to really go too far.
I don't know.
She was going to come up, but
are you coming up, Megan? Oh wait, here
I don't want to.
Sis, are you like from the area?
What's that?
Oh, I want to know if Sis was from the area, or I've never met her before.
Oh, no. I was saying in California. I used to work in California, but I traveled. But I was like split life living. I would travel there for a period of time, but it was more up north towards like more north, like not Mendocino. I don't know how familiar you are, but a little further south of Mendocino. I don't know if you know the area that well, but anyway.
Thanks to Google Maps, I do.
Okay. So Mendocino is like north, but I would go there for a period of time, like 6 to 8 weeks, and I would go back to Chicago, and then I would go back 3 months sometimes at a time, and I would just travel back and forth because I had a good job there, but I didn't have to be there all the time.
Are the kids in Truckee really taught by the schools how to use their phones as a reflection if lost in the woods?
I do want to know that actually. Oh, wait, hey, Ara, could you hit me a text message really quick? I can't find my phone. I just need it to ding.
I would say probably because you get in the redwoods. Like if you get deep in the redwoods, you don't know shit from Shiola. And I know that just from hiking. And I would never go.
Thank you.
So I would go sometimes like really early in the morning, and we would walk in these really, really wooded areas, but there was like specific trails, and there's like a lot of hippies out there and stuff. So you have parts that are more kind of like where people kind of hang out and like congregate or whatever. But then you have these trails that go deep in wooded areas sometimes, and you can barely see daylight back there because the redwoods are so big and they're so tall that once you get in deep, you better hope that you've got a phone, you've got a map, or you're with somebody that knows where they're at, because you have to worry. There's like mountain lions. It's dark. You can't see.
Oh, wait, hold it. Wait. I'm sorry. Hold it. I just wanted to, so I think that Meghan is backstage. I think she came up and I lost her. I'm sorry.
Oh God.
I
Okay.
didn't mean to
Bring
cut
her
off
up.
Sis Vicious, but
No,
I didn't want to
no.
lose her.
I'm
I love
not
your
saying
stories,
anything
honey.
special. Oh my God.
Yes, you are.
I've lived life. I've lived life.
All right.
I'm just a mom now, but bring her up.
That's
Just bring her up.
important.
Let her go for a while.
Important. Hey,
Moms are
Megan, how
important.
are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. Welcome to Watch the Obsession Chat and Discussion. Feel comfortable,
Oh,
kick back,
wait,
relax.
hold on.
Okay,
Let me
sure.
hold on real quick.
Sure, of course. Of course. Man, this live stream has been going longer than I had originally anticipated.
We appreciate you.
Thank you, darling. I don't even know what time it is. Holy cow. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Here we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hey, how's it going?
Good. I had to mute mine behind my YouTube myself. That's what I was echoing.
Oh,
I was
that's
like, why do I
right.
have 7,000 echoes?
I know. That's always
everything
so
is-
confusing.
I know, and it's just because I'm new to it. But I do have some more information that I found out today. I can't put it out yet because I have to make sure that it's 100% verified, which it is. But I also have to, because the information is very damning to a lot of people. And let me just tell you that I can assure you, everybody that just said in this live that was on this panel, everybody that just talked shit about Sammy is going to be kissing her Sammy's ass tomorrow. From what the information I have, and I have it on record, and I have a video of it. So
that would make me happy if she. That would be cool if she could be.
I'm okay with
cleared
being
and
proven
all
wrong.
that. Yeah, I am
Absolutely.
too. Seriously, yeah.
Technically, it is tomorrow.
Tomorrow, then, as far as
no,
21 hours from now. Silly.
Is there a press conference scheduled or something we should look out for? Because I'm not usually on social media like that, but if there's a time or somewhere, I will be tuning in.
Or can we offer you a venue to get word out about something or whatever you need, Megan?
Oh, bye. I don't know. I think she hung up.
No, she's there. I can see her.
Oh, is she there?
See her. Yeah, because she's a green. I like that color green, actually. It's like a refreshing kind of green. I don't know if you can see it or not, though. Are you still there, Meg? Let's see.
What did she say? I don't know if it was my headphone cut out. Kind of. She said that everyone that said what about.
That was like speaking poorly about Sammy tomorrow. She was saying that there's information that has to be confirmed, and then she was saying, well, no, it's like it has been confirmed, but I think I'm not clear. Oh, there she goes down. So then I wasn't clear on what she was saying, that maybe it was more like to be respectful to someone. That's kind of how I was taking it, that we would all be kissing Sammy's butt tomorrow after. And so that's when R and I said, I'd be happy. Yeah. I'm fine being proved wrong. And I always feel that way.
Fine.
As I always say, I've been wrong before. I will totally be wrong again.
Like,
and I might be wrong right now.
Our ego is not like that. Like, we just talk about it, and if we're wrong, thank God we have answers now, so we can stop losing sleep over it.
I'll be wrong. I'll be wrong all day. Look, we're all it's almost 2:00 in the morning here, Matt. We're still talking about trying to figure out what happened to this poor girl. I would love to be wrong, and I would love to get an answer tomorrow that satisfied my suspicions and gave answer and closure to everything. Because again, these cases are so boom, you just pumped into your face, and you get such an attachment. You get such an attachment to the story, and you feel for the victim, and you want justice for that person.
It's only human.
Just as much. It's a human feeling. And I would, if if there's a story tomorrow that satisfies all my suspicions to the extent that my questions are all answered and this makes total sense, I will fly to Truckee. I will kiss Samantha's ass.
I will
in
kiss
person
butt. I
Nah,
would
I
and
love
wouldn't.
record it
Nah, I
for you
wouldn't.
guys.
Oh, wait, hold it. Wait,
Nah.
wait,
No,
wait. Just
if
one
this
second.
is-
Just one second. Wait. I think Megan's back. Let me try to bring her back up.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to
All right.
know, and if
It's not.
everything satisfies, like
It's
I will
not
be
that deep for
so.
me. It's not that
I
deep
will
for
be
me.
so happy.
Yeah. Here,
Nah.
let me just bring her back up let me bring her back up real quick. Let me just try to talk to her for a minute here. See if I can get her on with it. Whoops. Oh, wait. See. There we go. Hey Megan, how are ya?
I'm sorry. My phone, like I said, I had two lives open, I think. And I muted one and I was on the other one, but I switched back. I don't know what happened. So they both went down.
It's totally okay.
Anyway,
crazier things.
the information I went back today because the 911 call that I got told that was made was not made. So I'm going to go find out why I was lied to. Well, it wasn't exactly lied to.
Wait a minute. Can I just ask you a question? Because I'm a little confused about this as it is. So who made the 911 call? You did or someone else did?
There was no 911 call made, period.
Okay. All right. I was confused. Okay,
I was
gotcha.
confused. I had gotten told some information from a third party that there was a 911 call made. And I thought that's really strange that I got told this and and someone bought the 911 calls, which I did not know until after I said that, which was kind of weird. Which I wish I'd known before because I would have gone back and asked, but I found out later. So I went back and I talked to a lady today, and this is what I got told is very personal, and it's very I don't know it. It struck a chord with me because everything that from this point on now, if I had, that's why I have to check tomorrow. I have one person I have to go find and make sure, because if I find out, I know exactly what happened to Kiely.
Really? Oh my gosh, that's like super intense. Wow.
And but before I put this out, I even thought tonight when I found out that I had to go talk to my pastor. So that'll give you an idea.
Oh my God.
Because it hit me
That
hard.
that gives me no idea of.
Could I just ask what your relationship is to Kiely or
my daughter's best friend for 4 years. No, they did not go to high school for all 4 years. Sammy is 2 years younger, but my son is also 2 years younger than my daughter. So they've known each other since they were all in the same grade together. And my daughter did everything with my son, and my son did everything with my daughter. So there is a 4-year gap here where everybody knows everybody, and that's of these kids. I found out tonight because I went in and I asked this question, and I happened to walk up to a lady that was at Prosser and was across the way and saw the whole thing. So with that being said,
so
I
there's
now
an
know.
eyewitness to what happened. Is that what you just? Okay.
Oh my
And your
goodness.
kids,
and this has been told. Let me just say this. This has been told to Ellie, and 1,900 hours was wasted.
Okay, wait a minute. So I'm going to take the floor for a minute. So Ara says, I want you to stay here, but I just wanted to ask her some questions for a sec. Okay. So, is that, hold it. This is like enraging to me. That must be enraging to you.
Nothing from what you guys are saying right now matters at all.
Gotcha.
Period.
So it's
Anything.
so what you're saying is it's like so off base.
It's the easiest answer that I've already knew. And I already knew it. I just needed one person to verify it, and I found out tonight. And I literally, when I found out about it, I got in my car and I cried.
So she just went into the water.
I'm not saying.
Wait. Hold it. I don't feel comfortable trying to press her for answers if she's not ready to give them. Okay.
No, I'm not ready because you honestly,
I don't want to do
honestly,
that.
like you said, like you guys said, that dad that was standing on the side of the road, or on the side of the Prosser, and said, "How the fuck did they miss it?" This is going to tear him apart. Tear him apart. So I want you guys all, and I'm saying this right now, it needs to stop. It needs to stop dead in its tracks because it's not okay now. I now know 100%. I'm with 75% to 80%. 100% is because I don't want to know the rest. I don't. That's not for us to know.
Okay, wait, let me just ask you a question. And listen, please, I'm asking a question in attempt to be respectful.
And this is why I'm saying it exactly this way, is because I don't want it twisted. I don't want it to be brought up anything differently.
Listen.
And these kids, when I say
be straightforward, it's
my,
okay.
I had my past, I went driving around tonight because I went to the church and my church was not there. My pastor lives in my neighborhood and I was about to knock on every single door in my neighborhood. And then I went, this is nothing I can fix tonight. But if their parents don't, if her parents or her, I'm not going to talk to Lindsay. I'm going to talk to the grandpa and the father. And I'm going to go say, if you don't know this information, I'm giving it to you now as a mother to a child that has passed away. And nothing else matters. Nothing. I don't give a shit what anybody says.
Right. No.
And so when I come in here and everybody's talking like, oh, what does Meghan have to do with this? What does Meghan have to do with this? I'm the one that's put in the hard work. I'm the one that's been in these places. I'm the one that's gone there.
Yeah.
So that's what I have to do with it. And so anybody that has anything to tell me anything else, come to my life, live in my life, and sit there and watch someone cry tears in front of me because of this information that she's held on to for a whole month and no one has taken her seriously.
Oh, man.
So when you guys are all out there talking shit, and I'm not saying you guys, I'm talking about everybody in the chat. I'm talking about everybody that's on YouTube. When you guys are going through all of these little places and calling people out and calling names out and saying things about drugs and alcohol, has nothing to do with the accident. Absolutely nothing. So stop it. Knock it off.
Okay. Listen, I will respect that. I just want to, do you mind, can I just say something here?
Yeah.
Okay. So I listen, I understand what you're saying. And even before you came back up, what I was going to try to say, but these girls make it hard to get a word in edgewise sometimes, but I love them. It was that now, and maybe you're going to disagree with me on this point, but please just hear me out. Okay. So as far as, true crime goes or crime goes out there, mostly I'm just talking about in our country, because I just see a lot of things go sideways in this justice system. And
now what I have to say, okay, with that being said, what I have to say is going to blow up the police department in our town.
Okay. So there we go. So now just listen, if you hear me out here. So this is where I think a lot of people come together, and this really is one
I don't
of my
even
core
know.
issues.
I sat there for 10 minutes when I found out, and I have it on record. I have a 16-minute recording that I'm not supposed to have, because I that's why I need to go verify, because I wanted to make sure that I didn't get anything wrong. So I recorded
make sure
somebody.
You're okay. Listen, make sure you're okay in your legal grounds here. Okay. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All
there
right.
are legal grounds here that I have to make sure that are covered. And they've said that if you have any information, you can come forward and you're not going to be put in trouble about it. But what I'm saying right now is that what I've heard, and then there's only two ways that it could be wrong. After that, if it's after what I know now, then it's completely not. And I can say this 100%, Sam is not involved.
Okay. Hey, you know what? Listen, and this is what, like, for me, the ideal situation would be something
the reason I did this,
clear and decisive from law enforcement, so people don't have to speculate. Because please do know that I know people involved in this channel. I think people in general, I really believe where everyone's hearts are. Like, we see Kiely and we're like, my God, please don't let her be the next.
My daughter would have been at that party. My daughter would have been at this party. My daughter, my son right across the way from where I'm sitting right now, I can see him, would have been at this party. My daughter was best friends with Sam. I know everything that Sam has done. She made herself very in front of everybody, and she has said many things. And I've seen everybody's, all these things about how I was laughing and saying I'm nervous and everything else. I literally, when I found out my information tonight, I went, I actually was going to go call someone that I don't get along with right now because of this whole thing. And I was going to have him help someone that helped the grandfather in the past. I was going to give him the information to give to the grandfather. That's how important this is.
Goodness.
This is not going to be funny anymore. It's no more fun.
No.
This is done. I don't give up until I know. And because of that 911 call that someone told they made, I saw a girl cry in my hands, I had to hug a girl today that was crying in my arms because she knows information and she was not taken seriously. And no one to this day has taken her seriously. She's not on YouTube. She's not on Facebook, and she's not on any of these things. And she had her father die on top of this in the same month. So she has been mourning and depressed for a whole month, and it was not herself. I came in today and I told her, and she asked who I was with. I said, nobody. I'm just a mom and I need to know this information for myself. She then dropped bombshells on me, and I have it on record. So even if I go back and I don't tell her I was recording, I could say, can I record your information? Because I don't want her name out. She's not ever going to come out, and I'm not going to put her out there. She went and she did what she needed to do, and it was put off.
Yeah.
So what in 1900 hours, and AWP, now that I know what I know, I'm going to cry over it. Now that I know what I know,
it's okay.
It's more than anybody knows, and it's horrible. And if they could have found her 2 weeks before.
Oh God.
And they didn't find her. And AWP, they told them not to search there, and they searched there, and that's the only reason they found her. And so when that dad hears this information, he's gonna go. I don't know how. That's why I need to go to, and so that's why I'm telling you guys on Facebook, and that's why I came on here tonight. I don't want him to see this. I don't want him to have to go through this anymore.
No,
it's not fair to these families. These families have they have gone through so much. People in this town have gone through so much, and it's not fair. And you guys have all blamed, not you guys. I'm saying everybody in the YouTube videos have sat there and degraded every single person that has come forward. And I've told this. I think that I will even set up a page for Sam for $1. I don't care. But she's gone through hell and back. For college, she's had to take time off. She couldn't go anywhere. She couldn't do anything. This is my daughter that we're talking about, her best friend for 4 years. And she's not even in the state, and they still talk. And my daughter talks to her parents. So when someone said to me today, they said, well, why won't you talk to your parents? How many of you of 16 years old talk to someone else's parents? I guarantee you don't if you've never met them. They all talk through text messages. I don't need to talk to your parent unless there's a problem and I have to go talk to your parent. That's not. I have one.
It does make it hard for parents to get involved. Yeah.
Yes. So, and as parents that don't necessarily aren't involved in your kid's life and don't necessarily know what's going on, which I do. I want to meet parents, and I probably have tried to meet parents, but you guys really need to stop digging and making things up that are not true. Because if I know what I know tonight to be true, everything else is completely not the party means nothing.
Okay.
At the end of the day.
Okay.
Wow. It sounded like you said that Sami was your daughter.
No, my daughter's Daisy. My daughter, her one of her best friends is Sam. No, everybody knows my daughter is not Sam.
Yeah, no,
That's
I never knew her to. I had never heard that.
And I have not. And like I said, when I found this out tonight, it was either I go to my father or I go to my pastor. That's who. That's as a 43-year-old woman.
Yeah,
this is where I wanted to go.
That's my age as well.
And that's where I mean, I don't think that. And if I'm dead wrong, like I could, I'm not saying that I'm 100% right, but if I'm dead wrong, then there's something seriously, then it's going to change everything. Then there's a whole different thing. And I have 2 hours. That's what 2 hours that I need to verify for. That's all.
2 hours you need to verify, like 2 hours where you need to like get know what someone was doing or.
Yes.
Okay.
And if I find out 2 hours, and I know where, and it's not there, then I know where she was the whole time.
Okay. Wow.
And I know how she went into the water. I know why she went into the water, and it doesn't. And I don't really. It'll be horrible.
Meghan,
it is going to be horrible.
I do feel.
I wouldn't, and I'm not saying this, and I'm holding back tears because I've sat there and defended Sam from day one, and people have torn these kids apart, and made her out to be this horrible, vindictive witch of a person, bitch of a person. I think I heard tonight. God, I hate her. I think I heard that tonight, even on your channel.
Yeah, probably.
That's not acceptable. That's not acceptable. She does not deserve that. And so every single one of you, I'm going to find Sam. I will go to Sam. I will drive to her college and I will find that girl and I am going to put her on Alive and have every single person, if I have to, apologize to her because she did nothing wrong.
So listen, Megan, if she turns out to not be involved in any way, and I'm really happy you're saying this for whatever reason, I'm so sorry for what you're going through. First of all, I just want to make sure that you
right now
are safe.
I don't know that I am or not.
Okay.
Like now that I know this information, if it gets out to the wrong person before it gets to the right person, I don't know what I would not be surprised if the FBI shows up at my door tonight.
Okay.
I'll break it down to you that.
Is there
because
anything
now that I know what I know, it does not. It's going to go deep to a lot of people, and it's not gonna. And it's going to shatter a lot of people. And and you guys, thanks to YouTube, have pushed me to that point because I've been told from day one from my father that is a standing figure in this and that has been in this town for 40 plus years, that is 75 years old and that knows 95% of the people in this town. He told me to stay out of it from day one. And because because you guys all say this could be my daughter. No, she was my daughter. Like my daughter would have been at that party and could have been in that car.
Oh my God.
Like that is when I say 1 split second decision can make it your life changing, I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
And this is how truthful this really is. And I don't care if you guys put this 1,000 times over. Sam is not involved because Sam was already gone from the party.
Guys, I want moderators, please. Anybody that's being disrespectful on a panel and chat right now needs to be removed and they need to go, please. Okay.
It's not cute. It's not cute anymore. What I now know, it's not fair. It's not cute. It's as a parent to a child. I don't care if you're 18, 19, 20, all the way up to my age. This is someone's daughter. This is someone's daughter that died in a car accident or an accident or something else. I'm not saying exactly what it was because I don't want to say it because like I said, I need to go talk to that father before I put this out. And I might even have that girl that I talked to go talk to that father. Her person.
Well, I commend you for doing that. That's
because
really,
this is something
honorable.
I came home and I walked in the door and I'll tell you this. I walked in the door and I've been driving around looking for my pastor, literally going, should I go talk to my pastor? If I drop this to it? And he's not going to have any idea what this is about. He was at the memorial, so he could figure it out. I don't go to church every day, every Sunday, but my father does. And my pastor buried my brother, which was also my grade.
Oh my God.
So this is not just, when I say that this is hometown for me, this is my hometown. This is people that I talked to and that graduated in my class. So these are people that now are people to me. And I will be nice until I am not nice. And I guarantee you when I'm not nice, I will not be nice. And I'm telling you right now, Sam has nothing to do with it. Nothing.
Okay.
So it needs to stop. Anything with Sam needs to stop.
Okay.
If I'm wrong, I will tell you I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But from what I gathered right now, there's no way that Sam could be there. No way.
Yeah.
If she left at 12:30, there's no way.
I just want to say, I personally like what you're saying right now. I'm finding you to be credible. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, like I say, but like, and I want to definitely respect your wishes.
And there is someone, and let me just say this, because everybody, I've told you, everybody's going to have their still have a conspiracy theory and everything else. It does not matter.
Right.
It does not matter. Because if it's true, it's been true since day 2.
Now, and I do understand what you're saying. And, being in the position that you're explaining, I'm sure I'd be pretty irritated with a lot of people.
Oh yeah. When I come in and say they're saying that bitch and I don't like her because she's evil and I'm sitting here and I'm listening to it. I've been talking in your chat for the last 45 minutes when there's 3 of you up talking about a bunny. I've been here the whole time.
Yeah.
So when you all say that, I know exactly what you guys have all said about Sam that I've been here the whole time. And I talked in your chat the whole time, and I said, they're not even listening up there.
Yeah, that's okay.
So
I mean,
I just think, I need, from what I'm seeing on my side and what's reality, as I've done Meet Me, which I don't know if you guys are doing that. I did Meet Me for 4 years and had 4,000 followers on Meet Me alone. So I do know what I'm doing. And I do know true crime, and I do know how to do it. And when I go for something, you can ask my daughter. Like when my son even said after everything stopped with the Johnny Depp case, I needed a new focus, and that because I have ADD and ADHD, and something comes up, I focus 100% on this. I have been focused on Kiely for the last 6 weeks, and have not given up. I've lost sleep over this girl.
Oh,
this is my daughter. This when I say this is my daughter, this it's not my physical daughter, but this is a daughter that is your daughter, that is my daughter, everybody's daughter.
That's what Kiely's dad says. This is everyone's daughter. This is the community's daughter. It's very community based there. We see that already.
Yeah.
And I can tell you this right now, it has nothing to do with religion, nothing to do with anything else like that.
Yeah, it's just community.
Yeah.
Strong community.
And this community came together. And like I said, when I found this information, I literally went, do I go talk to my father, or do I go talk to my pastor, or do I do this on my own? Because there's two ways to look at this. The family already knows what happened, and they haven't said because they don't want to.
Okay.
And they don't want it out. That's one avenue. So this is as far as it's going to be able to go. That's one avenue, because I have to respect now what they wish. And if they don't know, I go with them with this information, they're going to be so heartbroken. I'm going to have to tell them something that they don't know, and I don't want to have to tell them myself.
Gosh, that's quite a position to be in. Jeez. Wow.
So when I say this is not fun for me anymore. And it never was fun, but it was all the conspiracies and everything else that have been going around, and all the rabbit holes everybody can go to. It doesn't matter anymore. None of it does.
Yeah.
And that's what I think the people in the YouTube community and Facebook community don't understand, is that the end that everybody kept going, we want information, we want information, we want information. Well, what happens when you get the information that you need? Now what? Put yourself in that position.
Well, I mean, I guess depending on the information, I'm trying to do that right now. It's a lot to wrap your head around, And yeah, I mean,
and for someone to go through and talk about every single thing that everybody has on every single channel, from their clothes, from their hair, none of it mattered. Not one of it mattered. So you guys have all wasted your time for 2 weeks talking about people that had nothing to do with it.
And and if that is the case, Megan, I will absolutely be the first in line to apologize, and I will create a venue for anyone, and it won't be monetized. The money can go charity of your choice or whatever, just so you can, or whomever can say what you need to say to heal, to feel whole, whatever it is that's needed. Just one thing I just want to say, it's that, and what you're saying right now, I'm like really thinking about it and trying to take it all in, because it does bring good perspective. Because as I was saying, when it comes down to it, the biggest problem I see is, generally speaking, with these horrific, just tragedies, even if there's not foul play or crimes happening all over the place, and law enforcement mishandling it and leaving these voids and vacuums of information where conspiracy theories
I agree.
do swirl about.
I agree.
And my channel tends to not be conspiracy theory at all. We try to keep it pretty down to the line, but people do get passionate about justice, because
if law enforcement knows about it, and they've talked to and AWP knows about it, and everything else, then it's going to put me in a much better position, because then I'm not going to have to tell somebody.
Is it wrong to just care about Kiely, and maybe our intentions or what we do that you don't like is just, we just care about Kiely. We care about what happened.
But caring about someone and then destroying someone else isn't the best way to go about it.
Yeah, and I understand what you both said. I can,
I think too, if we're saying
that's
though
called
that
mean
we
girl. That's called
know,
mean girl.
but I do think if you're saying in one sense that the family knows what happened and they just don't want it out there, there's a whole,
because they think it's going to go away. They don't
like
think
to-
that they don't want. Let me just put
like
it this
they're in
way. If
denial
you're
because it's a
let-
hard
let me
place
just-
to be in.
Yeah. If you're a family member, if you're put yourself in a position that you're with your family, you know something, you know something, and someone else finds out something, and you come on the line, and you can't even go on Facebook. You can't even do anything. You can't watch TV because it's on Dr. Phil. You can't go on the news because it's on on the news. You can't do anything. And then when you get to a point, when someone actually gets to a point that they know the information is valid, all of a sudden people are going to throw their hands up and be like, holy shit, I was so wrong. And every single person's going to hide and say, I was on that side the whole time. I know who's on the right side here.
No,
there's not very many.
I agree with you that there are those people out there, but I think as a majority, and for one, I do want to say that I'm sorry.
When I have to go to my pastor, when this becomes a pastor situation and a law enforcement situation and I don't know if there's going to be legal ramifications of it because of it, it really hurts somebody. And the fact that everybody has sat there and gone through every single, including my family, because my son is not Nate. I'll tell you that right now. They've gone through every single one. I've been threatened.
I'm sorry to hear that. I've never heard anyone speculate about you or your family, and I'm sorry that happened.
Well, no, that's because they don't want to come out and say it. But I'm tired of it. And when I heard it tonight, I told them I'm going to fuck some people up, and excuse my French on that, because I'm so angry that people have put this out there and sat there and talk shit. Not just you guys, because I came in tonight and saw it, but there's other people that have done the same thing. And it's not, and they all said to me, I'm not going to feel sorry. She's suspect. Well, what happens when she's not? And I can prove it with 100% certainty.
I think we all want her to not be. We all want her to not be. And
today was actually the first time I ever spoke out against. Yeah.
I'm sorry for you because I know sometimes the burden of knowing something,
when I literally got to my car,
it can be very heavy, and I am sorry for you.
When I got in my car tonight, and I thought, do I go on YouTube and spill this, or do I keep it to myself? Because this might be something I have to live with, and not and maybe not go any further, because I don't want to know the rest.
Now wait just 1 second, guys. Let me just want to say something. I see some things in chat, whatever. Now, people, listen. I just have to say something. This is my channel, so I want to hear Meghan out. Okay, so this is the basis. This is how my channel has always been. I want to look at all sides, bring up the facts, bring up the truth.
No, I have
find justice. I'm not even saying to you. I'm saying to just people in chat, and then and also one of the pillars of my channel is to not do harm to people, and I don't want to harm Sami or anyone else if it's truly not necessary. And so, yes, those of you that are asking, of course, justice for Kiely is what everybody wants, but I also want to hear Meghan out. So I'm okay with taking a breath, pausing, and reflecting for a moment. I think that's a mature and responsible thing to do. So that's what I and this channel are going to do for a moment. Okay. So just want to get clear on that. So
because when I say I have to
go over me, I'm listening. Go
when
ahead.
I say I have to, because I have a pastor and they always tell me I need to go to church more, and when they find me or they see me and I go, I know I haven't been there, and I get hide away because it's not because I don't want to, I just am busy and I don't have time to get there. But these are people there's 3 people that stand on that stage every week that are my brothers, because my brother passed away 9 years ago, and they showed up, and they're the ones that were there for me. So those are my brothers. Just like this is now hitting home to a whole different level for me. And if I have to take and go there tomorrow to my pastor, which I'm going to do, and show him this information that I have, and if he has to go and talk to somebody and say, if you don't, because I don't know, this is a problem where I don't know if the family knows this part of this. And that's a hard place to be in, because I can't say it because I don't know, but there's also the point of now there's no going back.
Megan, I would like to ask you a question, and I don't want to interrupt your train of thought, but I do want to ask something in the most delicate way that I can, but I want to ask in a way that is
Go ahead.
thought-provoking,
I've heard it all.
because
I mean, you
know
guys have
that a
called me
lot of
bitch. You guys
times
have called me idiot. You guys have called me drunk. You guys have called me high. I mean, not you guys in general, but I've heard it all over. You laughed at me, talked to me fast. I mean, so go ahead.
people
Say
been
it.
talking bad about me too in chat, I'm sure. So, people in chat, they say, but I don't want you to think that that's the mood of the channel, because we're happy to have you and we're happy to
Yeah,
chat with
seriously.
you. So,
And yeah.
but I wanted to ask, because I know sometimes, and I've seen this in other chats, but there are cases and stories with people and victims and families sometimes that just grab a hold of certain people. And for those that are close, or, knew the person at one point, or go to school with them, whatever the case may be, it seems like it's all that you're seeing. And it seems that everyone in the world under the sun is discussing it. But in reality, and I don't want to discount this case specifically in any way, but I guess I'm saying this more as a blanket statement, that there are true crime cases every day. But as far as the online communities, there's only
but when you get to a point though, when you get to a
people. But if I know that it probably seems like it's all that you're seeing, and it's everyone.
No,
in
it's
the
not
world
all that I'm
talking about
seeing.
this,
It's not
but
all
I
that I'm
want you
seeing.
to- I want to say that the reason why there's so much discussion is because when these police departments and groups are asking for help from the public, and it's on the news, and there's GoFundMe's going around all of these communities, and we're all donating money, and Adventures with Purpose, another big creator many of us follow, are involved in this case, is out there until there's
Adventures
answers,
with a
maybe
Purpose.
behind the scenes, that but again, we're all invested at that point, and the speculation derives,
And that's why
because
I'm
we're
here.
not
That's why I'm
receiving
here right now.
information.
Is that?
But it does.
Let me just say this. They said that Prosser had been searched, and Adventure with Person said they didn't have to go to this specific location, and they said that that place had been searched. Right? That's all out there.
That's correct. Yes.
And
yes,
they went back and they searched it just off case because of the scenario. And I believe, I'm not 100% sure at this point, but I think they know the information I know. And
Could
that's
you say
where
that again? I didn't catch it. They didn't.
That's whatever the information that they have. I don't know. There might be more. What I have is very blanketed. Like, I don't know. I didn't talk to. This is all what I've come up just
allegedly.
by talking. Allegedly, like talking to people. I'm not a PI. I don't do this. It was kind of just kept falling right, literally, as I was shopping, or I was going to the bank, or I was going to the 7-Eleven, or I was doing whatever. I was living my life, and I thought I would hear for somebody else the true story. This is not all of the conspiracy theories of love triangles and da 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 means nothing.
Megan, can I
Would
ask
you be able to answer for the group here tonight whether, from what you know now, if there's any validity to the story of the roadside assistance driver, or
that's why I need to verify. I need to verify tomorrow. I need to verify tomorrow.
So it's to be determined, but you're not saying it is untrue, correct?
I think she doesn't want to say because she doesn't.
You don't have to answer. Okay, that's fine. A non-answer. You can. A non-answer is fine. I don't want to.
I can't answer that question right now.
But Miss Megan, may I ask you a question that I think you can answer about the town itself and how people saw the Rodni family, or what they were for the community? Because I know they did own that lodge, and it was one of the older lodges, and they have a lot of history in that.
Okay, I'm going to break this down to my community because I came up with something today. And I was trying, because everybody keeps saying cult, or everybody keeps saying
I didn't say cult. I just wanted to know what the family was.
I know, but hippies or whatever. You know, everybody, there is artist lofts here, which we call them the artist lofts, because people live here that do artistry, and they have statues and everything else that they build. There is a Sierra College here that has college kids that live here, that my son's going to start college. We have people that are millionaires. We do have Kiss that lives here. We do have Mark Zuckerberg that lives here. We do have a lot of movie stars that have houses here. Yes, they're over at the lake, and we live in a gorgeous place. And there are cliques that a clique is the better way to say it than a cult. You know, there are cliques that I'm in the sandwich. I mean, there's a sandwich generation, there's the young kids, and then there's old people. If you leave this town and you come back like me, you are the sandwich generation, where you have the parents that have lived here for 40 years and have houses that have started with nothing and have lived here for 40 years. And when the money came in, they had money and things happened. Great. Everything was going great. We had the recession. We had everything else. Of course, businesses shut down. Of course, everything. It's the same thing with COVID. Everything happened. This town is just like every other town in Truckee. It's just like every other town that's a small town. You know, there was a time when there was when I was standing in the middle of town because on a Friday night, there would have probably have 300 or 400 cars downtown, because of all we have a nice downtown that you can sit out and eat at all the places, and it's and you have Old Town and New Town, and you have one high school, one middle school that's public, one elementary school that's public, and then you have a whole bunch of other private schools, because we have people that are Olympians that come here, that train here to be on all of our ski slopes. I mean, we have people that come in here just to get a short-term rental for the weekend, and then they spend $3,000 here because they've saved their whole entire year to come up here and have fun, and supposed to go into Disneyland, where you can spend the same amount of money and you can enjoy it, and you can go out and play for it, and you can go out and play. I work my ass off every single day, and I clean toilets for a housekeeper, and I clean for every single person, from millionaires. Literally, I have cleaned a house that is 4.5 million all the way down to a trailer.
I live in a vacation community too. It's kind of the same here, different vibe, but it's more.
So yes, it is not, and there are definitely cliques. There is the football cliques. As you get older, there's the softball team. We have the Old Town, where you have a train that goes through every day. We have when the biggest thing was when they built the bridge that goes over our town, because it ruined the skyline of the town. Yes, we've gotten used to it, and we've moved on. We have beautiful golf courses. We have everything else.
We live in a town like that across the country, though.
Yes, it's beautiful. We get snow here. We also get snow where I had to shovel 52 feet of snow 4 years ago, because I had to shovel it twice, because we got 24 feet of snow, and then when you have nowhere to shovel 24 feet of snow, you have to push it back.
Oh God,
yeah.
I remember getting 40 inches in a day, and it was like a nightmare.
No, we were getting but my kids had no school for 2 weeks because it was dumping I had to go out and shovel every hour because we were getting a foot an hour. So when I
live in upstate New York, that happens here too. It's like it'll be like you go down the street and there'll be like 13 feet of snow on either side of you. You're like, whoa, because it's the only place it can go.
Yeah, and we have places that they actually bring in dump trucks. They bring in dump trucks when it gets to be that big, and they take it out to wherever it needs to go. So yes, it's the community at large, and I will tell you, when I've seen some of this stuff that I've gone through, it's put me in more tears to look at this community and wonder how I can help it and how I can help these kids. And my mom said 20 years ago when we were in high school, she did the same thing. And you have always one parent that wants to stick with how they want to raise their child, and that person that did that is that mom happens to have passed away, but her son was my brother's best friend for 20 years, and was my brother, the one that identified my brother when he passed away. So it doesn't, like when I say that this kind of stuff does affect people, and it has affected people, and to see now, especially now that I know pretty much, I'm guaranteeing what I know. I need to like, if I actually have second guessed myself on it, I need to re-listen to what I know to know that if I need to go any further. Like if I even need, because like I said, if they said they have talked to Ellie, so they know that Ellie knows about this. But the part that I don't understand is that if Ellie knows about it, why didn't and they told and they told someone not to search there? It doesn't make sense.
Megan, can I ask you a question? And outside of Sami, I know you came up initially wanting us to understand that Sami was not involved, but I know that your intent is to be discreet, but at points you've said things. There was a witness. These people. I know that you know who you're talking about, but I think it is understood as well that we don't know who you're talking about.
Correct.
So I want to ask you if you can maybe give a brief synopsis in a more simple term or a more simple timeline without saying names, what you want us to take away. And we appreciate so much you coming up tonight to speak with us openly. But what is, aside from Sami not being involved, what do you want us to take away?
That these are kids.
A lot of us
that
believe
these are
it's an
kids.
accident, but
That these are kids. At the end of the day, they are kids, and they are not adults, and they make stupid decisions. And no matter how many times you say, I raise my kid differently, or I do this, or I do that, my kid would never do this, my kid would never do that. Don't bullshit yourself. Just don't.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It doesn't. I mean, these kids, like I said, I've been in these house. I was in a house many times. I was in a few houses. I'm going to say a few, so I don't point out one or two. I was in a few houses, and it's herding cats at 18 years old, and boys and girls that have nothing to do because they're out of college or they're out of high school, and they all have crushes on each other, and the boys are cute, and the girls think that's all that matters. And if you tell me that you're not that person at 18, you're fooling yourself. So
you're right.
Yeah, no, I get that. That's right.
And so and when you would say that there's fist fights going on at a party, how many fist fights do you get? I mean, how many fist fights happen at school? I mean, come on, guys, let's be reality here. Every day a fist fight happens at school over whatever. I mean, so that the party, Sam said it was boring. She told me the same thing. It was boring at the beginning of the party. So they started these fighting matches. I don't know about Fight Club. Maybe there is a Fight Club. Who flipping cares at the end of the day? They're 18 years old.
I know. It just sounds so crazy. I think we're just curious, like, how does that work?
Because they're betting money. They're betting $10 that that the other person falls over or falls down or they lose their breath or whatever. Yes, it sounds ridiculous and stupid on so many freaking occasions. But again, when you're young, dumb,
we were ridiculous and stupid when we were their age.
And that's the other thing too, is I'm 43. 20 years ago, I only got a cell phone because my mom said when I was down in Sacramento where I lived for 15 years, when I wanted to ride the public transportation and I was 9 months pregnant. She said, "You're not driving that." I went, "But I've never been on it." And she goes, "Well, then you don't even have a cell phone." And I went, "Yeah." And she goes, "You just can't do these things." And I went, "I don't need a cell phone. I've managed to get this long without one." Since then, I've had to have a cell phone, and I've had one ever since. And when the phone came out, I still had my flip phone. And I was like, I have app envy. I want to know what you guys are all looking at. I mean, you guys have to break this down to be reality. You have to break it down to be reality here. These kids are not, I mean, when you look at kids and you think that they're smart, intellectual, and they're at their best and they get straight A's. Well, what if they're not at their best? What if they're having a bad day? Or what if they're not, what if there is stuff going on at home and they're not having their best day, or something's going on? They got to, my daughter used to fight because she didn't get the top of the class. There was always someone that could get better grade than her. She was like, "I'm going to beat her." And I mean, there's that kid too. I have the other side. I have both ends of the spectrum where I had to find out the day before graduation, which was Sami's graduation, if my son was going to graduate, literally refreshing the page to see if he was going to graduate. It's a hard school. I mean, when I say that, I said, and then when he graduated, I went, "Oh shit, we didn't really enroll you in any colleges because we were sure you were going to have to do one more semester."
We were so worried about that.
Yeah.
We didn't.
We didn't think about the next step. I mean, this is reality. It's reality. And these kids are like, I mean, these kids, I don't care if you're a 16-year-old girl, what's the number one thing on your mind as a boy? And you get a heartbreak. Right. I mean, these are kids. Let's go back to being kids. These are kids that most of these kids that, and my mom had said this before, my son, which is in the other room, did not fit in with these kids because these kids have grown up together. They've been in the same preschool. They've been at the same doctor. I mean, they've been at the same high school. They've been at the same soccer fields. They've been at the same track. They've been at this. They go on vacation at the same time. They do the same camps. They do everything. And that starts when you're 5 years old or 2 years old, and you go up and you have these kids from when you go to kindergarten. They might go to a different high school now, but they're still your neighbors. You're still their friend, and they've known you for 10 years. When you have a newcomer in, just like my kids did, my daughter happened to find a good group of people to go with, and because she got involved in a certain group, she was able to slide in, and my daughter has that personality. My son does not. So you have to look at it as these are kids. They are 16-year-olds, 17-year-old, 18-year-old kids. And I don't care if every single parent says to me, and I can guarantee you, I don't allow drinking and driving. I don't allow drinking in my house, but I have come home one time, and my son was falling down drunk, and I had to carry him to the bed. And I woke up the next morning, and he jumped right up, and I went, "You got to have a hangover." And he goes, "Nope." And I went, "Really? No hangover?" I mean, I literally picked him up off the floor.
You're like, no natural consequence? Great.
Yeah. And I went, wait. And I went, oh, wait. That I remember when I could do that too, where I could party 3 days in a row. And now it takes me like 5 days to recover. So, like you have to realize these kids, and my kid does not drink. My kid's never had, that was the first night he had a shot, and it was,
Megan,
got into my alcohol.
Did your son graduate with Sami and all of them?
Yes.
Okay. Someone was asking in the chat, so I just wanted to.
Yes, my son graduated with Sami. If you guys watch him, you'll see him walk. He's there, and that's where he is. I was at the graduation. I saw Sam. I went to these same high schools. I went to the same middle school. I was standing next to a group of kids, and I went when all of this came out, and I ran right into Jagger. And so you can say that I ran into many of his friends. I did not run into Sami, but I ran into all of them else. I did not know that they were a friend, that my good friend from high school I did not know it was that her kids were her kids, because I'd never seen them together. I mean, I'd seen them together, but at this given moment, I didn't know. When I saw them without her, I didn't realize that's who they were, because she wasn't there. So when I say that everybody else, like I told someone today, when you go to like Safeway, you may know one worker that I've known for 20 years. Now the next person over could be her mother that knows the next 40 years. All of these kids have known each other. You can't walk. It happens to me at 40 years old. I was walking down the street because my son was getting his driver's license, and my dad's best friend drove by, and he goes, "Do you know your daughter's walking downtown by herself?" And he goes, "Yep, I do." And I'm 43 years old. Right. There's nothing in this town that doesn't get by somebody. And I went, thank God. And he goes, so like an hour later, my dad said, "So what were you doing downtown today?" And I went, and he said the same thing when I was 18 too. And I said, we're going to have to make that a little bit more, specify that, because it could be a lot of things. But now I said I was going to Wild Cherries to get coffee. And he goes, "Where was your car?" I went, "Braden had it because he was getting his driver's license." He goes, "And he decided to walk?" And I went, "Yeah, well, it was right there. And I know when I came back, he was there." This is what happens. And there's times in this town when there is nobody in town. It's a ghost town because all of the kids go home to their hometowns. Like our kids have off. I don't know if it still happens, but I think it does, where we have a week difference for ski skate weeks, because all of the tourists come up, and our kids can't go skiing because there's 1,000 people on the ski hill that are tourists. So the kids can't.
I thought that Sami didn't graduate with Jagger, because there's a video.
No, Sami did not graduate with Jagger. Sami graduated from Truckee High School, 4th Charter, which is another private school, but it is also public. People from public can go there. So it's not a private school, but you have a choice to do either one. I have her yearbook right here. I have a yearbook of Sam and I have every year of Sam's yearbooks, because I have my daughters and I have my sons from 7th grade all the way to 12th grade. And I have 2 years extra because of my daughter. So I can tell you exactly where Sam was every single day. My daughter also looked at the pictures and said, that's photoshopped and that's from the yearbook. You can pull out that picture right there and the other one is photoshopped. So neither one of those two pictures that are going around have anything to do with anything.
Megan, do you care if could I ask you a question? And I know that you've felt disrespected, not necessarily personally, but just of the situation through creators and things that you've seen or whatever on YouTube.
I just think that I think that people need to really realize what they're saying and what they're doing to kids.
And I think that
I think that's fair.
At this channel specifically, that's totally fair. And I just want to say that I think a lot of us, with the minimal amount of information that's been published, I think a lot of us on this channel at least try to have conversations about our theories and thoughts or questions.
But I
we
think
have it
that
in an
like just like
honest
everything,
way that we're
just
not
like everything though,
things.
just
But I
like
just wanna
everything in
ask
every
you-
channel. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Well, I just wanted to ask you because there's been a lot of things said, and I mean, obviously,
It doesn't matter.
Coming on
It doesn't
panels
matter.
well, a lot of us are curious, and if we find out tomorrow or the next day, a lot of us are curious just about the things that have been said without being said, right, on this panel. And so I would like to ask you if you can say in a way that's not revealing what it was about learning that the 911 call did not exist that prompted you to go
Because
to
I
this
knew,
person.
I think that I'm looking back on that right now, like in this very moment, I think she wanted me to talk to them. She didn't want to tell me what she knew, and she wanted me to talk to them face to face.
And by she, you're saying the person that knew,
The person that told me that was a supervisor of certain children or certain people. She told me there was a 911 call made, and maybe she knew there wasn't, maybe she didn't know there was, but that's what she had been told. And I didn't believe that she would lie to me. She had no reason to. So I went, that doesn't make any sense. Why a grown adult would say something that's so just wrong, dead wrong. And I sat on it for 3 days now because I got annihilated online, and I went, I am not a liar. There's one thing I am not. And looking back, I think that either it was God's way of saying you need to go back and really think about this and figure out why. And because if someone's going to lie about that, what else are they going to lie about? Sure. And if there's a sick person out there that's doing that, God help you. But if there's and I walked in tonight to the store, and this lady was sitting there. I didn't know it was her. I didn't know. I just was hoping that I was going to talk to someone that knew this information. And she literally sat there and cried to me and said, I said, I'm just a mom and I want some information. And she said, who do you work with? And I said, I don't work with anybody. I'm not a private investigator. I am not anything. This is because I need to know I'm not crazy. I need to know.
If I could ask a question just to clarify that, and obviously I'll say it or I'll ask as ambiguously as I can. You believed information about this 911 call that you now know to be not factual. You were advised by someone else that the information you had was not factual. So
I got told that there was let me explain this. And I've gotten told by two people is that if there was a 911 call made and it's factual, they can take it off of the scanner because they are using it for an investigation. So even if you buy the month worth of investigation, just because it's not on there doesn't mean it didn't happen. It's because they can literally take it off because they don't, just like what everybody else did. Is that when they were doing this, they bought it from September 1st all the way to, or August 1st all the way to September. Anyway, I don't know, whatever they bought. And so they found out. And so I was talking to a different channel, and he told me straight out that they can take it off of that scanner. So because it's being used in an investigation, which they can put back later, but they will take it out. So I thought, well, that might be true, but that still doesn't make any sense because why what if this is true, why is Ellie hiding it or not telling us about it? And if there's something that more to it, then that doesn't make sense. So the 911 call, when I found out about the 911 call, and I'll tell you, I found out about the 911 call because of a mouse, literally.
What? Like a mouse?
I literally found out. I was grocery shopping. And I was on the dog food aisle. I looked down and there's a mouse that ran by me. And I went, wow. So I walked down to the end of the aisle and I ran into someone that works there. And I said, don't you work here? And she goes, yes, but I'm off the clock. And I said, well, there's a mouse on that aisle. And she goes, oh, okay, I'm going to have them put up a trap. And she goes, it's probably because of the dog food. And I went, yes, it probably is. And I said, and I have a picture of a mouse that I was showing her. And Kiely came up and she said, and I said, I haven't been grocery shopping because I've been out searching for Kiely. And that's when I found out that information. So literally, I found out about the 911 call because of a mouse.
Wow.
So when I say, and let me just say this to you.
So the information about the 911 call that you were originally told by the grocery store clerk, you now know to be not based in fact
not
and
true.
reality.
It's not. It was not. It was. I don't. Maybe I still don't know. No, from what I know, there was no 911 call made, and I asked, and that is in the video or audio. It just never existed. I think that it was talked about that they should have called 911, but it never made it that far that night because the person wasn't at the time. I can't say anymore. I just can't, because that's right where it's going to go into that it's gonna upset. This is where
that is what sparked your
yes, because I don't stop
to go talk to this other
so
person.
I literally was on my way home from work today and I had a choice to go home and cook dinner for my family, or I had a choice to go talk to this lady. I did not know this lady. I did not, and I was going to ask the lady that I talked to first about it, and I went, you know what? I'm not going to talk to the lady. I'm going to go instead of going from step one or like the A, B, C, D, finding out from the third party. I'm going to ask the people that she told me that were working there, and I do know them. So I walked right up to her and I said, hey, can you come on over? And I nicely took her aside, and she said, who do you work with? I said, nobody. Said, I'm just a mom and I need to know if I'm crazy or not. Pretty much is what I said. And she then, like I said, I have a recording that she's gonna know about now, but I have it, and because I needed it for my for me to make sure I got the right information because of my brain, and I wanted to make sure that if I'm crazy, then I'm crazy. That way I can tell everybody, yep, I'm crazy. But in this case, I got told not crazy and what really happened. And I don't, if I'm dead wrong, thank God. I'm actually hoping, which I know I'm not, but I hope I was wrong. That's where I'm at right now. Like, I actually hope I'm wrong.
Just to clarify, the person that you went to talk to after this incident was not the mouse grocery store lady.
No.
To clarify.
No, it was her. She said her girls that work there were out there at the party. And so I knew the girl that she was talking about.
You to go, okay.
To a different look.
You knew. Okay,
yeah.
So then you had a conversation with her. It sparked your mind that, hey, I know who she's talking about without saying it. And then you went to that person directly. And that's the conversation that you had today that came out. Okay. So was the grocery store, did that happen today, or was that?
Yes, that happened literally 6 hours ago.
Okay.
It happened 6 hours ago.
Okay. So all of this was just boom, 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 boom. Okay.
Yeah. And again, like I said, I was like, I could either go home right now and not think about this and just sit there and listen to everybody talk shit again, or I can go and find out for my own information. And I thought, you know what, I need to, and so I said to myself, I need to end this. I need to either end this or find out. I need to know the end. I need to know where this is going to lead me. And like I said, it started out as a mouse. It started out that I was at. I started out that I was at. Okay, it really started out because I was online.
We do.
We love animals on this channel.
Animals, yay!
I was literally like when people say, when I say this is a small town, this started out where I was at when I first found out about Kiely, I was working. I called someone. I sent the missing address to someone. I don't really know. I just sent it to him. I didn't think he knew who he was. He texted me back, wait, this is so-and-so's daughter? I built the lodge that I know, and I'm very close with the family. And I went, oh, crap. Then I went, crap, now I'm really involved. Now I have to go searching. Then I went out searching for 3 days and drove around and couldn't find her, and drove around the whole entire lake to see if she was out there, saw everybody out there. And I went, this is crazy. Then I go to, and so then I come online and I find out something's online about a mass murder, or not a mass murder, I don't know what you call them. I guess a murder, just a murder, and someone's comparing her to a murderer. So I end up to go back to the FBI to have that removed from a different channel, because I thought it was sickening. And especially now that I know what I know, I hadn't even gone back that far. Now that I know that, that's even more disgusting. Then I go to, after that, from that point, I go then to the bank, and I run into someone else's mom and find out about the boys. And I go into the teen talk, which I didn't know was a teen talk. I go into a teen talk.
You better not go into that teen talk. That's
Someone asked me today what was a teen talk. They said, did you have to go pull her out of a room? I went, no, I was in the parking lot and there was 4 cars around. I mean, you guys, like, it's not, they were not in a freaking hotel. They were outside in a parking lot and sitting outside in hammocks and waiting for information to come. And I ran into these kids and I didn't know who they were. And so one liner again was dropped then that drove me crazy. So then I go to the bank, and then the mom is there, and I say, the mom, if I ever saw this child again, I'd ask a question. She turns around to me and says, well, that's my child's best friend. And I went, really? Great. So then I go to their house. He stands there and looks at me from across the way. His mouth drops to the floor like, what the fuck are you doing here? And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here? Like, we're both sitting there looking at each other. He immediately goes to the bathroom because now he knows that I'm here, and he's thinking I'm here to grill him, which I'm not. I'm here to ask him one question because I want it. And the mom was going to ask me a question. And these kids, let me just tell you, at this point in time, I'd asked the mom, I said, what do you think happened? And those kids that were sitting at that teen talk had conversations. We're trying to figure out, we're watching YouTube and have been watching this whole time, and they've been coming up with their own, like, they've been going, is it suicide, or is it this, or is it this, or is it this? Now, those are 4 people that are out of the 5 that you guys have talked about on every single channel that are at home trying to figure this out by themselves, because they can't come on here. They can't do anything. They're all by themselves in a corner, literally, because they can't go anywhere. They can't talk to anybody. Because they're stuck, because they don't know. And if they don't know the answers, everybody's saying, well, how come they don't know? How come they don't know? Well, because no one's helping them. No one's telling them.
I'm sorry. Wait, I got confused. So who are the 4 people that are stalking kids?
Evan, all the boys, boys.
Okay.
All the boys that have been brought up, the one that was parked next to Kiely, all these ones that have been trying to figure out who's having fights, who's cleaning up, what's at the barbecue, what they smoke, what they drink, who bought the alcohol, all of that. I've talked to, I've talked to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about I would say 12 to 15 kids. I've talked to all of them. All of those 12 to 15 kids, some of them that weren't at the party, but they all showed up at a place, and I happened to be there, and I was standing there going, wow. And I will say this too, when I was standing next to them and they were all talking, and you guys there was a snake involved.
Oh my God.
Megan, do you mind if I ask you one more question? And I know that you don't want to say anything directly, and I've been careful in asking my question so I don't put you in a position that's uncomfortable. So if I'm doing that, please let me know and just say you don't want to answer. But I wanted to ask, because earlier on panel you had mentioned that certain people knew things, and perhaps that included the family, perhaps that included law enforcement. And I don't
now that I know I can answer that question. Now that I know what I know why families not come forward.
Okay.
So you're implying then that they are aware.
Yes.
How what happened.
If I found out this information, I would say there's 100% of certainty that there's no way they don't know. But I guess I would say 75% chance that they already know. There's a 25% chance that they don't know this part of it, and it's gonna they're gonna be able to fill in the rest.
So would you say also that it's an assumption and perhaps maybe even a tip or something passed along that they haven't acknowledged, but would you say it's fair that law enforcement has at least been notified? And again, perhaps not something they've acknowledged, but
no, I
the
don't.
information's been-
I believe I know that the person talked to law enforcement and they said that they would look into it. Did they look into it? I don't know. The fact that I will say this, the fact that they told them not to search in that where she was, it's not if.
And you mean law enforcement to AWP?
Yeah.
By that,
And
okay.
when I say that law enforcement said that we'd already searched here, there's no reason to search there, but AWP searched there anyway. For whatever reason, again, God must have told him to go there. You know, I know, and I'm not a God person, like I am, but I'm not like, you know, it's one of those things that like once it does come to light, it, you know, it's not synchronicity or whatever that word is comes to mind.
Well, AWP
I don't
searched here
wanna-
because they said I'm sorry, I've been quiet for a long time, but I
I know, sorry.
No, you're good. But AWP said that if we haven't searched it, then it hasn't been searched, and that's to keep the integrity of what they do. That's why they did that.
But maybe, you know, I mean, you know, and it can go both ways. It can be that that's their motto and that's how it works. But it can also be, you know, I do believe in divine intervention. Maybe that's why they were the people who were placed there, you know?
Yeah, I agree. Exactly.
Well, and I want to say this too. I want to say this too.
Okay.
That there was a dive team, and I'm sure we've all seen it too. There was a dive team that was a volunteer dive team that in one of the videos they were having a canoe go over the water, and I've seen this, and they said, well, that's right where Carly was found a week later. So how do they not know? And then even the cop said, oh, that looks bad.
Megan, I don't want to ask you this in a way that I don't want to ask you if you know this for a fact, but based on what you now know, can you at least tell us if you further suspect that perhaps there was a reason why law enforcement said don't search here, or if you think alternately?
No, I don't know.
Genuinely,
I will say this, like I said, the point of where I am at is that if I'm wrong right now, if I'm wrong, let's just say I'm wrong to where I've gotten to the point where I either it's going to go from I'm trying to figure out how to word it. I
could ask that differently. Is it your belief now, knowing what you know, that when Adventures with Purpose arrived to search for Kiely, that law enforcement had absolutely no idea where she was there? They were just letting her know.
They couldn't have.
They've searched. Okay.
They couldn't have. If this information that I have is truthful, there's no way they didn't know.
There's no way they didn't know that the car
was there.
That she was there. So it's your belief that they had.
I did say this, and this is gonna go viral, just like everything else I do, and I'm gonna hear about it tomorrow. But I at this point, I don't know what happened in the car. I have speculation on what happened in the car, because I'll tell you that I can't say that.
Do you believe that she was alone?
I believe
during the crash, whatever led to her ending up in the reservoir. Do you believe that she was alone? And you can answer that yes or no.
I don't know. I want to say I can't. I don't know if.
That's okay.
It's okay.
I can't. Right now because like I said, it's the part that I am too. If there's something more that's sinister that happened after that,
I mean, we can all understand and respect. I don't want you to try to answer anything that you're uncomfortable with.
I just want to say, I do have concerns about Meghan's physical and legal safety. So I don't, I just want you to know that, Meghan, I'm not really saying anything because I'm listening very carefully because I'm protecting you and I'm making sure that we don't go any place that's going to put you in a bad spot. Not that I know everything, but I'm doing my best to judge that.
No, because I know that is what I know where I know. I'm trying to because I've seen what I'm looking at it from what I'm seeing and what I know, and if I don't know the end of it because it got too dark, and so therefore I don't know the answer. Let's put it that way. From where my perspective is, there's not to say that someone doesn't know on the other side of the lake or a different side of the lake that could see something different. So I can't answer because the person that I know that I talk to ends it at that point in time, which from where she's saying to where we're at now with Kiely in the water and where the party is, I was missing the point of how she got to. I know she had to take 2 wrongs and a right, but I think that I guess I can tell you from what I think now that I know this, and like I said, there's one person I may never be able to answer this question. I just may never, and I don't know if that's what's going to come out from LE or whatever. But because the road was blocked off because of fighting that was happening, I think she turned left or turned right and went down the bad road and said, I'm going to go down this bad road because I need to sober up. And no one's going to know I'm here. And hopefully and then my mom's asleep, I'll be able to sober up enough to drive home.
So did law enforcement show up because of the fighting? And
law enforcement never showed up.
Okay.
The party, period. End of sentence. I asked Sam that. There was no, and I don't know what everybody keeps, I think from what I can gather now, I still don't know. I mean, there's still a lot of I don't knows because of what everybody said on YouTube and how far it's gotten and how much the theories are and everything else. And so it's like when I say I don't know, it's because I don't know that we'll ever know those answers. If that makes sense.
No, I think that makes sense. I mean, you can, right. That makes sense.
Because at the end of the day, this is a 16-year-old and an 18-year-old or a 16-year-old with 18-year-olds that are out there and it's pitch black. And, as much as we all want to say we would do this or we would do this or we would do this, I think that everybody's forgetting that these are kids. These are kids. And yes, there is drugs and alcohol. And yes, we have a problem with that in our town. And yes, we need to figure out how to get to our kids and and this is not every kid. I mean, I think that this is not every kid that does this either.
No, of course.
And I mean, there are a lot of children that do this and there are a lot of children that, they try things, they move on and they think this isn't fun. These kids also are going to college. They're like, I can finally I can buy my own cigarettes. I can go and buy my own vapes now. I can buy my own, I can go buy lottery tickets. I can go do what I want to do and all these things that you want to do for the first time when you turn 18, and drinking just happens to be one of them. You have an older sibling. I don't care who you are. Well, I never did for my brother. Well, no, I don't know. I can't remember that far back. But
Megan, I used the fake ID of an Asian man when I was 19. I understand. I want to ask you though, in a way that's respectful to you, and I want to go back to what Kiely said because I think a lot of us are concerned. Not only I haven't looked at chat, but probably in chat about your safety and things that you're saying are not necessarily alluding to. None of us live there. None of us know any of these people. I think a lot of us are concerned about what you might possibly know. But having mentioned earlier in the stream, once you were on panel, that tomorrow Sami would be exonerated and we'd all be kissing her ass, which I do hope that is the case because a lot of us are wanting these answers regardless to the form in which it comes. But are you saying that now you've protected yourself, at least in a way that you've passed this information along to someone who can do something with it? That's my question. And that's my concern.
I'm seeing what she's writing. I'm seeing what they're writing right now. And for Aaron, or Sunshine Lollipop, I don't think that I'm on a news station. That's not even, I don't want to be on the news station. I don't want to have to go through this. If you want to take my position, you're more than welcome to be here. Just come in town and you can do what I did for like the last 6 weeks. Go to the bank, go to the store, go to kids, and not mean any of it. I mean, from day one, my father told me don't get involved because it's not my kid. Sorry, it is my kid. My kid could have been in that car. So if you want to put yourself in that position, please go ahead and do your very best at it. Because I didn't do well. I had to take 2 weeks off of mental for my own self because I went down the rabbit hole and I had anxiety and a mental issue that went on because I literally flew the coop because I was so stressed and I got threatened. So yeah, no, I'm not on a news station. And if I have to, I will. I'm trying to clarify things, and that's what I'm doing. So
no, you're doing a good job. Listen, guys,
you are.
As I'm watching chat, my turn. As I'm watching chat, everybody, as I'm watching chat, people are saying, oh, you have to do this. You have to ask for this. You have to do this. Let's see. All this time, I'm wasting my time just to hear somebody not disclose anyone. Hey, listen, people, wait, hold up just a second. First of all, my channel. Second of all, I didn't promise anyone anything. I'm so happy that all of you are here. All right. I started out this live stream this evening saying exactly what Megan is saying right now. Really, those of you that were here 6 hours ago, that, a human brain does not finish developing or any parts of it until a person is 26. So yes, we are dealing with young people. We are dealing with teenagers. In many ways, these people are still children. So I do want to make that clear. Okay. Now, what I want to do, and this is like how my channel always runs, is I allow people to speak their mind. I listen to people with an open mind, consider the information, and arrive at, facts. Or if there's disagreements between people, we arrive at a balanced place by listening to one another. I don't feel like she thinks she's on Fox News. And for the people that keep telling me that we have to be like interviewing her, I don't really care to do that. I just want to listen to Megan speak and make sure that she's okay, that the truth is finally found, that justice is arrived at, and that everybody involved in the end is okay. Because really, that's what's most important. So that's all.
And on my other part of that is that if I came on here because I wanted to stop people from making something worse than it needed to be, because even if I because I can't clarify it, and that's where we're at, I can give up to what I feel at this point is comfortable and able to say. And I'm sorry that you want to know more, and I get you want to know more, but I also have to be respectful at a certain time of family members, and I have to be respectful of the law, and I have to be respectful of what's gone on during this time. And if someone is missing something, it's not my place to judge them. It's not my place. I'm not their boss. I am not their person that they have to answer to at the end of the day. They might know the answer. They just didn't want to say it. I found out. Right. It's out there. It's going to come out more and more now because someone, obviously, I know, and I'm sure and this lady, when I talked to her, she didn't want to tell me right away. She didn't want to. She asked me who I was working with. I said, I'm nobody. I'm just a mom, and I'm trying to clear things up on YouTube so we can stop blaming the kids. And her exact words were, I can say this to you. Her exact words were, it's fucked up that LA didn't look into it.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a vibe that all of us are getting. And I think that's where probably almost everybody here now and everybody watching this, I think that's where I just want people to realize, I think that's where, guys, we really all connect in the same place. And by the way, you are getting a lot of support in chat, Megan. I just want you to know that. And I think that's really, we all need to remember that we are questioning these things because we care. There's passion about this because we care. And guys, that's a good thing. If none of us cared, that would be like a freaking scary thing, right? So, and I think that all of us, and I'm just going to say it, I think all of us have a sense that law enforcement may have really screwed this up. And that is a really hard thing to deal with because, as I've said before on this channel, I've always believed and I always will believe it is each of our responsibility as individuals to uphold justice to the degree it exists in the society in which we live. And that's what we're doing here.
And I'm not trying to be negative. I'm shaking now, so I sound like I'm shaking because I'm outside, and I'm cold, so I'm not nervous. I'm just want y'all to know.
Okay.
And
too.
and so I'm not trying to say that I know all, because I obviously there's probably parts that I don't know, but I don't think that at the end of the day that matters. To be honest with you, I mean, it's a kid, and it was something that happened that has never happened before, and I think that all of the parents, this definitely, as the kids would say, woke them.
Right.
I've learned that through that's what I learned when there was a snake around. I'm woke to snakes now. I didn't know how to. Anyway, that's a whole different conversation. But I saw these kids, and I don't think, and I just knew these kids didn't have that in their DNA to do it. They just didn't. And to put someone in the water is really jumping to any part of it. And to say that someone's going to do that, I just didn't see it. And so therefore, and I'll say this right now, and my daughter will tell me it too. I have not been a Sami fan for the last 6 years. I mean, there's been times where I've gone, what does she do? Or I've gotten pissed at her. Why did you do that? I mean, she's also 16. She's also 17.
Right.
They all make mistakes.
Exactly. Yeah. That's exactly it. She's a kid. Now, let me ask you this, Megan. Now, first of all,
when I say put her in the water, I'm going to clarify because everybody's going to say that.
Okay.
When I say put her in the water, there people were trying to say that that Sami crawled out of the window. She did all these things. I don't see that happening in this situation. I just don't. And from what I think, and what is going to go on after this is not something that any parent or any person wants to have to go through. And really it makes sense to me in so many ways why Sami's behaving the way she is, which is strange, but it does, because she didn't do anything wrong, and she's known it from day one. And she was just the advocate, and she was seriously, don't shoot the messenger. Everybody shot the messenger.
Yeah. And so do you think the way that we're perceiving Sami, like when we see, the videos of her, is that just like her personality? Like,
yes.
Yeah, that's just her personality. She comes out, I don't know how to even describe it.
I mean, let me put it this way. When you go to a concert, let me put it this way for everybody to understand. When you go to a concert and you are all having a great time, and your friend says, I'm going home. And they go, well, but you're having a great time. Why are you going home? Because my driver's here. Do they go home? And you say, yes, go home. They're going to go home with that person. They're all individual. They're all different. They all have their own brain. They all have what they're doing and what they want to do. At the end of the day, everybody can make their own decisions and go where they want to go.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that is then, and you know what? Teenagers are strong-willed, especially when they're partying, drinking a little. So probably regardless of what they think, that's exactly what they would have done. Right.
Yeah. I mean, if I think that people forget that how many dumb things did you go? I mean, we have a bridge that everybody jumps off of into the lake. When I was a kid, when I was a kid, we used to make sure there wasn't rocks there. 20 years later, they've moved all the rocks. And I go, wow, it's completely empty. I don't have to worry about jumping off and hurting my ankle now. I mean, you just learn things as you get older and you fix things. And that's what these kids have done in the 20 years. They've grown up, they've learned, they go, why don't we just have boys drag the rocks away? We could do that. And I went, oh, we didn't think about that 20 years ago because we weren't there. We also didn't have cell phones. We didn't have social media. So you have to put it in that perspective too. And social media, when everybody was involved, it was because they thought their girl was missing. And I don't care who you are. When someone's missing and you can't find her and it's a young, I don't care what color, you're still, if it's your friend and you have the basis to get it out, you're going to do everything you possibly can. And social media now is doing that. And that's what people need to understand. There's a point, though, of all of this, is that it gets to a point where it's not cute anymore and it's not fun anymore. And I say fun not meaning fun. I just mean it's not it's serious, and people can get hurt, and not hurt, but they can get their feelings hurt. They get in their feelings. They feel that it's not, that they're not being justified, and no matter what they say is going to come off wrong. And some people don't have the correct language. They don't have the correct, which is me. I say things and I go, and I've been corrected many times when I say things different than other people say things. And it's so much more than that. And like I said, I'm to a point in where I know if it's not, I have to verify, and I may never be able to verify what I now know, because it is part of the investigation, where this is where I have to say, I have to stand back and be like, I hope to God that they're going to do it right now. But at the same point in time, I don't know how they wouldn't know. And like I said, what do I do with this? Like, when I first found out, I'm like, what do I do? Like, but she said she went to the LE, so I'm sure that they know. But just because they went to LE and said something, people say stuff all the time to law enforcement, and it doesn't get checked out because it's just, it's.
Do you think that she told law enforcement everything that she was maybe easier opening up to you about? Do you think she told them the full context of what she told you, or do you think it was maybe a tip expecting them to look further into it?
That's a good question.
I don't think she actually went with a sister and said, my language gets messed up and I needed someone to go and listen to it. So she went with a sister.
In person?
Yes, she went in person and talked to somebody. So again, they said they'll look into it. I don't know if they looked into it. I don't know if they, because at this point in time that I know is that there's only one answer at this point that I could come up with that would make sense at all of it. And I say make sense because it's the most logical, I guess, answer. And even though it's logical, it doesn't make sense unless you're in her position. I don't know how much more logical it could get. I mean, I just don't. And if the only thing is that
and by her, it's this person or a family member?
I'm saying Kiely, with her being in the car when she's with this, what I can confirm to this point is that it's now between Kiely alive and not alive. Let's put it that way.
So if I could ask you a question.
Yeah, those are our two only options, if she's alive or not alive.
But I know, and that's
the truth. I could ask you,
but I'm saying that literally, I'm saying 36 seconds. If that makes any sense.
I want to ask another question that's not, and I don't want to be disrespectful to you because I understand the sensitivity of the position that you're in right now. Go ahead, Kelly. I'm so sorry. I don't want to.
Well, that's okay. It's okay. Go ahead.
36 seconds. 36 seconds is what it takes for the car to go from being full of water.
Yes. So 36 seconds is the time it's going to take for a car to be above water to be fully submerged. So we're talking about a matter of details of what happened between that time when the car was on land and fully submerged in Prosser Lake.
So that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And so I don't know. From what I know, from what I know, from what I've gotten told, unless I don't know,
Megan, if I were to ask you,
wait, hold on. Wait, just one second. I'm sorry. Hold on to your question, but just finish your thought, Megan.
I was trying to give her an easier way to answer, but
go ahead.
Keep going.
Go ahead.
No,
go
Megan,
ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to ask you if I understand that you're having trouble articulating this in a way that you're not saying too much, and so I was going to give you possibly a different way to answer this question, and I'll pose it two ways. And you can answer this based on knowing what you know, or I think that we're all asking the same question. I think that we're all wanting the same answer, and you're not able to provide that, and that's fine. But if I were to ask you on a scale of 1 to 10, if Kiely was alone and this was purely an accident, it doesn't sound or seem to me that there was ever foul play involved. That was just my belief. I think whatever happened was purely accidental, and I've said that from the beginning, although I think that it was, I think that there's people close to her that knew or had a role, I'll say. So on a scale of 1 to 10, was Kiely alone, or do you think on a scale of 1, what would your scale from 1 being Kiely was completely alone to 10, there was 1 or more people with her when
3.
this accident happened?
3.
Or on a scale of 1 to 10 that Kiely was alone, 1 being she was completely alone, 10 being
3.
You give it a 3.
Okay.
Okay.
Because I'm pretty sure it's a 1, but I'm pretty sure it's a 1, but I don't want to say that in gold because I don't want everybody to say that I know something that I know 100%.
Because you don't have that weight of the world on your shoulders. Everybody is waiting for answers for this case. You don't want to be the one that everyone's now staring at, right? I get that. Like, also, so you don't have to put yourself in that position.
So I just want to confirm that 1 being that Kiely was alone when she
Kylie
ended up
being
in the
alone,
water.
and Kiely being alone, and 10 being there was 100 people around. We are looking at a 3, which is, I don't think, because I asked the person. No, I can't say that.
That's okay. I'm giving you an out to. I was just trying to give you an out, and I don't want to be disrespectful to you, but I know
it's
that
more on the side of
there's
it's more on the
things
side that I think she was alone.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think it was a tragic accident. And I mean, when I saw this girl today, and her tears come down her, and she comes and she tells me it, and she doesn't want to be on. She doesn't want people to know who she is. She wants to be completely anonymous, and she works in the community. And I'm going to tell you this is that this girl possibly has to be looking at Lindsay or her father at least twice a week.
Did she happen to tell you or allude to whether she knew or suspected Kiely when she left and ended up in the water was just on her way home? Or
she did
she
say
knew that she was going somewhere to meet someone else, to go to a different location?
She was at Prosser, and she was across, I would say, the lake, which when I say across the lake, she showed me a picture of where she was, and she showed me a picture of where the car was found. I would say it's probably, I would say from my aspect of looking at it, it's probably smaller than that, maybe 100 yards.
So this person you spoke with, was that the witness you mentioned, or was okay? So she saw it happen. She doesn't have knowledge her kid was there.
She's not. She is not. I'm gonna say this. This lady is not 100% sure on stuff, but it was the matter of there was no lighting to see it. The rest of it, if that makes any sense, because it's completely.
So there's no lighting to see anything.
Yeah,
but she wouldn't have had intimate knowledge if Kiely was just on her way home or going to meet someone else or going to another party or any of those details.
She would not. She would not have known that it was Kiely. She didn't know. She had a She didn't. When she saw it, she thought that was weird, and she kind of thought, okay, that was weird, and didn't really put 2 and 2 together until 2 days later or a day later. And when it came out and she went, wait a minute.
Are you saying that she has pictures of the accident?
No, I asked her if she has pictures. No, she has pictures of where she was at with her friends and herself on the other side of the lake, or they took a picture of alcohol. It was, in other words, it's just a picture of her sitting in her car with 2 wine bottles on her, because they went out after work to have a few drinks. It's 3 friends, and they went out to have drinks with their friends after work. They worked the night shift.
Did she see the lights going into the water?
I can't answer that.
Okay.
Did she happen to
But
mention?
what that being said is I can't answer it, but the wording that she used in this particular way, it's killing me. I can't answer it. I can't, because I don't know. And I really want to just say it, but it's so hard because I don't know what Ellie knows and what everybody else knows. And like I say, if I'm wrong, which I don't think I am, because I can't, like, I'm sitting, like, I feel like I have the picture, like it's a movie in front of my face right now.
Yeah.
And I'm watching it, and it's like I get to the same answer every single time. And there's no way it's not possible, kind of thing. Like, there's just not a way possible. And it makes everything that has come out since then, since all of this and everybody's talked about and everything else, which I saw a thing tonight on AWP, and someone said, "You're everywhere." And I went, "That is me on that." And I went, "I didn't even know I was on that. I didn't know. It came out 5 hours ago, and I still didn't know." I was like, why is my voice there? That's how it happened in the 911 call the other night when I went into that life. I went into another life, and I went, "Why am I hearing my voice?" And my daughter goes, "You're everywhere. Stop." I mean, I think that's the other part of this, is that I have to look at it is that I do have a son and daughter, and my name from everywhere is everywhere. And like I said, this is probably going to go everywhere. I wish it wouldn't, because I know it is, but they're going to split it up 100 different ways. And I'm sure if I look at chat, they're all going to say BS. Well, I'm telling you, at this point in time, if I have to go to my pastor, because I don't know, I don't think it gets much more serious than that. I don't think that, even if I have to, if I'm not a pastor, when I have to go to a pastor, because I say to myself, I don't know if the family knows this part of it, but I think they do know. And I'm pretty sure they know, but this is why this is why. That's the why. And I don't know what happened at certain parts of the party. Someone asked me the other day if her and Jagger had talked about something, and I went, "Do you think I grabbed his phone and went through all of their text messages? I don't know, Jagger. I'm not his mom. Do you think that boy's going to hand me his phone? Not on his life." Like, he might have. I could have asked him, but I mean, at this point, he had nothing to hide. He might just be like, "Take it." At this point, he doesn't care, because they want the answers. And so I actually thought tonight, before I came right on here, I went to go text Sam, and Sam has changed her number.
Is that the teenagers or
the teenagers?
Okay, the teenagers.
I mean, I think that, like, that's where when I go talk to these teenagers, that's the part tomorrow I have to go fill in the rest of it. And if they don't know the answer, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like, I don't.
Miss Megan, people want to know where they can tune in tomorrow to kind of catch the information that's supposed to come out.
Would you like to be able to come back here to talk if
I don't know
to do that?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Because I know that everybody wants to know, and I get it, because if I was on their side right now and listening to me, I'd be like, "Why isn't she saying it? Just say it, stupid lady. Just let it out." But I'm
not thinking that. I mean, I can think of a lot of reasons why you're not comfortable in saying it.
I'm saying from my perspective. I mean, I'm saying it because I'm just like everybody else. I wanted answers. I needed answers, and I wanted to make it I wanted to make it right. And with where I'm at right now, with what I know, I can't, I have to either step back and say, I can't go any further because I don't want to, or I have to then decide I'm going to put myself in the line of fire, and I'm going to have to I have to look at this now as I have to take the emotional side out of it, and I have to say, this is what I know, and this is what it's going to be. This is what I need to know. And if I go to law enforcement and I say, this is what I know, they're going to say, we know that, and you need to stop right now.
Right.
Like,
Meghan,
that's it.
I would like to ask another question, and I want to just clarify something, because I think a lot of us are getting confused in the chat, and I know that you can't say names, and I know that you can't give too much given the sensitivity of all of this, and I think we're all understanding and respectful of that. But I think one thing that's confusing, I was just glancing at chat, I haven't really been on, but I just want to clarify, more so for myself, I guess, that you had talked to this person in the community, the mouse incident happened, you talked to this person, and then that prompted you to go speak to someone else. But if the first person you spoke to at the store was
okay, I'm gonna put it this way.
possibly a witness,
I'm gonna say it this way. The first time I went, I'll say it differently so people understand. I'm gonna use different terminology, that way it makes sense. I went to, let's say you go into the principal, let's say you go to the school and you go to the principal's office and you find out something, and you talk to the principal, and the principal says, one of my teachers was there. Okay. And you go, okay, well, I know that now. So do I stop at that, or do I go to the teacher? I went to the teacher and said, what did you see? And she told me what she called in that night, or what I said, was there a 911 call made? And she said, no, there was no 911 call made. But I went 2 days later and I walked up to the rec center, and she said what she knows. And they said, well, you have to go make it on the tip line. And she said, no, I don't need the tip line. I need to talk to someone.
The implication then by the principal would be that this person who saw what happened also had knowledge of who you needed to go talk to fill in the blanks.
Yes.
For your questions.
The teacher had talked to the principal and asked what she should do with the situation. And the principal told her, this is what you need to do. And that's what she did.
Okay, so when you talked then to the principal.
So I happened to walk in and talk to the principal over a mouse, and found out that the mouse.
Sorry.
And by talking to the mouse, by asking about the mouse and having a picture of a mouse, Kiely came up. I mean, I will say this: I wasn't even talking about Kiely. Kiely was not on. That was the day she was found. She was found 2 days. I want to say, when I talked to the principal, her car was found 2 days, because I had gone to the grocery store because I hadn't been shopping, and my kid said, Mom, we need to go shopping. There's nothing in the house. So I went, okay, she's been found. I don't have to search anymore. Now we just have to wait for Ellie to decide what they're going to do and put out this information. And I was kind of like, I'm just going to put it all to rest. I'm not going to talk about it anymore, because I got yelled at from my parents. I got yelled at from my daughter, and I got yelled at from everybody else. And they said, don't do it. And I went, okay. So I went in to go shopping, and I was on this aisle to get shampoo, and mouse drives by, and I go, and she asked me, did the mouse scare you? No, he didn't scare me, because I clean houses for a living. And I said, but here, I'll show you a picture of a mouse. Well, then Kylie's missing poster came up on my phone, because it was a saved picture on my phone. And then I said, well, that's about Kiely. And she said, oh, yes, my girls were out there that night, and they saw, and I said, your girls were out there at the party? And she said, not at the party with the teens, but they were at their own get together. And I found out tonight, let me just say this too. The party that these girls were at, I said, there was 4 of you? And she said, and I asked her twice, and I said, the 4 of you? And she said, no, there was 3 of us. And I said, plus you. And she said, no, there were 3 of us. So I said, 2 plus you. And she said, yes. So there was 3 girls out there. And
across the lake.
And they saw it. They thought it was weird. So, but they were drinking, they were having, they were, it was just odd. She thought it was an odd situation. And she thought that was the weirdest thing she'd seen. So then she went back to work the next day. And I think that's when she found out that Kiely was missing. And so the next day before she went to work or after work is when she went to go talk to Ellie. And Ellie said, go call it in on the tip line. She said, no, I'm not calling in on the tip line. I need to talk to someone. And so then she talked to, I think it was what she said was either sheriffs or FBI. I'm not sure which one, but she talked to someone.
The mom of a daughter who was across the lake witnessing, or the mom.
This was a person across the lake.
Yeah, it was just a person across the lake hanging out with her 2 other coworkers. I don't know. I think it might be one of them might be sisters.
But that's who you talked to.
Yes, the 3 people. Okay. That's one of the 3 people I talked to. Then they went, and so the next day she said, my English is not that great, and when I get nervous, she has a harder time with her pronunciation. I mean, she speaks perfect English when I talk to her, and I've known her for years. I've known of her for years. I don't know her, but I've seen her. She works in the same place for 10 years now, and so I've seen her every day, and I've talked to them before. I mean, I know them. Life story.
Would you be willing to come back here to kind of talk about it?
I'm gonna talk. Well, okay. My first 2 things is I legally I think because I've recorded some of her, I recorded what she told me on my cell phone without her knowing, because I did it for myself so that I would be so that if it came out later that I wasn't telling the truth, I'd be like, nope, here it is.
Were you both in California at the time of the recording, so I can look into the laws for you?
Yes, I was in California.
I'm putting, just so you know, I'm putting my email in chat right now. It's just, my name's Kelly. It's just WhatsAppSession@gmail. And if you want to, please email me. And first of all, if you need help or support with anything, I would like to help you with that. If you do,
No, I'm not Exanime's mom. I don't know Exanime. I don't know anything about her. I don't care about Exanime.
My prior, I looked at this for something for myself within the last 2 years. I do know at that time California was a one-party state, so unless that has changed within the last 2 years.
I heard that there has to be one other person knowing that she's recording.
It's a one-party state.
I think it's a one-party state. So if you're recording it, you are the one party. So in other words, a 2-party state. If I were just talking to you one-on-one on the phone, I would have to advise you that I was recording the conversation, and you would have to agree to allow me to capture that recording. If it's a one-party state, you can record it. You're consenting to recording both yourself and the other person, if that makes sense. So wait,
really quick. So Megan, I'm putting my email in chat right now. It's just WhatsAppSession@gmail.com. If you want to shoot me an email, I have the laws right up in front of me right now, and I can send all of that to you. And if you want the laws interpreted, or if you want to get clarification on that, I come from a family of lawyers. My dad's a pretty good attorney.
Well, I'll tell you this. I will tell you this. I will tell you this, because my first reaction was, who can I, knowing that going through this case with everything, and I went, well, the only 2 lawyers I know are Sam's parents right now off the top of my head, and I'm not so sure that I can go talk to them. So,
if you want to talk to a lawyer tomorrow, I will.
I don't know if I need a lawyer, because I just, my biggest thing is, honestly, I don't care about the lawyer. I don't care about any of that. I just need to go and find out from the kids something, and if they can tell me. If not, I think that I need to go tell what this recording says, and I need to have and I don't know how I'm going to do this, because that's why I said I don't know that it coming from me personally is the right way for it, even though I'm a mom and because they don't know who I am, you know what I mean? So I don't want them to feel like, who's this woman walking up to me that I don't know? And I have to tread lightly on that because I don't know. First of all, they might have dogs that are going to attack me. And they might not be willing to speak with me. And I have to respect that. And that's where I'm at right now, because I want to be able to tell them what I know, or I want them to hear this recording, because I think that it's going to shine some light on a couple different avenues. But the lady that I talked to was upset because her exact words were, they need for the law enforcement should be held accountable. That's her way of looking at it.
Well, I mean, it sounds like that might be appropriate.
I screenshotted chat for you. I screenshotted it. I think I have your, let's see. Where are you?
It's just Watts Obsession at Gmail. Just Watts Obsession.
I see it. Yeah, I see it. I got it. I screenshot. I'm getting better at screenshotting.
Yeah, and if there's anything you want to say now, questions or whatever,
the only thing is that I really want everybody to realize that this at the end, that at this point in time, even if it gets even if someone else says all of this, I don't see how it can change. I don't see how it can be different. I just don't see how it can be anything different. And in the aspect of how her wording in this and her saying the way she said it to me, it can be interpreted any other way. So it literally, when I wish I could just say it because it'd be so easy, but I can't, because I need to, before it goes, in other words, it's driving me crazy that I can't just say what I want to say, because I want to just say it, but I also have to realize that if I say it right now, it's going to go viral. And if her parents don't know, I don't think it's the right way for her parents, or
that's a great thing for you to do.
I don't think it's the right way for her parents to either hear about it, her friends, her family. I mean, I don't know if these kids that I've talked to were sitting there for hours and hours and hours and hours and trying to figure out what happened to their friend. Now, and maybe they know, maybe this is why they haven't said anything, is because they're exactly at where I'm at right now, and they already know, but they can't because they don't want to say it, and because they don't want to put it out there, because it's just an accident. It just is an accident.
You also believe that it would be difficult for, and by her, I just want to clarify that you mean Kiely in your previous statement, but you also implied that it would be difficult for her parents to not know what you know, correct?
When I came home tonight and I came through the door, my son looked right at me and said, "Wow, you look like shit." And I went, and he goes, he said, "You look like hell." And I went, "Well," or something to that extent. And I went, "Well, it's been a hell of a day." And he goes, "What happened today?" And I went, "Here." And I played him the video. And he goes, "So what are you going to do with this now?" And I went, I don't know. And I had my own moment of screaming. I screamed. I didn't scream like screaming. I screamed, yelling, and going through the only scenario that can happen from this point, and how pissed off I am, and how wrong it is, and how upsetting it is. And my son just sat there and watched me, and he goes, "Do I need to go get food?" And I went, "Okay, you are not helping me." So then I come on here and I come out and I lay in bed because I'm so upset, and I go, "I'm not." And I did send it to somebody. I do have someone that I talked to, and I texted her, and I sent her the video, and she literally said, "I was not ready for that." And she goes, "This changes everything." And I went, "Yep." And she goes, "What?" And she asked me, she goes, "Did she know you were being recorded, or she was recording?" And I went, "Nope." And I went, "But the only positive part of that is that the other side of this is that there is anonymity in all of this. So for this case, because they wanted some people to come forward and no one's going to get in trouble and everything else." And I went, "I don't know if that goes for me." So I don't know how far that goes. And I don't know I don't think I didn't do anything wrong.
Well, your knowledge, I don't think would implicate you in any way, but I want to ask something, and I'll apologize to you first if I've been disrespectful to you at all and asking questions. We're all just so curious, and I'll also apologize to Kelly if I've monopolized her stream.
Oh no,
anyway.
not at
That's not
all.
my
You're
intent, but
you're great.
I just want to ask you a final question, and then I'll probably just mute myself. But I think that you're the closest person, at least on this channel, to possibly what happened. And with that in mind, if you did in fact talk to someone who was an eyewitness and that prompted you to speak to someone else, I guess I would ask first if the person you spoke to that possibly saw what happened, if even across the lake, did they allude to after the fact or after the vehicle went in the water, and let's set aside for the time being the means in which it ended up there, whether it was an accident or any of those details, did they mention after seeing that noticing any lights across the water, any voices, any splashing, anything else that would allude? It was just quiet. The vehicle in the water, it was quiet
and pitch black.
Okay, did they mention how long they were maybe there after
2 hours
after the fact? So they
2
were
hours
for a full 2 hours after they heard or saw this weird
she does
incident.
she doesn't she that's where I have to go. I can break that down for I have a 2 hour increments, and I need to go talk to the person that parked next to Kiely at the party, which is Evan, which I know and I've talked to, and he's not the nicest person in the world to me. So that's not gonna that is where I have to decide, am I gonna ask this question, or am I, because I have, at this point in time, I have to ask questions and to other people that are closer to these kids that are going to be willing to answer these kids are going to be willing to answer, because like they already know the answer, but they don't. And let me just say, the person that I talked to, when I asked her about this, it wasn't like she had to think. This wasn't something that she goes, I don't know, like, bobbled her head from side to side. No, this was straight up facts. Like I mean, when, and her eye, I had to give her a hug and say, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's a split-second decision, and you probably do need counseling. And she said to me, her exact words were, my father just died, and then, Kiely happened, and then my father just died, and it took me a month to be able to be normal again about it. And this was the first day. So when I got out of there, I went, did I just set that poor girl back a month and a half now, because now she's gonna relive this
process? No.
So it's like, but that's the point, though, is that this is now for me anyway, and I don't know for everybody else, and I don't want to speak for everybody else. For me at this point, it's not like I wanted the answers, and I think that everybody can agree that you only ask questions that you want the answers to.
What does that mean? Kiely just happened.
What?
Kiely just, okay, go ahead.
She said, because I'm trying to keep up with Megan. She said Kiely just happened, and then my father passed away. What is that? So like Kiely happened
when she went in the water and she saw that, or when she saw what she saw with Kiely. What she saw with Kiely happen, and then
her dad passed away,
and then her dad passed
really have
away.
The time to address to the
she didn't have the time to address. She didn't have time. Yeah, she didn't have time to address possibly whatever happened with Kiely. Then her father. And let me just say this: this is not. This is a little girl, or I want to say little girl because she's 5'2", when she's probably 25. But so I say little girl because she's little. Like when I talk to her, she reminds me of like a little. Anyway, she's cute, and this is someone that doesn't speak 100% English. It's a second language. So and I think that if anybody knows that language, that is a very tight knit family. Like they are very tight knit. So the fact that she lost her father and then has this on top of her and has to act like everything's okay and normal and can't talk to anybody about it for a month. The first person that walks up to her and asks a question, it's like opened up Pandora's box. for her, because finally there's someone that came to talk to her and no one else had. And no one else cared. I don't know if that's the right way to say it, but
I don't know if you asked her this, but is it possible? And I know that maybe her English wasn't the, most advanced for conversation or really asking a lot of questions, but did she say what she thought it was? If she was across the lake, I live by one of the largest man-made lakes in the United States, and did she possibly think maybe it was a boat entering the water? Because I know here you see that. My homeowners association,
she never thought,
there's a lake here.
She did not think it was a boat.
Sometimes
she knew it was not a boat.
did she say what she thought it was, or what?
She just thought it was odd. She thought it was odd. She thought it was odd.
Did she see lights before she heard the splash, or did she
okay, let me just say this. There's no splash.
There was no splash.
There was no splash. No splash whatsoever. There was no noise.
She just saw something. It was across the lake. She couldn't tell exactly what it was, but it was weird. It was indecipherable. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm. She saw it across the lake, and when I say across the lake, it's like let me say you have...
The car wasn't driven in. It was probably pushed in.
I asked if it was pushed in. No.
It rolled in.
A slow roll.
Neutral.
We know it was in neutral. Yeah.
I'm not answering.
Megan, I'm sorry. That's okay. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I hope I'm not. I don't want to be disrespectful to you, and I
neither.
apologize if I am, or I'm asking too many questions. I think.
No, I'm sitting here going. I'm sitting here wanting to just say the rest of it because it's the most of it's out there. But I need, like I said,
it's okay. It's okay.
To this point.
You don't have to answer anything.
I can't. I really that's why I have to go ask a few people. I have 2 hours that because if they say Kiely's car was past this time, then it's not the same car. But if it isn't, if their car was already gone, then it's the same car. And there's no different. There's no changing it. They can't. It just doesn't work.
Megan, I am sorry. I know that you're having.
We didn't mean to upset
I know
you.
that you're thinking things that we obviously don't know, and I don't want to upset you first and foremost. And as much as we all want an answer, and as much as we all want to ask questions, understand that we are sensitive.
Wait, let Megan talk. Let Megan talk. Go ahead, Megan.
It's really horrible because if she, let's just say, if she is by herself, she was alone, all alone. And it's horrible. It's a horrible way you couldn't even imagine. And why?
Yeah, I know. Oh, I'm sorry, sweetie.
And I don't know. I feel stupid because I shouldn't be this upset. But when I look at it in this aspect, there's no other way. There's just not. And so there's a part of me that wants to go back and find out these kids and find out I'm dead wrong. I want to be dead wrong.
Right.
I really, truly do. And if I am dead wrong, I'm going to look like a flippin' idiot. But I also know that it's not possible, that I can't be. But then I go back to what they say about the tow truck driver, and I go, well, really? Like, it makes... really? And I go back and forth in my head, and I'm like, that's the other possibility. I mean, there's two possibilities here. It was either that day or the next day, and it happened either way, one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same outcome. I don't know, and that's why I'm saying I don't. If that car that was with the tow truck driver was not her, then this car that this person saw has to be her, because the chances of one car being in two places at the same time, at the same hours, just doesn't make sense. it's too coincidental.
Right.
Like that, it just doesn't add up. And so that's when I think that you can't go that further. Like I can't go further because I don't want to know the rest of it. Like I said, if this is like at that point, I don't want to know. I don't, because then there's something then there's a whole nother avenue where it has nothing to do with this. It has nothing to do with the party, like at all. So I'd almost rather have it be an accident that night than an accident the next day. Either way, it was an accident. But when I sit there and the way she worded it, it makes me sick to my stomach to know it. Sick to my stomach, because you're all by yourself in the pitch black and you have nothing. You have no idea. Nothing.
But
and I don't.
But it was an accident.
I'm pretty sure it was I want to say from what I've heard today that it has to be an accident. That it has to be. It has to be. That it has to be an. If it's not. If it didn't happen. There's just no way. It doesn't make it. There's no way. Like because of what she said. Honestly, oh God, why don't I just say it? But I can't say it. I mean, I'm going to be thinking about it for the next 2 days. I don't know. It's like one of those things where, like, I have to now realize that I may never know the answer.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I'm at. I may never get to know the answer, and that's where it's going to end, because no one else is going to know. And I don't want to, because if they say, well, we don't want it out, I have to just live with it.
So there's no other answer but for it to be an accident.
Unless the tow truck, I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible that tow truck I don't think it's possible that the tow truck driver had that car that day.
And I respect you. I'm not judging you. I'm saying, like, the way that you view things and the way, from your point of view and everything, in your eyes, there's no way it could be anything but an accident, because you know more than all of us, obviously. You're there.
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware of, if you believe that the tow truck incident was coincidental or mistaken identity or recognition, whatever word you want to use? Do you believe that, or I guess based on your knowledge of the area, people, kids, is there a similar vehicle?
Yes.
Or someone looking similar to Kiely that he could have mistaken the missing poster for someone with a similar vehicle and similar appearance?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your belief then that that's who was there, totally unrelated to the incident that you believe was prior when the vehicle entered the water?
Yeah. Like I said, it's. The only thing that's throwing me is the tow truck driver, because that's the only thing that, like, but from what she told me, it would be very, very, very difficult to have it be the other way.
And it sounds like you trust this source, like, immensely.
She wouldn't lie. She has no reason to lie. None. Sure. She doesn't have, she's not, when she breaks down and cries in front of me and says that she believes in her heart, and she says that she held on to this for 2 weeks and it tells everybody. And then when she sees AWP pull the car out of the water, her heart broke in half because she saw it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's that, like, I don't think that you can, if you're going to make up that story I'm sorry, you are one sick person. And this person, I mean, you are twisted in 100 different thousands ways. There's just not, this person has no foundation to do that.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
2 weeks. I know I said 2 weeks, 15 days to be exact. From the day she left, from the day she went missing. So 15 days, yes, is when they found her, when they came here to find her. I saw that. Sorry. She was drunk and it was dark. What did she see? You guys don't understand. It's so, I mean, I get where they're coming from because I understand this lady that I'm looking at chat, obviously.
Okay.
And she doesn't have a reason to lie. There's no reason to lie. There's no reason to tell me this story. I came out of nowhere. Like, I literally walk in the store and I ask her to come talk to me and see, like, I'm like talking to her and she's like as a friend, I'm like, come over here. And I pull her away from her job. And this is the other thing. This is the other thing too, I have to stress. I talked to her at her job. I didn't talk to her at her home. I didn't talk to her I know where she works. I don't know where she lives. I don't know what she does after this. This is something that she goes, we work the night shift and we go out and have a few beers, or have, 3 girls go out and have a few drinks, and this is what happens. And then she has to see it for 15 days. And she's like, the whole time she goes, I think. And she's gone through it all with everybody else. And then, but what are the odds in her mind is that they're pulling out the vehicle and the same place that she was standing, and she told them, and she has a picture of it, not a picture of it, but a picture of where this water is on her phone. She has a map and she points to me on the map where Kiely was found and where she was standing. There's no way, there's no way that she could have missed it. Like, it's not, it's like you see a shooting star, where you watch it go from one direction and then it ends. You don't know what happens afterwards. That's the best way to describe it. She goes, and that's what she's telling me. And this girl is standing in front of me with eyes as red as can get because she's at work and she's hiding herself, and she has tears coming down her face. And she's 23, 24, 25 years old, and her dad died, and then Kiely's situation happens and her dad passes away, so all in the same month. I mean, talk about when it rains it pours. I mean, the poor girl has no reason to lie.
Yeah.
Like, what would that help?
Right.
Mary Beth. What does Mary Beth mean, Mrs. Sunshine? I'm just trying to say, no calls to Prosser that night. No calls. I told you she didn't call the police.
We already went over that, guys. Yeah.
So at this point in time, like I said, it just needs to stop. I know that everybody's gonna want all this info and everything else. You can cut out for the last hour and a half, however long I've been here. I wasn't even going to come up tonight, but I didn't really want to because I'm like, I don't know the end of it. But at the end of it is the finish line. It's the finish line, I guess, in this case. And it's not the finish line that if you're in the situation is where it's going to be. When you realize how horrible is not even a word to describe it. Like, not even Meghan, a word to
I'm looking at chat, and I just wanted to say to a few people that might be new hopping on that are asking why nothing was said, and I just wanted to let people know that, and sorry, Kelly, I'm not
no, please go ahead, please
Meghan has said earlier, if people have missed things, watch the replay. She has said that this person did go in person to law enforcement, and this person was advised to contact the tip line, and at that point she let it be. So I see a lot of questions back.
Nope, she did not let it be. She didn't. She was was told to, and I said this earlier, but I'm going to repeat it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I apologize.
And I said they said go ahead and do the tip line. And then this lady said, no, I'm not doing the tip line. I need to talk to someone in person. And they said, well, okay. And they got her someone in person. So she talked to someone in person at the rec center that was valid and had a badge.
But she did go. So this was all at the same time. She went there in person.
Yes, and she went there. She
Okay.
said she went a few times because she went once to, and they said the tip line. I'm sorry, you're probably right. She went once to say the tip line, and then it kept weighing on her. So she said she went back a few times to tell them. And then
just wait just 1 second, guys. So listen. So I am going to, we've been on here for 7 hours, and I'm going to do the compassionate thing and end this for everybody because I think Megan, I think Megan needs a break. Yeah. So Megan, thank you so much for sharing with us, but don't go anywhere. I think Megan needs a break. And Megan, thank you so much for being on here, for sharing everything with us. And
like I said, it's probably going to go viral and everything else, but I just want people to be respectful at this point. And I'll say what, like when I figure out who I need to talk to, or what I don't, like I said, I don't even know who I need to go talk to. I mean, I do, but to go to the next level is not, it's not fun. That it's just not, I mean, and when I say it's not fun, I don't mean fun. I just mean it's not like
holding it. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I'm either telling someone the last 5 minutes of their daughter at 16 years old, what they didn't know, or I'm telling someone that they're going to say to me, yes, we knew this, but we don't want it out anymore, or we don't want to talk about it, or we're moving on. We're just this is just her memory and we need to move on. Right. And then we have to wait for the toxic. I mean, I kind of now assume I know what the toxicology report's going to say. And I kind of assume now I don't know. I mean, like I said, in the car, I wasn't, no, there was, I don't believe with all my heart that there was anybody in the car with her. I don't think there was. And I can't say, because if there is someone in the car with her, then I'm telling someone there was in the car. Like I'm getting to that point. Like I've told them now where I know, and they're either going to say, yes, we know that, and that we have a suspect that did this, or she was by herself. And either way, it's like everybody has said, it's foul play or it's an accident. And literally this is going to be a split second decision. And if the toxicology report comes back that she was alive when she went in, I will tell you that this is what happened. If she was dead already, then it's a foul play. Like that's what we're at. Like, or like, there's no that's, and somebody's going to say, well, we're still in the same position. Well, I don't really think at this point, now that I know what I know, it matters. Like, and to everybody else, except for the people that are in town, because either we have someone that is sinister and a horrible person, and that person needs to go to jail, and that's what they're working on, and that's why they haven't released anything, and that's why we're all sitting here just wondering, or it's a complete and utter accident and they're just waiting to make sure. And I'm still going to be in the same position in 2 weeks where I'm going to go, okay, well, I knew that. Like, which is better?
Yeah, I know. Oh my goodness. Well, listen, Megan, I've got to actually go myself because I have to be to work in a couple hours. So I've got to go get a little bit of sleep. But listen, if you do need anything, you've got my email. It's whatsuppsession@gmail.com. And not even as far as coming back on the channel or anything, but if you just need to figure things out, or if I can help you with any resources or whatever, and it will, I promise, if you want to stay confidential, I promise you it will. Just please let me know, and just let me know how you're doing. I just want to know that you're doing okay. All right.
I'm pretty sure. I wish it was going to go viral, but until I was ready. But I know that everybody here, it's already out. But please, everybody that is here or whatever, I don't care if you make fun of me 100 times or whatever, but at this point in time, I can't say it enough that this is not from this point forward, it's the rest of someone's life. Like, like that's the end. And no matter what answer you want to say didn't or didn't happen, that's the end of it. And that there's just no way. It's not possible anyway else.
Yeah.
So I know I'm sorry I upset people, but
No, it's an upsetting topic. And, like I said, it's just an upsetting topic. So
and I came on like a battle ram because I was so.
I understand why.
I was like,
we weren't being nice. I mean, I'm not going to try to make it something it wasn't. And I appreciate your perspective. I don't want to, one of the things I always say on my channel is I don't want to harm people. So I appreciate your perspective. So thank you.
Well, and I just think that everybody's made mistakes in all aspects of this case. And for true crime people, you have to realize that even though it's funny and all those things, and you can tear everybody apart, they're still people. And I think that everybody forgets that. It's not just you. It's not just anybody. It's people, like when you see it on TV, you go, it's the TV actors, or it's a movie, you think it's a movie. And so you don't consider them to be real people. And that's what I think that people have somewhat forgotten about. And because it's young kids and they have made stupid decisions, and yes, they broke girl code. Yes, they did all these things. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't. And if you could, and that's what an accident unfortunately is that it's just an accident, and you shoulda, coulda, woulda done it 1,000 different ways, and it wasn't feasible.
Yeah, I know. I guess like from my perspective, and I think it's, I don't know, like seems just like what I've heard from a lot of people. I just, and again, this just goes back to, I guess, just my feelings about what law enforcement has done with previous cases. And unfortunately, what some of the patterns that, like, it appears that they're falling into now. I just hope they come out and make a clear statement about that, because I agree with a lot of what you're saying and understand what you're saying for sure. And, there's a lot, I think everyone needs to take a deep breath and really think about what they're doing. But, it does feel important for a lot of people that we know that justice has been found and served for Kiely, because she doesn't have a voice anymore. So I just pray that law enforcement does the freaking right thing and is clear on the conclusions that they've made based on the actual evidence that exists, and puts it out there. So they don't leave that vacuum for conspiracy and speculation, because in my opinion, it's irresponsible and reckless, and that certainly does not describe them upholding the oath that they've made to protect and serve the public and their community,
Well, and yes, I agree with everything that's being said. And that's where I'm torn, because do I go to LE or do I go to the parents? Like that's because if I go to the parents,
I think you need to go to law enforcement. Personally.
But I look at the dad standing on that side of, like, seeing that Sim on the side of the lake and saying, how did they miss this?
Well, I see. This is kind of like how I've been thinking about this as we've been talking tonight. Like, this is just kind of how I view and take it for what it's worth. The dad is, of course, going to be feeling pain and suffering, regardless of a lot of these details. And some of the details, of course, are going to make it worse for him, or might, ease the pain a little bit. But if it is a matter of law enforcement screwing up once again, eventually I believe eventually that is going to come out, or he knows it in his heart of hearts. And at some point, it's out of our hands, and it's up to law enforcement to make good. Or if they choose not to, then they have to face the natural consequences of that. And whatever that is for them, is it a civil suit? Is it being, elected out of their office? Is it, I don't know what that is, but I think to some degree, you just have to do what you feel is right for you, and what protects you and ensures that you're safe. And that's, kind of sometimes what we can do, I don't know. I just want you to say.
I'm fine. I'm fine. It's more emotional because it could, like the grandpa said, this is everybody's daughter. This could have been anybody in this chat's daughter. It could have been anybody in the chat's sister. It could have been anybody. And she was smart and she was a beautiful young lady. And it's just hard to know that. Sorry. It's hard to know that. It's hard to know that it's just hard because even if I'm wrong, I'm still like, I don't know, like it doesn't matter if it was one day or the next. It doesn't. Like it still happened in the same place.
Yeah.
And the same way. Like it does. It like if it did happen with. I wish that they would. I would now. It's almost like I have to wait now until they come out and tell me that the truck driver is right. Like there has to be a reason he's there. Everything is brought out for a reason.
Weird, yeah.
And so that's why it's like there's a big question mark, and I'm like, that's why I need to go find out, and I have to talk to somebody to see when her car was gone. And if they say it was past the 2-hour mark that I have, then it couldn't have been her car. But it doesn't make it. When this girl looks at you and says, "I believe with all my heart that it was Kiely," why would she lie?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, I was gonna sleep on it, so I'm gonna try to sleep.
Hey, sweetheart, please go get some rest. Send me an email and we'll chat. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for your time, and know that we care. And let me know how you're doing.
All right.
Okay. Take
Bye.
care. Bye. Okay. So that was a long one. Let's see. Sis Vicious, you are the freaking bomb. Thank you so much. RR, same to you, honey. And Jody is cool. Thank you so much for hopping on and moderating tonight. Utter Nutter, thank you so much. Ara, thank you for doubling. I don't know, Muck Boys, I made you a moderator. I don't even know if you know that, but if you moderated, thank you. And Aaron on the side of caution, thank you very much for hopping in and pinch hitting too. And everybody in chat who's watching, thank you guys for being here. We definitely still have questions. I'm wicked tired. I don't think I have any brain cells right now to think with. And thank you, Megan, very much for coming on and sharing, sharing with us. And thank you, RT. You are awesome. Also, gosh, all you terrific people, check you out. Peggy, you're all amazing. Look at you. Look at all you amazing people. Let's see. And anyone, I don't know, some things came up in chat. I just felt like I had to address, I don't know, people that are old, new to the channel. I just, to the degree we can, I just always want to maintain respect for one another. And, this is my channel. It is my house. People who come up here are my guests. So it's just really important to me that we're respectful to them, even if we do or don't disagree. So I was snappy at anyone. I do apologize for that, but I have to keep the rules. So let's see. Oh yes, and Ara has a channel. I don't know, Haley V, if you're still here. I couldn't find your channel for some reason. Please pop it in the chat. Pop the link in chat. I don't know if anyone else has a channel. Go ahead, put it in chat. Put the link in the chat. I am a channel that supports other channels. I don't think everyone should watch me all the time. That would be weird. We don't want that. That would be terrible. So please go ahead and share your stuff. I would like to support you, okay? T-Rev 757. What's that? I don't even know what that is. Oh my gosh. I'll check it out though. Yeah. Thank you guys for being here. Oh my God, I'm gonna get like 2 hours of sleep. It's cool though. Let's see. Just want to make sure. Oh, it's okay. Frankie baby. I knew that video on Michelle's channel. I love Michelle After Dark. I don't want someone being a guest and feeling like people in chat are shooting them down. I'm sure you guys can understand. It's just not like how I like to roll. But, there's been a lot of new subscribers and members lately. And thank you guys for being here. That's freaking awesome. I really appreciate it. And Aaron, I'll keep you on as a moderator if you are willing to. You good with that? Thank you, Deanna. I don't know. It's hard for me to feel like there's not foul play. I don't know. I just need to get some rest. I hope law enforcement does the right thing. It's really up to law enforcement. As I just said and said a few times during this live stream, I feel it's up that law enforcement has a responsibility to society, to their community, and to, the laws of the land upon of which they are supposed to be abiding by, enforcing and serving with. I think they failed that responsibility a lot of times. Sadly, not a lot of times, but far too many times. So please, law enforcement, do the right thing. Good night, Esther. Thank you for being here. Noah, you confused me. I wasn't sure. I saw you had some messages to Megan. I wasn't sure where you're coming from, but welcome. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, I know. Honesty is important. Yeah. So, okay, let's just say hypothetically somebody does, come on panel here and what they're saying isn't honest. Typically, I'm going to vet somebody before they come on. This was like a really different situation because this has just been, this case is still so very active. And so I know people wanted to hear from her, so I made the call to let that go. So fine, it's certainly a decision I can live with. So let's just not even talk about Megan, but just a hypothetical guest. If, they're not vetted, I'm just telling you right now, I'm going to let people speak. I'm going to let people say what they need to say. Sis Vicious and Ara were awesome asking questions my brain couldn't even come up with because I'm super tired right now. Thank you guys so much. I thought you guys asked some really good questions. And I wanted to hear what she had to say. I know a lot of you did too, whether you admit it or not. So we let her speak, but I don't think that in that moment on panel or in chat is a time to kind of tear a person down, but that's just me. So you can think about things, and if you need to revisit and you have questions or you want to, kind of deconstruct what someone said, like in my opinion, this is just the world according to me. That's fine. I just don't want it to be happening to somebody live on my channel because I think that's mean, kind of, So. That's right. Yes, Jody, I am. Oh, thank you so much, Jody. You're so wonderful. Thank you so much for hopping up there. Yeah. So, all right, guys, I got to go catch some sleep. You guys rock. Everyone be safe, and I will see you tomorrow night or very soon. Thanks, guys.